invaluable. Truly, it's invaluable. But yeah, it comes to a point where, okay, we've done what we could to get this out to as many people as possible. And now, in order to keep sustaining it and to keep growing it, to try to reach others or to afford others opportunity, because some of that can be used for scholarship or whatever to help people to come and participate. Yeah, that's something that we're going to be looking at. So we're keeping it real and putting it out there that that is something we're definitely looking at. Evangeline did say, Maria, with that last meditation session, this came at the right time to end a stressful week.
Very
So
good.
even though she was here, on it, throughout the week as she could, evidently there were other things going on. So this was a nice
Right.
way.
Even for so many of us, we all have lives, the kids, the family. Listen, you don't see us every morning trying to rush in. Well, me anyway, speak for myself, trying to get in here and just be in the proper frame of mind to be able to deliver what we have to deliver. Some of us were actually doing our keynotes on the spot.
Yep.
Not calling anybody out.
Yes. Working on our businesses
Right.
and things like that.
Yeah. So we all are leading stressful lives, and for some, you might not have been able to tune in all day, every day. I know the first two summits that we did, we were keynote speakers, right? And literally couldn't tune in every day, all day.
Right.
And I felt guilty about it, but I wanted to because I was like, what am I missing out on? And this time around, the same thing for some of you. It's impossible to gather all of this information. But I think Michelle said it best. Find one thing or one person that you need to connect with. Do not let this opportunity waste. You have 72 hours after we say goodbye, because after 72 hours, this is going to be out of your brain. It's not, and that's facts, it's not going to be at the forefront of your brain anymore. So whatever you plan on doing, make sure, please make sure you put it down on your journal.
Yes.
And take action.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It.
Make a list. Right? So just like when I teach people about marketing and everything, and I say, we get all these ideas of what we want to do, well, you can't do all the ideas at one time. So you make a list and you action one or two, maybe 2 or 3 things at one time. And then after a certain amount of time, 30 days, 60 days, generally I tell them 90 days, because you need 30 days to get the idea out there and going. Your next 30 days is making sure that you're building some momentum. By that point, people are getting the message. And then your last 30 days, that is now going, you can start looking at metrics, and then you can go ahead and move forward. It's the same thing here. So take down all, like, I want to get in touch with this person for this reason, this one for this reason, so forth. We're all connected some way, somehow. Whether those of us that were speakers, we're connected in WhatsApp. You can go back and watch replays and get everyone's name. We tried to make sure everyone provided their contact details, at least their social media handles and so forth, their LinkedIn's. So go and look for them, but make a list and then say, I'm going to reach out to these top 3 people first to do X, Y, and Z, and then work on your next set of people in like a month. So that way you're constantly keeping a flow, and you're not only building relationships, which is most important, you guys can figure out ways to serve each other. I almost always end my calls, like my coffee chats and things like that, when I'm talking with people, especially when there's a real connection. How may I support you in what you're trying to do?
Yep, love that.
And then that invites the door to be open with, well, sometimes, it's like, hey, can you give me some interaction on my comment on or my post on here? Or, when I'm doing a keynote, would you mind listening to it and letting me know what you think? Things like that. That's how I met my accountability partner. We met online, decided to do a coffee chat. And during the coffee chat, we liked each other so much. And we were like, you know what? Let's be accountability partners. We meet every other Tuesday. Shout out to Jasmine Lewis. We meet every other Tuesday. And it's been phenomenal, because even though we have kind of the same brains, she's systems and I'm creative. So she's the one that turned me on to Manus. Remember we were talking about Manus and things like that. She turned me on to different things because she's a system-oriented person. I'm the one that helps her out a little bit more on the creative and the writing and things like that. So you can find your right partners, but make the list. So like Maria said, you don't forget, right?
Life happens. What do they say?
Yes,
Life
it
lives,
does.
right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So let me ask you ladies, and you could take a moment. I know I'm putting you on the spot, but what is like the one thing that you are planning on doing once you walk away from the summit today? Or the maybe one person you plan to connect with?
Well, I guess I'm connecting with Natalia.
I was
Evidently.
getting ready to say she's still working on my funnel, but I don't know if that was
Yeah.
part of that. But
That's not included.
That's not
no,
included.
no.
Somebody outside of the elite circle members.
well,
Let's say.
I'll start. I've already connected with one of Cheryl's friends, Delta, so I'm going to be talking with her. And I also connected with one of the ladies who did. I forgot her name, but I've already scheduled time with her, and she knows who she is. I've already connected with a few people already
Good.
to talk. Just to have that conversation, like you
Yes.
said, that coffee chat, or just to talk more,
Or a
get
money
involved.
date.
Yeah, or money date. Right. But as far as my call to action to myself is to basically get my marketing plan together.
Yes.
And I already have an idea on what I want to do. I want to do YouTube videos, so I'll keep you guys informed on
Like Natalia's
That's
doing
right,
jump,
that's
jump,
right,
jack.
connecting on my
Nice.
YouTube videos, because I thought about hitting all the social media portals and all that, but I'm like, for what I do, it's more of an instructional teaching environment, and
Mhm.
YouTube videos are the best way to do that.
Mhm.
Instead
Yes.
of just doing TikTok and all that stuff. I mean, I'll do a couple of those, but
You
I
dancing
believe.
for us, Michelle? You dancing
Oh,
on that money date?
And I can dance on my money date. I
You could
dance
do
on
a money date on TikTok.
Well, that is true too.
Mhm.
And I think that's kind of the point that Natalia had suggested to me, is to create these YouTube videos and take a few snippets
Yep.
from those videos and put it
With
on
purpose.
TikTok
Yep.
and all the
Brilliant.
other platforms.
Yeah.
So I know for sure that is going to be my plan, is just put together a YouTube video timeline and plan, figure out the different topics and make it happen.
Wonderful.
Make it happen.
Mhm.
So that's my call to
Wonderful.
action to
Absolutely.
I love
myself.
it.
All
Besides
right,
talking
we're gonna
to-
hold you
Oh
accountable
yeah,
for
that's
that.
right. I do have accountability partners, such as Tiffany if she's on there, but of course you ladies as well.
Yes.
So thank you. Thank you.
Nice.
Wonderful. What
All
about
right.
you?
I have a lot I have a community to build, guys.
Yes.
We have the House of Loren to really finish and get ready for you, launching in April. But I mean, that's huge, so I'm not going to downplay that, right?
Thank you.
Right. But I actually said to myself last night that I would be reaching out to all 100 speakers. And even if it's just a LinkedIn note to say, hi, thank you so much. And I'm going to be making my way through everybody's wonderful videos. I've been doing it daily since, we can, but obviously we don't have that much time. But you put all that effort in, and we are supposed to watch every last one of your videos.
Exactly.
So that is what I'm going to be doing, and I'm going to be saying hi. So look out for me, okay?
That's interesting because that's my same plans.
Oh,
And want to create a database or something so that when we're looking for people, we can all be in that ecosystem to be able to find them.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Natalia's having
Yeah.
fun too.
You're basically
Yeah.
like a depository.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
A
Mhm.
repository.
So if
Yes.
we
We're going to
talking
have to
about
talk,
that,
Dr. Cheryl.
absolutely. If we're talking about
That's a
that,
good
we
idea.
spend $1 trillion, then we need to see who is in our
Yep.
Mhm.
family, in our circle,
Yes.
and have it readily available so
Yes.
that people can just
I
have
like
the
that.
database to go
See?
to, and I can connect and all
Yes.
in one place.
I
Love it.
agree.
Love it.
I love
it.
that, and that can live within our community too.
Yes.
I have,
I love
I have
that.
an
Yes,
idea.
that's great.
Right?
Mhm.
So go ahead, Shy. Yes, and then we have to bring on Stephanie.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So I'll make this quick, which I know will be a shock to you guys. So the first thing I'm going to do is connect with Mia, which is a friend of Michelle's. She is an ADHD specialist, expert, so on and so forth. So I can have her on my other podcast. So would love to have her to do that. I also have the thought of reaching out to every woman and making sure that we're all connected
Yes.
and everything. So that's important. And then, believe it or not, the one thing that I am going to focus on, actually, did not come from the speakers this time
Mm.
around. And that's because I didn't get to listen to everybody yet, but it came from Kingsley.
Oh,
King.
yes,
Because
yes, he
he's
was
out
very,
there.
very
yes,
helpful.
during one of our interviews, he asked a question and I really sat there kind of profound.
is
And I was
Kingsley?
like,
Big up
wow.
Kingsley.
Hey, Kingsley,
You gotta
I'm
shout
shouting you out, dude.
You got to
Come
shout
here.
out. Got some
Um,
flowers coming.
Yeah, come on, baby. Let me get you some flowers. But literally,
Yes,
he
very
asked a question, and I sat there, and I was like, he was like, "Well, take a minute if you need a minute to answer." And I was
Yes,
like,
yes, yes.
and then I realized there were some things that I needed to work on as far as some of my messaging
Mm-hmm. Same
to
here.
make it a little bit more clear
Yes.
and understandable.
Yes.
And then in listening, I was like, yeah, listening to some of the keynotes and the different women that were speaking, and I was like, I've got some work to do.
Yeah.
So I'm going to continue doing that. And since Natalia laid out my funnel for me and laid it out, and here's the people you need to focus on. Every time she
That
does
makes it
something,
clear.
every time
Yep.
she demonstrates a funnel for me,
Mhm.
she's always coming up with a different set of people. And I'm like, ma'am, I can only have so many avatars. Yes.
So
Focus
hurry
on
up,
yeah, focus
hurry up
on the
and
one.
finish.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
way she can't change it anymore. right? Yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
So yeah, between the two of them, I'm like, okay, so that's going to be my work going back starting on Monday. So with that
Alright.
said,
Good.
thank you all for sharing your thoughts.
Oh,
I
thank you for the
appreciate
question.
it.
Thank
Those
you
were
for that question.
fabulous.
That was great.
We have our next speaker on deck. We're ready with Miss Stephanie.
Mhm.
All right, so let's get her intro video. And
She plans wonderful events, guys. So
Ooh,
that's going to be really nice for a lot of
Okay.
us who are trying to, do events for our businesses. And
Mhm.
even if,
Yes.
even if you, oh, let me stop talking. We're overtime. Oh,
we need a
we
little
could
more
still,
time. Okay.
okay. Definitely, we could.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie White, and I am the owner of Stephanie White Events. I want to welcome you to my masterclass today. And my masterclass will be on two topics. The first topic is the ABCs of starting your own event planning business. And the second topic is the fundamentals of expanding and creating opportunities for your business. But before we begin, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I started my event planning business in August of 2006. And this year we will be celebrating 20 years. So I'm very excited about that. All right. So I was fresh out of college and I had just moved to a new area. And of course, I was looking for that first job out of college. So it was kind of rough. And I ended up taking a part-time job. And at that part-time job, I was a bridal hostess. So it was at that moment that I realized that I enjoyed planning in catering to people. I enjoyed taking care of brides. I enjoyed networking. I enjoyed just kind of being of service to people. And this was a job at the time that I felt like I would do for free. So then I said, well, why not start your own event planning business? So hence Stephanie White Events. All right, so let's jump into this master class. So we're going to start with A, of course, and that means administrative. As a business owner, it's important that you think about the administrative side of your business. And with that being said, we're going to start from the very beginning, and that is with naming your business. So I think that it's important when you choose a name for your business, your event planning business, that you choose a name that represents you and choose a name that represents what it is that you want to do. So what I want to do just to kind of start things off is take a quick, like 15-second break just for you to kind of brainstorm on the type of business name you would want for your business. So let's start now, pull out a sheet of paper and just jot down a few things. Maybe it's not the name right off. Maybe you're just adding some keywords that'll help jog your memory and start to allow you to start thinking about what you can call your business. All right. Okay. So now that we did that quick little exercise, I now want to kind of go back into, just talking about as you're thinking about the name of your business, think about what business structure you want. Would you like to be a sole proprietor? Would you like to be a corporation? Would you like to be an LLC? Just to give you a little bit of information about myself, when I started off as a business owner, I registered as a sole proprietor. And it wasn't until later on that I actually registered my business as an LLC. And going back to naming my business, I have not always been called Stephanie White Events. When I first started out as a business owner, I was given an opportunity to do some networking and I needed to pick a business name really, really quick. So I said, why don't I just call my business Events by Stephanie? So I did that, of course, but when it came time to register my business, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, I realized that the name was already taken. So after doing some brainstorming with some industry friends, I ended up coming up with Stephanie White Events as my business name. So now we're going to move on to registering your business name. So for me, of course, I went to the Business Express website for Maryland. I think it's important that you find out the website, of course, for your state and find out how you can go about registering your business name. So that's definitely a must. Finding the name for your business, figuring out what business structure you want, and then, of course, registering your business names. So that takes care of the first of the ABCs, which is the administrative side, and then which then leads me to the marketing side of things. When you are a business owner, it's important that you have a website and you have a logo. And then, of course, you want to get some business cards, especially if you plan to do some networking, which you should do, which we will speak about. So when I got my first website, it was actually a free website where it just allowed me to kind of have like an internet presence. So you'll find them like Weebly.com. There's probably even some type of Google website that you can do, etc., just to kind of give yourself an internet presence. Also get some business cards, you all. I actually went through Vista Print. I've actually started with them years ago and I actually still use them today. So they have a lot of great business card products for your business. And then, of course, you want to hook up with a graphic designer so that you can get a business logo. So that's very important in terms of how you want to make sure that your business is aligned and that it has all the necessary items to be successful. All right, so now we're going to move on to the B of the ABCs of starting your own event planners business, and that is the business side. All right, so as a business owner, it's important for you to have a business plan. Of course, like where do you see your business in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? It's important that you have a business plan. And with the business plan, you want to make sure you have a mission statement. You want to make sure that you have a vision, of course, for your business as a whole. All right, so now that we talked about that, let's jump into clients. As a business owner, you want to make sure that you get clients. That's how you make your money. That's important. So new business, potential clients, how are we going to do this? When starting out for me, I did a lot of word of mouth. I told people who told other people who connected me to other people who needed an event planner. So that's how I got a lot of my business when I first started out. So clients. All right. So when you get the client, the first thing I did as a business owner, as an event planning business, was you set up a consultation appointment. You want to find out what the client needs. You want to find out their vision. You want to find out the type of event they want, etc. What do they have? What don't they have? What will your job duties be as an event planner for your client? So that's important. So consultation appointments are very important. The first step with dealing with a new client. Then you want to move into contracts. I tell all my clients that it's important that we have a contract because it's accountability for me as a business owner, as an event planning, and it's accountability for you as a client so that you know what is supposed to be done. All right, so contracts are important. Contracts are important not only for you and your client, but for your client and their vendors. So make sure that you get a contract with your vendors, which we'll talk about vendors a little later on. But yes, having a contract, having people know that there is an accountability system in place is what helps people to stay on top of what they're supposed to do. It's nothing worse than hiring your cousin to help out with your event and you have no document in place on what they're supposed to do, and then they end up not doing it for your event, all because it was a word of mouth agreement. So contracts are important. All right, so now we're going to talk about vendors. As a new business owner, and at the time I was working at a catering company, I was given an opportunity to network with a lot of different other vendors. You had your DJ vendors, you had your photographers, you had the videographers, you had your cake vendors, etc. So what I did was I made sure that I collected business cards because you will need those for your next clients. So just a little information about the vendors. So as a business owner and as an event planner, another thing that I specialized in, I became really good at this because I saw that it helped when it came to executing my clients' events. And that was timelines. So I'm very big on timelines. Sometimes I could be a little over the top, but I think timelines are important. I personally do timelines for my client so that on the day before the event, the day of the week of the event, my client, let's say it's a wedding, my client's bridal party members, the mother and father of the bride, the groom's parents, everybody knows what they're supposed to be on the day of the rehearsal and the day of the actual wedding. So timelines are important. So I also take it a step further, which I know can be over the top for some people, but I also do timelines for the vendors because I want the vendors to know what time you need to be at the venue to set up and what time you need to leave out of the venue because we're going to need to leave the space. So timelines are important. So that, of course, allows me to finish up with the B side, which is the business side of the ABCs of starting your own event planning business. So now we're going to go to the C side. The C side is the creative side. So as a event planner, I think it's very important that you know that there is a big difference between an event planner and coordinator and an event decorator. A lot of times people get the two confused. So just to be clear with you, an event decorator is someone who comes in and decorates the space. An event coordinator is someone who comes in and coordinates the event decorator and the other vendors. I am an event coordinator. Of course, I get my hands into the nitty-gritty when it comes to decorating the client's space, but I generally do the coordinating of all the vendors, which includes the event decorator. All right, so now that we got that straight, I want to talk about building your team of vendors. As an event planner and as a business owner, you want to make sure that you have a Rolodex of vendors. You want to make sure you have 2 to 3 cake vendors, 2 to 3 DJ vendors, 2 to 3 photographer vendors, etc. It's important to be able to present your vendors to your client in the event they don't have any vendors that they want to use. So your vendor list is important, very important. And building your team is important. And I go back to building your team in a sense where as an event planner, I need to have, as you grow, you need to have a team of people that include your assistant, because as you grow, you're not going to be able to do everything as an event coordinator. And you also need to have a CPA because you got to do taxes and you're going to have to be able to write off your taxes to, you're going to have to be able to write off any income and expenses. So you're going to need a CPA. All right, so now let's continue with like the decor requirements. So as we mentioned, I am not a event decorator, but I will make sure that this client space is set up. I will make sure everything that the client requires for their event is done as the event coordinator. And that includes me, of course, doing several other appointments with my clients and sitting down and just kind of taking a look at their vision. We do sketches, we do multiple phone calls if we need to, and just to kind of let you know, all of these different appointments should be outlined in your contract. So your client needs to know exactly what they're getting when they hire you as an event planner. So that's very important. So going back to the decor requirements, just going back to just making sure that the client's vision comes to fruition, everything that they want. So, all right, so let's kind of move on with that. We talked about the decor requirements. We talked about the event decor. As an event planner, you are the first person on site and the last person to leave the site of an event. So if that means get in a hotel room so that you can be there hours before the event, starts, that's what you do as an event planner. The way that I see it is by any means necessary, you do what's required to make sure the planner's event goes off without a hitch. Because at the end of the day, if something goes wrong, regardless of whose fault it is, the event planner will be responsible. And I know that I kind of go back and forth between an event planner and, of course, the event coordinator, but they're kind of one and the same, the name. So you'll hear me say event planner and you'll hear me say event coordinator. All right, so now what I want to do is take a quick 30-second break just to kind of regroup and then allow you to grab some water, kind of get some more pen and paper because we're going to have another exercise. And I just want you to be able to rest up your brain because I got more information for you when we get back to part 2 with the fundamentals of expanding your business and creating opportunities for yourself. So sit tight and we'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right. Okay. All right. Welcome back, everyone. And welcome back to part 2 of my masterclass. And this time we're going to talk about the fundamentals of expanding your business and creating opportunities for your business. All right. So we talked about the first half, which pretty much established you starting your business, getting potential clients, and moving forward, moving through the process of establishing what an event planning business looks like. So now we're going to talk about how to expand your business. Sometimes as business owners and sometimes as event planners, business owners, we get stagnant, we get stuck. We are like, okay, I've done this several times. You get bored and you want to do something different, or you want to add more services to your business, or you want to expand to include doing other things. So how do we do that? All right, so let's start with taking inventory of your business. It's important to look at where you've been, what you've done, and then where you want to go. So what we're going to do is take about 30 seconds. I'll give you 40 seconds. And what I want you to do is to take out that sheet of paper I asked you to grab, and I want you to make a list of the items or the events per se that you have already done with your business, or think about just the things in general that you've done with your business. Think about where it is that you want your business to go. And we'll be back in about 40 seconds. All right. All right, so we are back. All right, so you should have had a few seconds or a little bit of time for you to kind of just take inventory of your business. This was like a quick brain storming session where it allowed you to kind of take a look at what you've done with your business and where you want to go. Because as I mentioned, sometimes we get stuck and we're not sure what direction to go into. All right, so now we're just going to talk about just more so about the brainstorming new ideas. And what I'm gonna do is just give you a little bit of information about myself. So I started, as I mentioned, planning events in 2006. So roughly at about 2012, I was feeling kind of stuck. I was like, all right, I've been doing event planning for a while. What else would I like to do? How would I like to grow? How would I like to expand? So talking to one of my photographer friends in 2012, we were talking and we were kind of going through, she was asking me questions like, hey, where do you want to see your business go? What would you like to do, etc. And I said, you know what? I kind of like the ideas of doing a workshop. And I also really enjoy doing weddings. And so I kind of came up with the help of this friend of mine, of putting on my own shows. And with this, I came up with putting on wedding workshops for brides. Because the goal here was to educate brides on how to plan their wedding. So I came up with the title, Educating Brides and Future Brides to Be on Everything Wedding. So I did a workshop. I did my first bridal show workshop in January of 2013. And with this workshop, I bought in your wedding vendors, your photographer, your videographer, your cake vendor. I even bought in an esthetician because as brides, of course, you want your skin to be fabulous on your wedding day. I also bought in one of my event planner friends that kind of spoke to the event planning side from a different angle, and I came in with another angle. I, of course, thought it was important to, as brides prepare for their wedding, they always kind of want to get in shape, or they want to, make sure their bodies are toned. So I bought in a trainer, which I thought was great. And what I did was I allotted a certain amount of time for each speaker to get up in front of the room and to talk about their area of expertise to the bride's wedding, the bride and groom's wedding. So I started off with brides, and then as this event grew, I actually added in the grooms as well, because they want to know too. They want to go to the events. The brides have all the fun. So I did a bridal show in 2013, 2014. I don't think I did one in 2015. By 2016, I had added bridal gowns. So I started doing bridal fashion shows. And then in 2017, I actually did a bridal fashion show that was on live TV. So I live in the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, and I actually went on Great Day, Washington. Yeah. And I did a bridal fashion show. And as an event planner, I know how to find my vendors. So I had bridal gown vendors, I had tuxedo vendors, I had a makeup artist, etc. So that was a live show that we did, and that was amazing. So what I did was I was stagnant. I got stuck, and then I created an opportunity for myself to grow my business. All right, so maybe you want to expand differently. Maybe it's not putting on your own shows. Maybe you want to collaborate with someone. Maybe you want to partner with another company. So think about these companies out here. Who would be a good fit for your business, and how can you expand your business by connecting to another company and putting on events? Maybe you want to do a networking event. So when I first started as an event planner, I used to attend these MES networking events in the Washington, D.C. area, and they would be like once a month. And what you would do, you would go to these events and you would meet all kinds of event planning industry people. I met linen people. I've met magazine owners, bridal magazine owners. I met photographers, etc. And speaking of bridal magazines, to expand my business, I also advertised for 6 consecutive years with Premier Bride Magazine, DC, Maryland, and Northern Virginia. So I thought that was a way for me to get my name more out there as an event planner, as a wedding planner. And what I would do was I would attend all these bridal events. Hence, you get in touch with these brides and the bride's family. So that was a way for me to expand my business as well. So speaking of collaborations, in 2016, I wanted to take a step further. And so I hooked up with this organization called Taste of the Runway. And so this organization is an organization that traveled to different cities, and they would put on these fashion shows that included food. So I hooked up with the Taste of the Runway, Washington, D.C., which they had came to Washington, D.C., and they were doing a show here at the convention center. I said, oh, hey, this would be a great way for me to kind of expand and get my name out there. So I decided to come on as a sponsor, and I sponsored their bridal suite for that event. So mind you, they had nothing related to wedding at all. So I came in as an event planner and created a space where I had all the wedding vendors. So it was literally like a bridal room in a sense. at this event, I bought in my pipes and drapes people, and they created a space, and I had all the wedding vendors in the inside. I also was responsible for the bridal fashion show segment of this show. So of course, I found the bridal gown vendors, I found the models, etc. We did the fittings, etc. So that was a way for me to expand. So maybe it's not bridal gowns that you want to do. Maybe it's networking events for real estate agents. Maybe it's fundraiser events. I actually that's another way that I actually expanded my business more. I started putting on fundraiser events to benefit a local hospital, which was actually twofold for me, because not only did I raise money for the organization, I also did this event in honor of my sister who passed away years ago. So that was a blessing for me to be able to expand my business in that way, but also add fundraiser events to the services that I offer. All right, so we talked about inventory of your business. We talked about brainstorming. We talked about new ideas. We talked about new direction. We talked about collaborations. We talked about partnerships. So now I think it's important that you take in consideration all of those items when it comes to how you plan to create new opportunities for yourself, how you expand your business, how you plan to move forward so you get out of the funk. There's so many different directions you can go into as a business owner, as an event planning business owner. You just have to be very creative. You just have to sit down and take a look at what it is that you've done, what it is that you want to do, and where it is you see that you can go. There's so many different possibilities out here. So that's very important. So I will give you a little information about how I am actually rebranding myself right now. As someone who's been doing social events for the past 19 years, I want to rebrand, and I'm actually in the process of rebranding my business so that I can do corporate events. So for me, it was more of a thing where I haven't always done just my own business. For years, I worked full time for other entities. And for years, I worked with the military. So I ended up finding a position that kind of bridged my military experience as a civilian, and then it abridged my event planning skill set as someone who's been doing event planning for 19 years. And I found a job where I was able to coordinate and plan events for the military. So that was a win-win situation for me, because not only was I able to find a job, but I was able to find a job where I was working with the military, which I really enjoyed, but I was also able to bridge in my event planning experience and get the corporate planning experience that I wanted so that I can expand in my business. So I've been very blessed to be able to plan meetings, summits, which we did summits quarterly. We did bi-weekly meetings. We did a lot of virtual meetings. So I was able to plan and coordinate rehearsals virtually. And then, of course, I was the moderator for the day of the meeting. And we're talking 100 plus, 200 plus people on these virtual meetings. And I was facilitating these meetings with the military. And I also was blessed to work in their 3-day conference for several years, where they brought in people from the military from all over the world. So we're talking, these events had like 30,000 to 40,000 people here. Of course, it was a high profile event because you had a lot of different security protocols. You had it was a lot of details, and there was a lot of planning. And so being part of the planning team for a lot of those events for the military allowed me to embark on my corporate planning venture. And so it's helped me, of course, in my own business. So sometimes maybe it's not a full-time job. Maybe it's a volunteer position. Maybe it's a part-time job. Maybe it's another avenue that you didn't think about that kind of leads you into expanding your business. For me, it was working full-time for a military entity where I was able to use my event planning skills to help them, which also gave me the experience of doing corporate planning. So, think outside the box. There's a lot of different opportunities out here. So I just wanted to share that with you because I am, of course, rebranding and expanding my business to include corporate planning. So that was a very exciting experience for me. Of course, I'm always open to where those opportunities will take me further on with my business. So yeah, just go with it. But of course, I always go back to the beginning. Always protect your business and then protect yourself. So it's important to put the right team of people in place so that you always ultimately protect your business. All right, so we're going to be closing out soon, but what I wanted to do is, of course, thank you all for being a part of my masterclass today, as where we talked about the ABCs of starting your own event planning business, and we talked about the fundamentals of expanding and creating opportunities for your business. The sky's is the limit. Think about what it is that you want to do. Think about where it is that you want to go with your business. Make sure you register your business. Make sure you think about your business structure. Make sure you include a business plan. Make sure you revisit your business plan after so many years. Sometimes things change. Where you wanted to go in the beginning is not necessarily where you want to go now. So, revamp some things. So just to let you know, please, if you want to know more information about Stephanie White Events, please visit my website at stephaniewhiteevents.com. What you'll see when you go to that website is my old website, but in a month or so, that same domain will have my new website. But right now, please go to my website, of course, and you'll see information about Stephanie White Events. If you want to email me, please email me at admin@stephaniewhiteevents.com. And before I end, I just want to let you know, if you're interested in learning more about how to start your own event planning business, I do have a new book that is coming out third quarter 2026 that will go into more details about starting your own event planning business, getting out there and doing more. And so I am here if you want to talk or expand, and if you want to get my new book that's coming out soon. And just Google my name, Stephanie C. White, and what I've done and my information about my upcoming book will be there. And I just look forward to just answering any questions that you may have. But I once again, thank you again for joining me today for my masterclass, and I will talk to you soon. Bye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for all of that great information. It was very powerful. Go ahead. Say what you
Yeah, Stephanie sponsored a day. There were speakers that sponsored a day every day this week. And one thing I do want to say about Stephanie, events are powerful, ladies. Really powerful. Like if you're in a place and you really want that amplification because you feel like the time is now in your business journey and entrepreneurial journey, events are a wonderful, brilliant way to really amplify. It's exactly what we're doing here, and we're inviting you to do it with us to get that amplification. So if any of you are interested in events, there are a lot of work to organize. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's really not. So please do make sure that you reach out to Stephanie White. You're going to be seeing a lot of her around our community, but for some of you, organizing events might not be your forte, but like I said, you want that amplification. So please make sure that you contact her. And obviously, remember, all of this content is going to be coming right out to you. We've got 2 weeks. Everyone was talking about rest, and today I realized, oh my gosh, we've got 2 weeks to basically put all this content onto a platform so you will be able to access it. So watch out for the 13th of April. But I really just wanted to give a highlight spot to Stephanie.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and I know we've got Daphne Jones in the waiting area. I'm going to pass it back to the beautiful, wonderful Shy, who is absolutely, and I know you ladies agree with me, a brilliant presenter.
There's your answer.
You really are,
Thank
Shy.
you.
You are
There's
absolutely
your answer.
amazing
Look at that.
presenter.
Look at that.
What was the question, though?
that.
We don't
Take
know.
your flowers.
I'll help you on that one.
She is. She's just so articulate the way she expresses
There you
herself,
go.
the detail that she listens to everybody, is able to ask questions not just for herself but on behalf of you, the audience. So big shout out to Shy, absolutely
Thank you,
amazing.
Shy.
So I have to tell you the little background. How come we're laughing a little bit? Because she asked us that question a minute ago.
What did you ask?
What was the question?
I asked them if they thought that I was good at this, if I was really
Have
good
you
at
lost your
this.
mind? What planet are you living on? Do you not see yourself? Oh my God!
Wait. Whoa.
No, you just take this.
Somebody
Okay.
getting
Sit
kicked
there.
out of the
All right,
house.
all right.
That's right.
You are
Who's
an
getting
amazing
kicked out of the
presenter.
house?
I mean, you must have noticed throughout the week we've had to pivot so much, ladies. And when we're pivoting, the first person, every single one of us on this stage is like, Shy, could you get in? Could you get in the chair, please? Did you just think we were being nice? No, you're an amazing.
It's amazing
presenter.
how you asked that question, and she came in and gave
That
you
is
the
true.
answer.
That immediate
That is
And
true.
just so you know, I didn't know that all of this week, even today, when it comes to the presenting, the interview, and the asking the questions, we put you in the hot seat all week.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed that. It's kind of like,
And
we're Shy.
perform. And she delivered every time.
Every single time, Cheryl, she delivered, to the point
Okay.
today we're going to a networking day. We're like, you know what, Shy can just finish it. She can just finish the show by herself.
Gee, thanks.
But that's because you're good.
I'm going to receive those, and I'm
Yeah,
going to take that.
you have.
and-
Well, on a serious note, though, all jokes aside, you've got a gift for it. That is definitely a gift.
Mhm,
That's not just you being good at something. That is a natural born gift that you've got.
mhm.
So
I just wanted that on film. Just in case. No, I'm just kidding.
But speaking of sponsors, before I pass
Yes.
over to Shy. Ooh, sorry, I got frightened there. Every time I see the screen move. We've also got Daphne Jones, who's about to come on. Daphne Jones also sponsored today on Monday, which was really humbling, and we are just truly grateful for. And she came in and she gave you guys some nuggets of information that would not be available at any other time. And she did that for this summit because of her belief in what we are doing here as well. Daphne is back, which I think is absolutely amazing. She had a brilliant interview, can't get the words out, with Sin, who is the face of Irie Jam Radio and women's empowerment, and the reason why we're even here in this studio. And they just had an amazing show. It went over. So because it went over, Daphne has been kind enough to come back in. So I'm going to pass it over to Shy, but please do make sure that you've got a notepad ready. You've got your mobile phone. This is a very, very accomplished woman. And if you really want to level up, and you want to go to that next level, this is a masterclass that you need to stay tuned into.
Exactly. I think she said it all.
This is why I'm probably not the best presenter, because I'm not structured.
I wanted to say one thing though, in conjunction to what you were saying before. Daphne was so amazed at what was happening here that she requested that she come back in. She couldn't wait to come back in. And we just thought it was amazing because we thought we got so much of her when she was here. What we got. And so just the fact that she was so impressed by all of you who are out there and the movement that you're making, she asked in her busy life to come back here to really be with us. And we really appreciate that,
Yes,
Daphne. So
very
thank you.
much.
Thank you.
Very, very much. So if we can just go ahead and bring Miss Daphne Jones to the stage, that would be wonderful.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Daphne.
Good morning.
Hello, welcome back.
God bless you all. I love the tea. I love the love. I love the spirit. I love the humility, the striving for excellence that you guys are all about. And that's what I like to be around. Before I even get started, though, I wanted to make sure that you guys are going to pull my slides up because I didn't pull them up myself.
Yep, I think the engineer.
Make sure.
Wait a minute.
But no problem. They were no, just say they're there, engineer. Sorry, Daphne, I'm back. So go one more across. Sorry, no, up. Across that one there. No, go back. There we go.
You keep going too far.
I'll
Go back.
Go to your right too. Right there.
There we go. Okay, that looks like me. Hey, everybody. God bless you, Natalia and team. So good to be here. But first, what I'm going to start with is this: never accept no. Never, ever settle for the status quo. If there are followers, then you must lead. If there's a gap, you've got to fill it. If there is hunger, you need to feed it. If there's an illness, please cure it. If there's a direction from God, I hope you'll obey it. If there's empty land, you need to seed it. If there's a record, you need to beat it. If there's a good word, I want you to say it. And if there's a bad thought, please don't repeat it. If there's a win, then go get it. If there's a life, you've got to live it. And if there's prosperity, I want you all to have it. And if there's wisdom, I pray that you will receive it. Always, always find a way to win. That is my winner's mantra. And that winner's mantra is something that I have created as I was writing my book, and it kind of sums up my life, that whatever there is going on, that God has equipped us and prepared us to be able to help other people and to help ourselves as we live. So hello, everybody. My name is Daphne Jones. Let's go on to the next slide, where you'll see a picture of one of my favorite leaders in the world, which is Mahatma Gandhi. Hopefully you all can turn the slide to Gandhi. Make sure you guys got that. There we go. There we go. Just a shout out to all the presenters and the attendees in this incredible event. I'm going to do a couple setup slides, and then we're going to get right into it. I want every one of us to think about today something that most of us were taught: how to work hard. We were taught how to be responsible. We were taught how to carry a lot, even carrying the weight of the world on our shoulders, and still show up with excellence. But not all of us were taught how to fully claim our power. Yes, we've been brilliant. Yes, we've been resilient, and we have been very resourceful in getting things done. But the question is not, do we have the ability to win? The answer to that is a resounding yes. The question is, do we know how to position ourselves to win on our terms? Whether you are running your own business, whether you are changing and driving community effects, whether you're driving corporate results, you can win on your terms. And I'm excited to share with you today my experiences and the experiences of others and how I've seen other women win. And I believe, like Gandhi says here, they will first ignore you, then they will laugh at you, then they will fight you, but then you still win. And who is they? Who is they that's ignoring you? That they could be your community. They could be Karen. They could be politicians. They could be your neighbor. They could be even that little voice inside of your mind that is yourself, your peers, your boss, your spouse, your children. There will be some people who will fight you, but remember that the goal and the outcome is worth the struggle. And when we win, we become greater, and we help others then become greater as well. Because, as I said on Monday, we are not here by ourselves, and we are not only here for ourselves. This week, you guys have gotten, I want to say, not nuggets, boulders full of tools, ideas, using AI, how to build health, how to build wealth, how to do event planning. It didn't stop. And you've got frameworks and perspectives on how are you going to drive your business and how are you going to drive your career. But today, from what I heard from Natalia, the summit's theme today is about going forward, to take what we have learned, to understand how we're going to smartly and intentionally go forward with it to build our legacy. After all, the future is ours. What will our legacy be? What actions are we going to take? We can't just learn all we can and not perform with it. What are we going to do Monday morning with all these boulders of information that we have received and all the insights? So I hope to give you an umbrella framework to use so you can win, not just in your job, not just in your career, or not just in your business, but throughout all aspects of your life on your term. So let's get into it. So the next slide you'll see is Michelangelo, or a mock of him. Michelangelo was the artist and sculptor that when he was asked, Michelangelo, how did you create that beautiful angel in the marble. He said, I saw the angel in the marble, and I chiseled and I chiseled and I chiseled until I set her free. That's what he's doing in that picture there. He's chiseling at something that he saw. He helped her to become. That's us. That's me. That's you. And as he was chiseling, the angel was becoming. But unlike that angel in that piece of marble there, we are not finite in who we become. There are infinite possibilities of who we are. Each of us in this summit today is in the process of becoming. We are not a finished product by any means. We are a WIP, a work in progress. We're not just titles. We're not just resumes. We're not just LinkedIn bios. We are possibilities in motion. And we are attending this summit because we are winners and we want to win even more. And when you think about becoming, it's because of this summit with these amazing women. We have been chiseling away at everything that is not you, all the doubt that is not you, the low expectations that is not you, the underperformance that is not you, the intimidation from others, the limitations, until what's left is that angel. What's left is our power. What's left is our purpose. What's left is our very presence on the stage, on the world stage. And at this stage in your career and in your entrepreneurship, you're not just doing a job. You're doing the work of revealing exactly who you are. And we are not starting from scratch. We are starting from our experience. And yet, our experience alone won't carry us. We must choose to become more. We are going to be more, and we're going to win, even when people say we won't. The next slide, you'll see a picture of an angel. And I recall through my career, there always seemed to be these little voices that tried to systematically disempower me and disinform me, even I was trying to become. And if you have those little voices in your life, here's what I want you to do. When those voices say you can't, I want you all to say, watch me. And when they say you won't, I want you to say, hey, I already am. Let's go on to the next slide. So as you think about the fact that we are going from doing to becoming, that's the message I want to have you all know today, that we are not just doing, we are becoming more than anyone expects. We are becoming greater than even we thought was possible. We are becoming more powerful. We are becoming more impactful. We are becoming more resilient. Are you becoming a board member? Are you scaling your business better? Are you becoming a better business leader? Are you protecting your head with crowns? Are you becoming better with a growth mindset? Are you becoming high emotionally quotient? Are you becoming a better mother, a better speaker, a vice president? Whatever it is that you say you are becoming, you will become that and more. So I want you all to go beyond just doing. Yes, doing helps build your skills. You do some transactions, you check off your to-do list, etc. And I want you to go into becoming somebody who is resilient, who has new ideas, who has great beliefs, and who shows up in the world in a special way. I want you to always find a way to win. And the way you're going to do that is by doing three things. Number one, you're going to grow and know yourself very intimately and intentionally. You're going to grow yourself and you're going to show yourself authentically. That's why we're here today. And that is the benefit of having been here all week, whether it was, I'm not going to remember everybody's name, Candace, Latice, Dana, Tracy, Patricia, Stephanie, with all the edible spreadsheets that was created. You all have done so much. And I want you to acknowledge that what you are doing in your daily work, but more importantly, to name what you're becoming. I want you to name it. I want you to claim it. I want you to walk it. And I want you to talk it. And the way that you're going to win is you're going to know yourself, you're going to grow yourself, and you're going to show yourself. And then you're going to win. So let's dive into that right now. So all throughout history, women, young girls, I will say, of all races and cultures are sown these seeds of misdirection. These seeds of misdirection are sprinkled in our mind. They're poured into our spirit, and they act as if they're being helpful, telling us these things. Like, girls can't really do math. Black people can't be hedge fund managers. A woman can't be a pilot. Women won't make good doctors. A Latina woman will never make a good CEO, and on and on and on. And if you got a telescope for Christmas because you wanted to be a scientist, somebody may have taken that away and say, let's get you an easy bake oven instead. Then you come to realize that it's not because we can't win. It's because others that seem to have the power over us really don't want us to win, except in rare cases. So hurdles get set up, and we play according to the rules that have been set up by others who don't want us to win. We are plagued with unclear objectives. That's happened to me. We have been plagued with lack of timely feedback. You don't get the feedback in time to be able to have a good performance review. Our compensation is not equitable, right? That we have things that are expected of us that are higher than our peers. I know that because I've been there. And so what happens is these tiny little seeds that were planted. Next slide, please. Sorry about that. So these are the hurdles that come in front of us. And with unclear expectations, there are boulders that are in our way, alligators in the swamp. There are things that are in our way that prevent us from being able to win. And we didn't put them there. There are people who don't want us to win, put them there. But the next slide comes. And those little tiny seeds and whispers that are in our ear, they grow up with us to be these tall trees that you see on the screen of what we now know is imposter syndrome. So if we start thinking we want to be a math major or we want to do technology, we are immediately brought back to when we were 8 years old, or in my case, when I was 16 years old, when I was told that I would never be anything more than a secretary. Imposter syndrome stymies our growth. It poisons our passion, and it quenches our purpose and makes our professionalism less doable and less achievable. But none of you all would be here if you dropped your mic. None of you would be here if you silenced your voice. None of you would be here if you hid your superpowers and your gifts from the world. Because when that happens, not only do you deprive the world, you give up your power and you shrink. Every time you don't ask a question in a meeting, every time you don't pursue the job that you were already 95% ready for because you weren't 110% ready. Every time we apologize for looking a mess on Zoom. Every time we don't understand your value when you're negotiating your salary. Every time you say, this may be a dumb question, but every time you don't pursue your dream, every time you say to someone, I won't take up your mind, take up much of your time, that's a tree of imposter syndrome that's getting in your way. And it's time to stop it. To my high school counselor, I didn't look like somebody who could be the CEO of our own company. I didn't look like somebody who could have be the highest ranking African-American in IT for a $100 billion company like GE was. I looked more like I should take care of someone's children. I looked more like I should be on a pancake box. I looked more like I should cook their food. And I started to believe that of myself. Go on to the next slide, please. So we have to start with knowing yourself. And that to me is the foundation of leadership. That's the foundation of everything. Before you can lead anyone else effectively, before I could have led anybody myself, I had to understand who I was, not the version of myself that I think others want to see, not the carefully curated and coiffed professional persona that I had built to fit in spaces that I wasn't meant to belong in. The real me, the real you, your actual strength, your genuine values, your authentic leadership, and the unique perspective that only you, your combination of your experiences and your background and your brilliance can bring into a room. And when you come into that room, that brightness comes into that room with you. So I'm asking all of us to say to ourselves that knowing myself is my power. And I'm going to tell you something that might just surprise you. And I kind of hinted at it before. My high school guidance counselor told me when I went to see him, I think I was a sophomore or a junior, he said, Daphne, you should not go to college. And he said that because he thought he knew me. I thought he knew me. After all, he was my high school counselor and he's getting paid to tell us what to do. He didn't say, Daphne, it's going to be tough. He didn't say I'd have to work hard. He said, Daphne, it's pretty much impossible for you to go to college. And so those were his exact words. He said that you won't get in. And if you get in, you won't graduate. Something will go wrong where you won't make it. And if you do graduate, please turn the next page. And if you do get in, you won't make it. You won't graduate. And somebody does help you graduate, you won't get hired. Those were his exact words. That dog whistle of empowerment was in full effect, blowing in my ears all day long. What did he recommend that I do? He recommended that I become a secretary instead. And I figured, like I said, that he knew me. I figured that what I was capable of, how far I would not go, well, he must know. He knew me better than I knew myself. He put limits and he put labels on me. And you know what? I listened to him. That was a stark example of how I learned to accept no. I accepted no. My sisters, I accepted the status quo because the status quo was not for us to go to college. So he enrolled me in a 2-week secretarial school, and I already knew how to do typing. I'm not sure if you all know what shorthand is, but shorthand is something that I knew how to do because I expected I was going to go to college and I was going to take shorthand. And I was going to listen to the professor's notes and take notes. And I was going to type that up and I was going to get all A's in college. Little did I know that that was not what he had planned for me. I was a perfect candidate for being a secretary. So I had expected that I was going to win in college, but it didn't happen that way. So go on to the next slide, please. And so you'll see this looks like pretty much the bullpen that I was in. I went to work for Women's Day magazine in downtown Chicago. And when I started to do my secretarial job, that's the magazine you'll see in the right-hand corner. I was horrible. I said to myself, there is no way that God has got me doing this job for the rest of my life, right? And so when one day, something clicked, I had done some bad typing, typing up of what he had said. It was just a horrible time. There was jokes. There were all white men. They were laughing at the women that were in this role that I was playing. And I said, why am I sitting here typing up somebody else's ideas when I could be the one dictating strategy? That's when I decided that I should not be a secretary, that I'm going to have a secretary instead. And that was the beginning of me knowing myself. That was the foundation of my future. Next slide. So has anybody, and I ask you all to say in your chat, has anybody ever underestimated you? If anybody's ever underestimated you, say yes. And then the second question that goes with that is, even if they underestimated you, did you internalize that and believe that underestimation, even just a little? Say yes again if that's true. When other people's low expectations become the script in our head that we act out, that's where the real danger is. But here's the shift. My mother said to me, Daphne, whatever has your mind has you. Whoever has your mind has you. If doubt has your mind, you will hesitate. You will be unsure and you won't take that leap. And you guys may know that if you don't leap, you'll never reach. But if belief has your mind, then that has you, and you will become unstoppable. If that silly boy, she said to me, Sean, sitting on that front porch down the street, has your mind, you'll be that silly girl sitting right next to silly Sean, and he's going to have your mind for life. It was at that moment that I changed my mind, and then I changed my life. And as the word says, be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. And I'm here to tell you guys, everything that you do, everything we learned this week, everything that you're going to do on Monday morning is going to be because of what you tell yourself in your mind. There can be no transformation without reimagination. You've got to reimagine where your mind is taking you. Next slide, please. So, yeah, I did get into college. I did graduate. I said, I'm not going to be a secretary. I'm going to have one. And yeah, I got my bachelor's degree in 3 years instead of 4. And I decided, well, let me find more. I can do more than this. Let me go and get my MBA. I got my MBA in 1 year instead of 2. And then I did get a job. Unlike what he told me, I got a job with IBM as a systems engineering trainee, and my journey began. And so I was blessed, y'all, with a great career. I grew at gold standard companies. I had amazing responsibilities and great titles. So now I sit on boards, I teach, I coach, and of course, I do one of my favorite things, which is to talk with groups like that's on this summit today. But here's the lesson. Knowing yourself is not just about confidence and being, having confidence in where you're going and what you're going to do. It's about having clarity on what matters to you, what matters most to you. You guys heard a lot of stuff this week. We've heard a lot of things going on this week. What is going to be clear in our mind that's going to allow us to know ourselves so that we can then grow ourselves, so that we can then have value extracted from us so we can show ourselves. It's also about doing the deep work to uncover our purpose, to uncover our values, to uncover our power. You guys have all been here this week and seeking perspectives and insight and guidance and mentorship, role modeling, getting more clear on what's possible. So you are looking to live your life by choice and not by chance. And that's what this taught me about knowing myself. So let's get into what the three things are, and you'll find this in my book, at least 3 parts of knowing yourself. It's your purpose, it's your phase of life, and it's your prioritized 5 F's. So let's go on to the next slide. The next slide. We're going to cover our purpose, we're going to cover our phases, and we're going to cover our 5 F's. So let's go on to the next slide. If you know your purpose, I'd like for you to type yes in the chat. So I'm going to come back and I want to look at what you guys say. Your purpose is extremely important. It's everything. Your purpose is where your passion and your superpower meet, right? So you have to ask yourself about passion. What do I love to do so much that I would do it for free? Whatever that is, that's your passion. But I'm so good at it that people should pay me anyway. That's your superpower. And when you put that passion of what you love along with what you're great at, that together becomes your purpose. Your purpose is that thing that makes you feel both fulfilled and useful. And if you're not living in that zone, you're just kind of going through the motion and you're surviving. You're not really thriving. Einstein says that everybody is a genius. I say that everybody has a superpower. But you know what? I'm not Einstein. So he goes on to say that if you judge a fish by how well it climbs a tree, that fish will feel stupid for the rest of its life. Why? Because climbing a tree is not the purpose of that fish. What does a fish really do well? It swims fast, it breathes underwater, it's very agile, and yeah, it's dinner. It becomes dinner for us. Okay, that's true. But a fish does not know how to climb a tree. And so I want us to stop climbing trees. I want us to make sure that we're clear on what we are here to do, because it's our purpose, and that is the link between our passion and our superpower. So stop climbing trees. I want you to swim in your zone of genius in your purpose. Let's go on to the next slide. There are 3 main phases that are in our lives. 3 main phases. One is you learn all you can. The second phase is you earn all you can. And the third phase is you return all you can. I'm in the return all I can phase of my life, but let me talk about what they are. When you learn all you can, that's when you're going to school, obviously. You're building your intellectual capital, you're acquiring knowledge, you're acquiring skills, and as you learn, you will teach. And you will take what you are learning and you'll build on it. You'll get better and more knowledgeable and more experienced. You're going to learn industries. You're going to learn value chain and supply chain. You're going to learn global processes. You're going to learn event planning. You're going to learn AI. You're going to learn digital. You're going to learn how to motivate, right? You're going to learn how to grow people, how to drive continuous improvement. That's learning all you can. The second phase in our life is we got to earn all we can. That happens when you have learned a lot, but you now are converting what you learned into financial capital. First, it's intellectual capital. Then you're going to take that intellectual capital and then you're going to convert it into financial capital. by delivering value. You're going to extract that value from yourself, and you're going to trade your skills for money. That's really how we do it, right? That's what we do every day, y'all. We trade what we know to help our companies in exchange for compensation. If you're not continually learning, you will not continually earn. When you learn more, you know more. And when you know more, you do more. When you do more, you will earn more. So when you're finished learning and earning all you can, then it's time to return all you can. That's the phase I mentioned I'm in. I'm using my experience. I'm using my money. I'm using my intellectual capital. I'm using my accumulated wisdom. I'm using my talent. I'm using capital. I'm a angel investor, and I'm using capital to pour into people, into companies, to mentor others, into people, into families, into churches. And when you return all you can, you are then helping people to go back to learn all they can, so they can earn all they can, so they too can return all they can. Why is this important? It's important because it allows you to help be attuned to your current phase. It helps you know where to put your energy. It helps you know where to put your investment. It helps you know where to spend your time and your relationships. When I was in my 30s and I was focused on earning all I can, I sought to build my relationship skills and become a great digital leader. I'm a technologist by trade. I've been in technology since 1979, and I wanted to get better and better as a digital leader. So more opportunities would come to me so I could keep making the bank, and earn better compensation would come my way. But now that I'm almost 70 years old, I am prioritizing returning all I can by legacy building through mentoring people, helping people prepare to serve on boards, and motivational conversations. All three of those can happen at the same time. They coexist. I just happen to be skewed. I'm not done learning. I'm not done earning, but I am still earning, but I am returning right now. This will help us have the right mindset and know the right priorities. And it is, at the end of the day, all about mindset. Let's go on to the next slide. This is the last part I'll cover on knowing yourself. Knowing yourself is about the 5 F's. And you'll read about it in my book. And when I was going through my first marriage, I was a public success, or so I thought, and I was a private failure because I didn't know that all these things mattered. Your faith, your finances, your fitness, your family, and furthering your career. That 5th F is basically your career. And I recovered. I got laid off from IBM when I was there, and I was going through a divorce at the same time, right? And so I was so focused on my career, and I thought I had it going on, but I really didn't. They ended up letting me go. But at the same time, I ended up realizing that I wasn't nurturing my family. I wasn't nurturing my relationship with my husband. And so my faith went to pieces. My family crashed. My job went down the drain. And I just didn't know that these things were something that you really had to nurture. So I wanted to make sure you all know that you've got glass jars and glass balls that you see here, that you can't do them all at the same time, but you got to recognize which, based on the phase of life that you're in, which is most important to you. What happened to me later on after I got my divorce and I ended up getting laid off from IBM, and then I joined Johnson & Johnson, I ended up becoming a director at J&J. Somebody called me and invited me to become a vice president of IT at Neutrogena out in California. I remember what I did before, where I focused all my time on my career. And I realized at that time that my son was a sophomore or junior in high school, much like I was when I was told that I would never make it in college. And when they asked me to become a vice president and leave my son to go to California, I told them no, that I can't do that, because my son will never have another chance, and I will never see him go to get his SAT prep. I will never see him get ready for college again. But I know that they will always offer me another job. I will always have another opportunity to get promoted to be a vice president. So I had to realize that of these F's, that the most important one at that time was my family, was my son. And so what I want you guys to do is, when you think about your 5 F's, prioritize them based on what mode you're in right now. What are your 5 F's and what order are they in? How healthy are they? Is your faith pretty healthy, but your finances are not? If your finances are not healthy, you need to put your finances on a performance improvement plan. If your family is not doing so well because you promised you were going to take them to dinner every Friday, or you're going to attend your son's soccer game every weekend, and you're not doing it, and it's a top priority for you, then you need to get your family F onto a performance improvement plan. Y'all know what a PIP is. We've had to go through it. We've heard people go through it. When you're not doing well, this is how you need to get back in shape. And maybe you'll have 2 rubber balls. 2 of your F's might be rubber. The other 3 will be glass. You don't drop those glass balls, because that is important based on where you are in your life right now. I hope that makes sense, and I'm hoping that I'm helping somebody. Let's go on to the next slide. So when you are knowing yourself, you're leading with intention, you're prioritizing wisely, and you will live in alignment with yourself. You'll know what matters. You'll know who you are. You'll know your purpose, your values. You're not going to just take any road. Not any road is going to get you there. The road that lines up with your passion and your superpowers will get you there. And that's where your power lives. Let's go on to the next slide. So let me ask you all a question. Would you ever buy an iPhone that has the 2010 version of iOS on it, or the 2015, or even the 2020 version of iOS on it? An old iOS? Of course not. Of course, the answer is no. You would say no. Why is that? That's because it's not relevant. It's out of date. So here's the follow-up question I have. Are you trying to run your career, start your business in 2026 with a 2015 or 2010 version of yourself? Ooh, ouch, right? And I'm sure we're not doing that, but I want to make sure you know not to do that. We are the most valuable product we will ever manage. And yet we sometimes let ourselves stagnate like a carton of milk in the back of your refrigerator. The expired date was 2 weeks ago. The use by date was 2 weeks ago. The date when that carton of milk was going to be relevant was 2 weeks ago. Or the use by date was 2 weeks ago. The leaders who win long term are not the ones who arrive at a certain level and just stop. They are the ones who never stopped investing in themselves, in their own growth. Even when, especially, nobody was looking for them to grow, they just knew that it was important for them to grow themselves. I want you all to think about growth. I want you to think about, well, what can you grow in? Grow in your industry knowledge, grow in your digital literacy, grow in understanding your customer mindset, grow in M&A, understand your competition, but grow yourself and don't be like a carton of milk. Next slide is what I say is how you think differently. It's a breakthrough thought. When you read my book, you'll see that I believe that we can learn a lot from companies. We can learn a lot from products. And I like to approach my opportunities by thinking of myself as a product. You could be a dating app. You could be the Tesla car. You could be a Viking stove. You could be an iPhone, whatever it is. Think about yourself as a product. And when you are a product, know that you have a market. Just like Tesla is a product and it has a market. A box of Cheerios has a market. Not everybody likes box of Cheerios, but there's somebody who does, right? Our market may be our CEO. Our market might be our internal teams if we're in HR. Our market might be our external customer if we're in sales. But there is somebody who has what you have to offer. I want you to understand who your market is and what they need to do and get from you in order to win. Because you know what happens? When your people win, when your CEO wins, when your customer wins, when your marketplace wins, that's when you win. If you are in HR, your product might be, I deliver developed people. I develop capital people in the company. If you are in sales, your product may deliver revenue, right? And you may increase market share. So think about what your role is and say, who is my market and what do they need? And based on what they need, that's what I have to give them. How else are you like a product? You're like a product because you have a value and a price. So I'm willing to pay so much money for a Tesla because that's how much value I believe it is. But would I ever pay $2 million for a Tesla? No. because I don't believe it has that much value. When you think about your value is your compensation. How much are you paid? That's your salary, that's your bonus, that's your stock options, that's your comp from your customers. You have to make sure that the value you deliver is higher than the price they're paying. If they're paying you $50 per hour, your value better be $100 an hour. Don't let your value be $10 an hour, but they're paying you $50. Because when that happens, you get taken off the shelf. You will not be bought by anybody because your value is not as high as your price. When you look at yourself as a product, you have competition. The iPhone has Samsung. Home Depot has Lowe's. Coca-Cola has Pepsi, right? Products have competition. How are you staying ahead of your competition? And then finally, products improve over time. I am at version 6.0 of my career. There's iOS is right now at version 23 point something. iOS is at 23. Where did it start? It started at 1, then it went to 2, then it went to 3, then it went on and on and on and on. It continued to improve itself. Think of yourself like a product. All of these products, iPhones, Coca-Cola, have always improved themselves over time. So I want you to think about yourself. Are you a version 3 leader, but your role really requires a version 5 leader? Think about that. There are many ways that we are like a product, but the point is you got to have the mindset to change so that you can look at yourself differently and that you will behave differently. And when you behave differently, you will have different outcomes. Okay, next slide. Learn all you can from everyone you can. I'm still part of this part of knowing yourself, and you're going to start having to grow yourself. Learn all you can from everyone that you can. You learned from the summit today. There are stakeholder types, role models, mentors, sponsors, AI. There's AI agents. There's coaches. There's accountability buddies. There's investors. There's teams. Know who you need to have on your team and make sure they can influence what's going on around you and that they're interested in helping you as well. So learn all you can from everyone you can. And I do say something in my book that says, if they're helping you, keep the meat and spit out the bones. Not everything people tell you is going to work for you, but you have to know what will work for you. And then what doesn't work, get rid of it. Not everything that they say is going to matter. Not everything they say is going to help, but you need instruction. We are not here by ourselves or for ourselves, and there are other people that are here for us. When you look at Head, Heart, and Guts, this is a book that I encourage you guys to read. This is how you're going to know how to grow yourself. When you look at your head, when your head says that you have business acumen, that you're prepared, you're strategic, you know how to run a business, but you also need heart. You also need to be collaborative. You need to be empathetic with other people. And when you look at guts, that gut says that you know how to walk away. You know how to challenge the status quo. You know how to speak up. You know how to launch a business, and you know how to walk away from what will no longer serve you. So at the head, heart, and guts, you must make sure that you are growing your capability. And so I'm sorry, I keep forgetting I did not go to the next slide. There we go. I'm kind of talking off in my head. So when you look at head, when you look at heart, when you look at guts, we need to be a holistic leader. Are we technologically savvy? Do we understand our business? That's our head. When you look at our heart, do we have compassion for people? Do we care about other people? Are we collaborative? Do we want to help others? When you look at guts, that says, do we have the ability to walk away? Can we challenge the status quo? Can we say no when somebody asks us something that is not appropriate? I encourage you guys to actually go and read this book. And so then let me go on to showing yourself. The next slide is showing yourself. This is where you make your value visible. And this is where I've seen so many talented, capable, brilliantly qualified women, Black women and other women get stuck. We do the work, we develop the skills, we check the box, we deliver outstanding results, and then we stay invisible. We wait to be noticed. We wait to be tapped on the shoulder, hoping that somebody in some position of power is going to recognize what we bring to the table and extend that invitation for us to rise. Let me tell you about Harvey Coleman. The next slide is about it, that it's more than just performance. My mother told me, Daphne, she told me a lot of things. And one of the things she said, Daphne, if you do your job good, your boss is going to notice and you're going to get promoted, you're going to get paid well or whatever. And I would say that was true in the beginning part of my career. In the first 2, maybe 3 years, I had to perform really well. But then Harvey Coleman came into my life. He wrote a book. You look on the lower left-hand side of the screen. It says, Empowering Yourself, Organizational Games Revealed. And he wrote this book that says that if you can imagine a circle that you see right there on your screen, there's 3 slices to that circle. There's a performance slice, there's an image slice, and there's an exposure slice, right? So how big each slice is depends on your level of maturity in your business. But let's say right now, they're all equal size slices. Among other things, Harvey teaches us that life, whether it be working for a corporation, whether it be working in the government, running your business, it amounts to a game. That's a reason why I encourage people to win when they say you won't, because there is competition. It is a game that you play. Those on the bottom of the organization will have fewer and fewer opportunities as the organization gets narrow as he goes to the top. But anyway, he says at the performance level, do your job well. Everybody, do your job. Deliver early. Deliver under value. Deliver with higher quality than anybody expected. Deliver bigger. It was just supposed to be in the Midwest. Make it the Midwest and the South. Find a way to do more than was expected. When you understand what success looks like, you or your boss will understand that you have delivered more than you were supposed to. But that's performance. Performance is necessary. You will not win if you don't perform, but that's not enough. The second part of that pie is I, which is your image. This is your brand. Do you show up as the leader that you want to be seen as? When you think about the leader you want to be seen as, yes, it is about how you look. It is about conforming to what is expected of you to look like in your job. Very much like the NBA, before they have to go to a game, they have to dress a certain way before they show up in the stadium, right? So very similarly, you have to make sure that your look fits the culture of the organization, if that's where you want to be and if that's what's required. But the second thing that's more important or as important as how you look, it's your brand and your image. When people know you're going to be in a meeting, do they get excited or are they angry? Will you add value to the meeting? Oh, Daphne's coming to our meeting? Oh my God, I think I'm going to call in sick that day because she's always late. Daphne's always complaining. She never helps anybody. She always blames everybody for what's going wrong. Or Daphne's coming to the meeting tomorrow. Oh my God, I can't wait. She's so helpful. She's so funny. She's creative and she loves what we do. She loves our customers. She loves all of us. Same person. Which way are you viewed? That is your image. And when people know that you're coming to the meeting, your brand shows up at the meeting before you do. That is your image. You got to know how you're being perceived. That's when you do the Hogan test, when you do your Myers-Briggs, you do Johari's window. Find out how you are being perceived by others. The third pie slice is your exposure. This is a game changer for me. The E is your exposure to the power players that can help your career. And it may be whether you're working in a corporation or you have your own business, it's the government, it's anybody that has the ability to have a voice and can speak on your behalf. If you are not in Zoom and if you're not in the room, who's speaking on your behalf? Whoever that is the exposure you need to continue to foster and nurture over time. Because you don't get pushed into a promotion, you get pulled up by people. So Daphne, she speaks Spanish. She knows supply chain and distribution and manufacturing. I think she should be the one that goes to our Brazil site and open up our new distribution center. But if I'm not known, if they don't know Daphne, they will never talk about Daphne. And if they never talk about Daphne, Daphne will never be considered for that opportunity. So you get pulled up to a new level. You don't push yourself up. And as decision makers that you have in your life, make sure that they know what it is that you're trying to do. So at your stage in life, in our stage in life, exposure is about 70% of that pie, because you're already performing. You're already doing your job. You probably already know what your image needs to be like in order to work very successfully in your corporation. It's your exposure. Do the right people know you? Are they advocating for you? Do they value you? And are you visible to the people that have the power to say your name, to speak your name in a room full of opportunities? Make sure you do. Here's something called the glass cliff. This is still part of showing yourself. I told you, my mom said, do a good job, they'll notice you. Okay, not at this stage in my life, that was not true. So I joined Johnson & Johnson as a director, and I felt like I was a director for what seemed like 10 years. I was so tired of being I was a director, then a senior director, but I never made it to vice president. So I went to one of my sponsors, her name, remember, we got to have sponsors, learn all we can from everyone that we can. So Karen was my sponsor. And actually her name really was Karen Citra. And so she was my sponsor. And I said, Karen, I'm so tired of being a director. When am I going to get promoted in order to be a vice president? She said, Daphne, here's what's going to take for you. You're going to have to take on something that is highly visible, highly valuable, and darn near impossible. I said, impossible? What? What do you mean impossible? I don't have a death wish. Highly visible, I get. Highly valuable, I guess I get that too. But impossible, it sounded like a death wish. But after I thought about it, I said, you know what? I've been told impossible before. I was told that I would never make it into college. I was told that I would never graduate. And I realized that impossible is not the word. The word is really inevitable. It's just a matter of time. So I said, okay, I'll take it. And so I went back to my office and talked to the CEO. And I said, I'd like to take a project that really is critical for this company. So I did it. I took an impossible job. I led the global transformation of a sales operation within orthoclinical diagnostics within J&J, something I had never done before, but I knew that I had the chops to do it. And I delivered. I didn't just perform. I showed myself, right? As a result of showing myself, I got promoted, not just once, but I got promoted 3 times at Johnson & Johnson. And what that's called is called leaping off the glass cliff. It can be dangerous because if you don't make it, you could kill your career. That's what happens when you jump off of a cliff, but it's very visible. And that's what happens to a lot of women. A lot of women are given glass cliff opportunities. She's not new anymore, the CEO of Boeing, is the only woman that's ever been the CEO of Boeing. She got that job because of the issues that Boeing had with the men that were CEO of Boeing. But that's a glass cliff opportunity. She'll probably do very well because we women, we usually do. But I had to show them that I could perform. I had to make sure that I had the right image of what they were looking for in a leader before they would promote me. And showing myself got me the exposure to the people who could make promotion decisions and career changing and career enhancing decisions. That is the glass cliff. And so I'm going to leave you with this one last slide about something called kintsugi. And then I'll move on to see if there's any questions. Kintsugi is the Japanese art of repairing broken pottery with gold. I know you all have probably seen this before, right? You've seen it that they take 14 karat or 18 karat gold, and whenever pottery is cracked, they take the cracks and they heal the cracks with gold. And they don't hide the cracks. They highlight the cracks because the cracks tell the story of resilience. The scars make the vessel more valuable than it was before. So when I think about you, I ask you, what's your gold? Has it been your layoff? Did you get divorced? Were you in the red during the first 2 years of your business? Do you have inability to scale your company? The job you didn't get? The time that you failed? Those are your kintsugi moments. There are different, as you see these pictures here, there's one in red where they have a little bit of failure. They haven't failed very much. Because they haven't failed very much, they may not have a whole lot to share. But then you see in the other bowls that are there, they have a lot of gold. These people failed a lot. They went through a lot of moments of kintsugi, and they have a lot to share. When I think about myself, I think about, my cancer that I had 5 years ago. And I would say I'm that gray bowl with that big piece of gold, right? And that big piece of gold may have represented my cancer that I had 5 years ago. And when I think about that, I have a lot to share. I have a lot of hope to share with other people that cancer is not a death sentence. And there's ways that you can win even when you have had cancer. There's ways that you can win even if you have gotten laid off. There's ways that you can win even if you don't know how you're going to make it yet another day. So when you show yourself, don't just show the glossy headshot, show the gold that's in your cracks, because people want to know that you're resilient. They're going to know that you have scars that show you know how to make it and you know actually how to win. So if I could go to the next slide, we won't go through these slides. I want you to know that you can actually go to the next slide. You can go through something called edit. My edit approach is how I look at products, how I look at people, how I look at companies. That is the personal development life cycle of how you go from doing something, a transaction, to going to becoming what it is that you want to become. You know yourself as you envision your future. Where are you trying to go? What are your strengths? What are your capabilities? What's your superpower? Then you design your approach and you iterate by growing yourself. What's your plan of action? How are you going to grow yourself and iterate and make sure you test and you measure and you learn based on the market feedback, your CEO's feedback, your employees' feedback? That's your market. Don't forget, you have a market. And then once you do what you came to do, you will transform yourself and you will transform your environment into doing amazing things. So I won't go through these slides that kind of tell you what it has to offer, but these are the 4 steps as you go through. How do you make sense out of what you heard this week? Envision where you're going to go, design what your approach is going to be, prioritize, know your 5 F's. All of the things I told you about today are embedded in the edit personal development life cycle. And this is the same cycle that developers that write apps and write programs and payroll apps and dating apps, this is the same approach that they use of how to take an app and how to make it better and how to make it better and improve over time. Okay, let me stop there, and I think I may have one more slide. Yeah, let me take this one last slide. Go on to the one where it's about you see the carrot and the egg and the coffee bean. And then I'm going to turn it over to Natalia if she has any comments. So before I leave you guys today, I just want you all to know something, that at some point in your life, everyone or someone's going to tell you what you cannot do. They'll say the opportunity is too big. They'll say you need to get gray hair because you're too young. They'll say the timing is wrong. They'll say that the room wasn't designed for you. But here's what I want you to remember. You do not need permission to pursue your purpose. You do not need to be validated of your superpower. They are your superpowers. You do not need anyone's permission or permission to prosper or approval to win. Because when a woman truly knows herself, when we know ourselves and when we grow ourselves and we have the courage to show ourselves to the world, something extraordinary happens. We stop shrinking to fit the environment around ourselves, right? We start to change it. Just like when you think about a carrot that goes into hot water. If it's in hot water, it goes in hard and tough and strong. But after 20 minutes, that carrot is soft and it's like baby food. It's malleable. But then when an egg goes into hot water, it goes in soft and pliable. But after 20 minutes, that egg becomes hard and bitter. But when you think about coffee beans, when the coffee bean goes in the water, what happens? The coffee bean changes the water. We have that same opportunity to become greater, to not be the carrot, to not be the egg, but to be the coffee bean and to help other people to change as well. So I'll leave you this one message. And when people say you won't, when they say you can't, when they say it's impossible, don't spend your energy trying to convince them. Just smile and then go forward and win anyway. Win boldly, win unapologetically, and win in a way that opens the door for the brilliant women that are coming behind us. Because once you decide who you are and who you are becoming, what once felt impossible will now become inevitable. Know yourself, grow yourself, show yourself, and win. Thank you.
Well, hello. Thank you, Miss Daphne. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I didn't have the pleasure of meeting you in person. We've been texting, although I haven't met you in person. I'm Shy.
Hi,
So-
Shy.
Hi, nice to meet you. Would you ladies like to introduce yourselves?
I'm Cheryl. We met.
Hi, Cheryl. It's good to see you. Thanks for all of your help on Monday.
My name is Michelle, and I too wasn't here on Monday, but for what I heard today, I really need to listen to what you said on Monday. So thank you.
Thank you. God bless you all.
And so speaking of Mondays, today is the last day of our summit. There's lots of great comments that are coming into the chat. Everybody loved you and loved everything that you had to say. I've got notes up the wazoo, and so I've got a lot of work to do myself. Love the book. First question, though, before I get to the Monday question. First question is edit in your book?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if you get the book, I break down at all 4 phases of edit. So if you look at this one is called envision. That's the first letter in edit. This
Okay.
is edit, is envision, design, iterate, and transform. So each part of my book covers each section of edit.
Perfect. And so we do have the QR code, ladies, on the screen. So if you would like to go ahead and order Miss Jones' book, feel free to do so. It's up there for you. Okay, so last day of the summit, we've had a ton of information. You just went there and brought it all together for us. What should be something that we should either be thinking about over the weekend, or what should be the first thing that we do come Monday?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of reflection time. You guys took a lot of notes, or maybe you took a lot of pictures, or you've got videos of the slides, or whatever it is. You need to reflect and understand what hits you the hardest, because there's a lot that y'all got. We got a lot.
Mhm.
I don't know how I'm going to do it, but we have a lot. And so you have to reflect on what hits you the most. But as you're reflecting on that, it needs to be in context. It needs to be in context of, well, what am I here for? What am I trying to achieve? Because you can have 20 things that hit you, but only 2 or 3 things that really matter. So you have to understand what's going to matter the most based on your purpose. And I think I actually have a slide. If you all want to show it or not, I can just talk to it. Understand what your purpose and your vision is. Where are you going? Where do you hope to go? Are you on the track that you want to go? Or if you don't have your purpose, if you don't have your vision, then that's where you have to start. Because if you don't have that, then anything that you heard, you'll love it all. So you have to understand that. So that's understanding where you're going. The second thing is then prioritizing. And I believe in using AI. You can use the slide before this one, maybe. No, go backwards. Yeah, that one right there. So knowing where you're going, you have to know that. Because otherwise, any road will get you there. And that's not what we want. But then you got to prioritize. I heard 20 things. I heard 30 things. And I wrote them down. And I think of all the things that I heard, these 5 things are going to affect me the most. And that's why I say use AI. Use AI like you've lost your mind. Use AI and prioritize what I call your plan of action. You have to have a plan of action. A vision without a plan is still just a dream. So you have to actually have a plan of action. That's what POA means. And then create your objectives and key results. I talk about all this in the book. You got to have objectives. What are my objectives? What does winning mean to me? And then when you do that, then you have to say, now who's going to be on my team? Because I need people who are in my corner. I need people who are in my circle. And there are people that I worked with that I would never have in my circle or my corner, but there are people that you want to have. Do you need a coach? Do you need an accountability buddy? Do you need a sponsor? And I define what a sponsor is. I define what a mentor is. I define what an accountability buddy is, because you're going to need some help. We can't do it by ourselves. Learn all you can from everyone you can. And when you have that stakeholder map that you create, then you're going to say, okay, I've got 3 people that I got to get, in my circle to get on my team. And then you start to execute on something. You start with one thing. I have something in my book called BOMO No. It's like somebody told me they use something called wigs and pigs, wildly important goals and pretty important goals. That's how you prioritize. And I use BOMO No, your bold, audacious objectives. That's your BOs. You're only going to have 2 or 3 of those. You're going to have your MOs, which is your moderate objectives. They're sort of important, but they're not as important as your BOs. And your no's are your non-essential objectives. Those are your no, and no means no. You either delegate them, you discard them, you delay them. But you got to know what is going to be your top objectives and not try to do everything, because that's how women fail, is we try to do everything at the same time. And we can have everything, but just not at the same time. So when you do your performance, then you meet and adjust your image. Like, am I performing the way I should? Is my image the way it should be? Do people think that I'm helpful? Do they think that I'm not helpful? Because how you show up to your customers, to your peers, to your boss, to your vice president, to your board, that all matters. Your image is everything, and your exposure. You go in there and you test, measure, and you learn. So those are the things that you got to do. And I'd say in this order on Monday morning, but you got to reflect first on what you heard. And you start with understanding your purpose and what your vision is for you.
Beautiful.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you so much. And on behalf of everyone here that's part of the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit, I want to thank you very much for sponsoring us on Monday. That was such a privilege. Thank you for doing the interview with Sin. I'm seeing in the comments, there are those that are dying to go back and re-listen to that, I know I will be re-listening to this replay, and I took a gazillion notes, and I'm getting your book. Please
show the office hours thing. I don't know if
I'm just going to mention that we have the QR code up for the office hours. We have the QR code up for the book as well. So be sure to engage with Ms. Daphne. Okay, so the office hours are currently up on the screen now as part of the QR code.
I can see that. I just want everybody to know that part of my thing is learn all you can, earn all you can, return all you can. I'm returning all I can, and I'm going to give you guys my social media person, Rashawn, for the office hours. It's free. You all sign up. I don't know where the QR code is, but sign up.
On the screen above your head.
Okay. How do you get
on your left?
How do you show yourself? How do you show yourself? She's going to show you how to show yourself, because without showing yourself, nobody will know who you are.
Wonderful.
Also, if you can just put the link in the chat to the office hours, because Daphne's underplaying it. She's an incredibly busy lady. And you have definitely given it back and paid it forward to us, Daphne, and we're truly grateful. So, ladies, again, this is not just some random thing that you are being given. This is a level of information that usually you would not have such great access to, and for free. Okay, Daphne has put office hours together, and she's given you access to her own strategist that has helped her become visible, and she works with and will also be popping into those sessions. So please make sure that you sign up. The link is in the chat, and the QR code is also
both links for the book.
Both links are now in the chat as well. The book and the office hours. And I know that I'm going to be joining some of those office hours, Daphne. I can't wait. And I've actually started reading the book, so I'm definitely going to be doing a review. And thank you so much for my signed copy.
Hey.
Much appreciated.
Oh, nice.
So thank you for being here, Clackin.
Oh, fantastic. Phenomenal.
Thank you so much. I have no other words. Just thank you. Keep doing what you do. And I'm sure we will all be meeting again sometime soon.
See you before next year.
Yes,
okay.
Sure.
There's something called October, Daphne. October.
Yes.
We are definitely going to be meeting as well, Daphne. So I'll be reaching out.
I love you. You're all my sisters from a lot of other misters. So.
Well, Papa was a Rolling Stone, so
I like that one. I got a T-shirt too.
Put that on the T-shirt, please.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. So now we're ready to move on to our next speaker. We have talked, Michelle talked to us about having conversations and dates with our finances. We've had others throughout the week talk to us about wealth and creating wealth. Now we're moving on to Rosetta Bryson, who would talk to us not only about building wealth, but making it multiply. So let's bring to the stage Miss Rosetta.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bishop Rosetta Bryson. I'm the CEO of Simple Trader Pro, the biggest Black-owned woman-owned fintech on Wall Street. We specialize in fintech, edtech, and AI, one of the few companies that does it and does it well. We teach kids all over the country how to trade as if they're institutional traders and grown people nonetheless. We also have a side of the company that's asset management. Today, I'm glad to participate in the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, where we're going to share those perspectives, financial empowerment, discipline, and knowledge that it takes to translate your ordinary into extraordinary, and your extraordinary translates into great economic power. I'm honored to be part of the space with you, with women building, leading, teaching, shaping what the future can look like. And I want you to know you're part of that future. I look to see you there. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me? I believe that I'm on. Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can hear
Hey,
you.
hi.
Yes.
I
Hello.
was just saying, by the way, I remember when we met, Rosetta, and we had just such a brilliant energy. I'm looking at the wrong screen again,
Oh,
the camera.
there we go. Yeah.
I keep doing that. As soon as I heard your name, I was like, oh my God, I'm excited. I remember our first conversation that we had, and there was just an energy there. And then when I found out like what you did and the training, I don't want to give too much away, lady.
She said to talk.
Okay, cool. So I met this lady. So, okay, let me get into it. Let me spill the tea. So I'm sitting there in my office. My husband's in there and he's a trader. And then you came on board, and the ball of energy that you were when you spoke about everything that you learned about trading, the stocks, the market. And then we were talking about how you then got involved in fintech. You started your own training program. It's the largest training program owned by a Black female entrepreneur. Yeah, and it was just like, we've had quite a lot of conversations about building wealth. And one thing I do want to say, ladies, is that business can bring you success, and it will bring you success. You can make money from business, but it's what you do with your money and how you invest it to build wealth. So this is going to be a session that's completely off the hook. So I just wanted to come on, Rosetta, and just give you your flowers, because you're just amazing. I remember that conversation we had. We just connected.
Yes. First of all, so honored to be here today. If I have to say it one more time, the top 100 most powerful Black women virtual summit. Just an honor to be here. To all of you ladies that are on the main stage, hello. So glad that you're here. And I have so much that I want to say, but I want to first thank you for allowing me to be here and share. Because when we first spoke, I shared my story, and my story starts with a desire to have more than anyone else thought was ever possible. My desire is not just about me, but about Black women all over the world. And my aim in life, and I'm going to get to it at the end, is to create 1,000 millionaires. I'm way on my way to doing that. We have
Okay.
sticking our way to doing that. We have counted
Yeah,
down
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. 5 more.
We have, I believe, 41 that have followed me, the way that I teach, the way that I trade, and they are there. And so when I say that we teach trading, we do, but we trade every day. We have a virtual trade floor. We have 400 people on the floor on one side, and then we have the newer people on the other side. Those people who have been with me for over 10 years, because they understand that what we do, they understand the possibility of trading, and not just trading profitably. And so we teach that, we live that. And our other side that makes our company so different is we do asset management. We only work with conglomerates, and we work with nation states, and we take a little bit of their sovereign wealth fund, and what we do is we manage it for them. And so very glad about what we do. So, and very thankful. So glad to be here. To everyone on the stage, you just, first of all, what beautiful ladies. And I am grateful to be here. So if it's okay, I'm going to start. That's all right.
Leave you to it.
And so I'm just sort of a real type of girl. So just hang with me. I want to talk about capital confidence, commanding, and good. Someone's doing the framing. Good. Commanding the language of money, because that's the language I know, and I want every woman to know it. So again, good morning. And I want to start with a truth that's uncomfortable, but it's also freeing. We've been taught to earn money, but you have not been taught to command it. And I declare that in this season, you must command it. And when you don't command capital or money, you live your life negotiating for, with systems that do. So I'm not here today to talk about financial literacy at all. Don't care about that. The way we've been taught to think about it, budgeting, coupons, saving your money, save, shares, but we're not doing all that. I'm here to talk about financial power, because if I know anything about my sisters, and you all are sister, you work in power. And the ability to understand power, meaning capital, markets, decision-making, scaling, the decision to know that does a few things. First of all, it allows you to have confidence, because confidence changes your choices. Your choices change your outcome, and your outcome change your communities. And I believe you can do all three. We do it effortlessly. And let me just say, and I'm going to pause here, we do it so well it offends people. And so a lot of times we're wondering, why are people offended by us? They're offended because you walked in the room. But your anointing and the favor that you have on your life allows for it, because you have been tapped and assigned to do this. You're not just a Black girl by accident. You're not just a powerful Black woman by accident. You have been set there. That's your assignment in life. And so when you walk in that assignment, everything changes. So let me keep moving. So what happens is when you've been beat down or told you cannot, or have to wait, or have to jump through hoops, or hit the glass ceiling 100 times, the confidence sort of disappears. But the confidence gap is more expensive. That you cannot let that stop you, because a confidence gap is more expensive than a pay gap. And so we hear a lot about wages. And I want to just tell you, I listened to the last speaker. She is phenomenal. I just give a great big shout out to her. So we hear a lot about wage gaps, and we should. But there's another gap that quietly costs women of color. And it cost us decades, and it cost us wealth. And it's the confidence gap. Not a confidence in who we are as women, a confidence in the language of money, because if you don't know it, you can't speak it. And so when I'm talking about the language of money, I'm talking about markets, I'm talking about assets, I'm talking about risk, I'm talking about compounding, I'm talking about volatility, I'm talking about ownership, I'm talking about VWAP, I'm talking about derivatives, I'm talking about futures, I'm talking about all commodities, I'm talking about all of those things, because most of us women weren't told you should understand the market the way you understand your career. We weren't told that. And you need both. This I tell you, remember that little song, this I tell you, brother, you can't have one without the other. Because if not, you'll make money, but you won't know what to do with it. You'll make it, and as soon as it gets in your hands, it'll come out of your hands. And so I need you to interrupt, step up, ladder up into this next phase of who you are. You don't have to do anything new. You don't have to change anything you've already changed. When I tell people to come in and let me help you become a bona fide millionaire, to step up to the next level, it has nothing to do with what you've already accumulated. Matter of fact, I tell women, wherever you've got your money set so far, you've been at a job for 20 years, 10 years, 15 years, leave that alone. Let's start something new. And from the new thing, we have created over 40 some odd millionaires. And so for those of you who were told to be safe, who were told to save, who were told to work hard, if you work harder than anybody else, you'll get it, who were told to just hope and pray, I want you to know hope is not a strategy. And being careful is not a wealth plan. I need you to ladder up with people like me and create the door and kick the door in if it doesn't just open, so that you can walk into this next level and you can relax and live. I tell people at Simple Trader Pro, that's my company, one of many, that I can teach you three things. I can teach you to trade anywhere in the world. I can teach you how to trade and never lose your principal. And I can teach you how to trade your way out of ordinary to extraordinary so that you may dream. It cannot be just the rapper, the ball player that has 2 vacations a year. It cannot be just the extraordinary people. This plan and this ability to earn wealth is for everybody, but you've got to tap into it. So the first thing I want to tell you, second thing I want to tell you, that the market isn't just a boys' club. It's a language, and you have to know the language. So here's what no one is saying plainly. The market is not just for men. The market is for people who understand it. My job in life is to make sure more people of color, women especially, know how to understand the math, the language. I am a person who believes in the language is like math, like code, like law. My job in life is to help you to decode it. And if you do not speak the language of money or capital, you will always be on the receiving end of someone else's decisions, because there's something about having your own where your defiance sort of picks up. Not that we're not defiant anyway, where your confidence picks up to say, I don't have to take this. I don't have to live this way. I don't have to settle for less. I don't have to wait for a pay raise. I know what I have. And so that's the empowerment that I'm getting at. Not waiting for someone else to know you, figure you out, pat you on the shoulder, not running through hoops, not doing any of that. And so you don't need to become a hedge fund manager to understand markets, but you need to know what the markets are doing, because capital is deciding where schools get built, where jobs go, where neighborhoods rise up and some stay in the hood state, and which one gets the money and which one is ignored. That's what capital does. And so with capital comes confidence. And so one of the things that I also think, and why is this important? Let me just say this today. I'm a big believer in the language today. If you read the New York Times in New York City, the first thing that they have on is that the Department of War hedge myth, I don't want to mess up his name. He is over the Department of War. There were promotions to be given for a level 1, star 1, people in the Pentagon, people in the Army, and the people he threw off the list were Black women. Hear me today. 2 were Black and 2 were women. And I want you to know they did that on purpose, because he said, I don't think the president of the United States wants to stand next to a Black woman. The officers that were over the women refused to take their name off the list, because they had jumped through the hoops. They had did the work. They were excellent in their regard. And so you're going to promote some people, but you're not going to promote other people based on their color and based on their gender. This is still happening today. Today, as we speak, it was big in the newspapers. So I say this to you today. I need your confidence and your capital to be so great that whether they did that or not, whether they took away your promotion, whether they even demoted you or not, you will have enough sitting where you're sitting that you could take care of your family, that you could still live, that you could still vacation, that you should have more than one house, because I'm a believer that you should have 4 houses in your life. I'll cover that in a minute, but you should be able to dream. And no one, for political or social commentary, should not be able to stop you, because we understand that this is not always the case. As it's in the paper today, I'm teaching a few things and I need you to hang with me. And so this is what I'm teaching. First of all, you have to walk into what's new. You can't be afraid of what's new. You've just got to walk into it. One of the things that I know about Black women, especially those in America, they're highly educated. It offends people. We're highly educated. There's more Black women graduating per capita as from college than any other group in the world. They're highly educated, so that you can't take our education from us. You can't say we don't meet the requirements. So what they're doing now is trying to find some either DEI or something else to say we don't belong. I want you to know, so let me just encourage you today. You belong. You have it. You got it. So please don't let no one give up your Black girl swagger. Keep it, throw your head up, let's go. Just keep it moving, because if I could teach you the financial language, there's nothing that will ever hold you back. So let's start with AI. AI is the new financial language. And so you can't put your head in the sand. You can't act like it doesn't exist. You're entering into a new era. AI is becoming the new financial language, and I need you to know it. The same way the internet separated those who adapted from those who got left behind, AI will separate people who can make money decisions with data from people who are only guessing. So I need my sisters. And if you need my help, hit our QR code. We'll tell you what to do, what certificates to get quickly, where to go, because I need you to be at the top and not the bottom. I don't need you to be part of the trickle down. I need you to be part of what advances the kingdom in which you reign. Are you with me? If you don't learn this way, you will have just missed an opportunity. You will get managed by people who already know it. And women of color cannot afford to be managed by the future. So I hope you're hearing me. Are you hearing me, anybody? Just give me a thumbs up. Just let me know you're hearing me. And women of color, we cannot afford to be managed in the future. We are going to run the thing that needs to be run. We have to build. And so I don't know if they're running my slides. Let me forward the slides with you. And so let me go back a minute. So there's a difference between earning and commanding. So let me start there with the slide number 2. So earning, you've been taught to earn money. You make money, you spend it, you pay your bills, keep going. But commanding, you have not been taught how to command money. And so my job in life is to teach you how to command money, because when you command money, you tell the money what to do, how much to earn, how much you're going to get. You're not waiting on any man, woman, boy, or girl to help you. You will do it yourself. And that's what my job in life is, to teach you how to command money. That's number 1. Number 2. And so we're moving out of just literacy, right? I need you to walk in your ability. So the word financial literacy is so inadequate to what we do. We do that with our eyes closed. Trust me. Let me just tell you about Black people in particular. That's why you have Black mothers and that can go into a refrigerator, and we see nothing but maybe a little bit of milk and some flour, and they come out with a whole dinner. So we already know what we can do with budget and coupon. But I need you to understand the power of capital markets and decision making, and how you, instead of buying your children a pair of Nikes, the first time buy them, the second time buy the sock, right? The second time they need shoes, buy them. The third time, buy the sock. Because if you even did just a little of that negotiation, I'm going to tell you, you'd have $1 million. Just if you did it from 2016 to now, just buying tennis shoes every other time, you'd be a millionaire at this point. So I need you to understand what money can do when you put it in the right place. Are you with me? What money? So we as Black women cannot afford to be managed. We have to build our future. We have to understand our future, and we have to own what our future produces. So let me talk to you about ownership. Let me talk to you about, so I'll go by the slides, the chain of reaction, how confidence transforms your reality. So if you're confident, you'll make the right choices because you know the right information. And so while it's talked about in terms of confidence, as I've spoken to my sister there on the platform, the thing that's a little different is not just confidence, it is access. My job in life is to give people access, which gives you choices. Your confidence changes your choices. So if I'm confident that I can now take a little bit of my money, instead of buying bread and tennis shoes and a red bottom shoe, but I can invest it, and that invested will make itself 10 times worth what it was by the end of the year from the beginning, then I'm making confident choices. When I make confident choices, the outcomes work for me, and the outcomes change who I am, and not just who I am, but my children and my children's children. Are you with me? So I want you to know why this is important and why we must do it. So I'm going to move forward, but I want you to know that my job in life, again, is to get you to ownership. I need you to get you to ownership, because ownership is what changes your life. So let me talk to you about owning something versus just having something. So I'll put it this way, and let me be very clear. Ownership is not optional. Ownership is not a luxury. Ownership is not nice to have. Ownership is protection. And if I could say that to my sisters, I need you to be protected. When you own asset, you own options. When you own options, you own your freedom. And you will not be in a situation, or you will not stay in a situation that does not benefit you. If you never stay in a situation that doesn't benefit you, your children see it. They will not stay in a situation that doesn't benefit them. We just don't need women at tables, because they always say, we'll let you sit at our table. We need women who move the table. because they understand the allocation. So again, I just don't want you at the table. I want a seat at the table. That's not good enough. I need you to be able to move the table because you understand who you are, what you bring to the table, and what your allocation is. We need women of color who are not only earning checks, but who understand how money multiplies, how markets price risk, how confidence becomes capital, and how capital becomes influence. I know that's a lot to take in, but I need you to hear me today when I tell you ownership is not optional. It's your protection. I need you to move the table. I need you to understand by owning and not renting how my life changes. So this is why you see the series of it. And the more you go up, the less people it is, but it's okay because I believe you're an architect to your own future. And sometimes when you're the architect, you can't bring everybody with you. So here's my challenge today. I need you to stop asking, how do I make money? I need you to start asking, how does money move? Right? How does money move? I need you to stop asking, how do I save? And I need you to start asking, how do I own? The two diverge at the ends, but it's almost seemingly the same path. I need you to stop asking, am I ready? I need you to start asking, what is my plan? And then I need you to walk out the plan because the market doesn't need permission to move, and neither do you. This market that I work in is $1 trillion market. And let me just say $4 trillion on the low end, almost every day. That's how money moves around the world. So when I'm asking you how money moves, what circle? Money doesn't move linearly. Money doesn't move. It moves in a circle. So are you ready? Yes, you're ready because you learned something now that you didn't even know before. The market doesn't need permission to move. You don't need permission to move. You don't need permission to learn. You don't need permission to earn. You don't need permission to save. And you don't need permission to invest. You just have to have the access to what it looks like. And I want you to know, and I'm almost done, the era of women of color who can command capital is not coming. The era of women of color who command capital is here. And if you say it, it will change your life. It will change your bloodline. It will change your community. And it can change who gets to write the future. So let me just say this about AI and your future. AI is created to take information that's all over the world, information that's all over the world, and scrape it up. And if you ask a question, it'll give you the answer. There's a reason you need to write your future because there are people whose sole desire is to write you out. Because if they don't see you in the books, if they don't see you in the libraries, if they don't see your work, if they don't see you in the colleges and the university, if they don't see your work or deny that book exists or try to burn the book or try to burn your history, AI cannot even pull it up. And so in 5 or 10 years, they'll be saying that you don't even exist. I want you to know that you're that important. Listen to how important you are, that people would try to write you out of history, to do revisionist history, just so that you wouldn't be in it. And so I want you to know today that I and my team will do everything that we can to help you and your team learn how this works. As I said, a great big shout out to the speaker that was before me. We do something totally different. We teach you, and I usually work with the C-suites all over the world, Fortune 500 companies. I used to say Fortune 100 and 500. We don't even have time for the Fortune 100 companies. Fortune 500 companies have lined up to work with us, not to teach people who don't know about money. These are supposedly people that do. But the C-suites give all their money to the hedge funds, and the C-suites don't even know. So we bring in the C-suites and we teach them, what does money look like? What does an allocation look like? Where do I set my money? How do I move my funds? What about capital gains? All of those stuff we teach. And so I want you to know, ladies, I'm so honored to be here today. My speech is over. I just wanted to take a moment because I want to be able to ask questions and let you know how powerful you are as Black women, how wonderful you are, that you're gifted beyond measure, and that anything Simple Trader Pro can do to help you get to your next level, we will do. And so thank you today. That's what I have. Is everybody here? There you are. I can't hear anybody.
Okay. Can you hear us now?
I hear you now.
Okay,
Okay,
fantastic,
perfect.
fantastic.
So
That was
sorry.
that was just too short. That was too quick, too much
Because I-
information in too little time. It was
Right.
amazing.
It
Yeah.
was so impactful. And we were trying to get back on stage to just applaud you and say, thank you so much for all of the great information that you provided with us today.
Mhm.
I'm seeing in the chats, someone says, I'm an architect to my own future. I love
it.
that. And
Love
they
it.
were saying things like, preach. So you definitely helped a lot of us out there. If I were to ask you, what is one thing that someone can do starting on Monday to help them to not only build wealth, but to multiply their wealth, what would you suggest?
First of all, I would suggest you first say, I can't go forward until I know what I have. So I can't move forward until I know what I have. And so a lot of us put our head in the sand and we don't want to say, I'm this much in debt. I owe this creditor. So I write down all your finances. Start with that. And if it makes you cry, to take 20 minutes, I give you 20 minutes to cry and be mad about it, and then come see us, because we will walk you out of that. But you've got to be real. You got to get to the reality of what it is. Let's get to the reality of how much money I make, how much money I owe, how much debt I'm in, how bad my credit score is, what I need to do to change it around. And so I start with the reality of the situation. Face your reality, because if you don't face it, you'll always be hiding it.
Yeah. That's beautiful. Michelle, one of our elite circle members said that yesterday. It's like the first step is actually just facing it. It doesn't matter. We're going on the date, right? She had money date with Michelle. You have to put your thing right in front of you. And if you cannot put it in front of you, there's no way that you know what you're working with, good or bad. So
Yeah.
we love that. Mhm.
Exactly. And I love the idea of, by doing that, then you know where you can start, even if it's just a few dollars or so, to start investing, to start building your wealth.
Well, can I just stop you for a minute, because we do big things. And so usually when people come to me, their mindset of what they want is too small. And so I'm like, that's too small. You'll get that in a year. So I'm a believer in big. Let's go big or go home. And so I want to know what the dream is. After you tell me what the bad part is, I want to know what the dream is. And a lot of people have been afraid to dream. What is the dream? Is the dream a house on the water somewhere? What is the dream? And hopefully the dream includes being an owner and not a renter, a lender and not a borrower. So what is the dream? And so a lot of people have lost so much confidence, and their mindset is in what it looks like on paper. I don't do this, I don't make that they cannot even dream. So I want to know what the dream is. So while I'm telling you to first let's look at the reality, then I want to know what the dream is, and let's marry the two.
You know what I really appreciate about what you just said there, Ms. Rosetta, is that you said, what is the dream? For each of us, our dreams could be different. I like the idea that you said it could be just a dream to own a home. That's really elusive for a lot of people right now with the current state of economic affairs. So it doesn't have to be something super elaborate. Now, we would love, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying not to dream about being a multimillionaire or something like that. But the reality is our dream for some of us may not be that grand. Our dream might be, maybe our family has never owned a home.
Correct.
So we want to own a home. Or our dream is, I want to break into six figures because someone in my family has never made six figures.
Correct.
Things like that. So, and you can help us to get there. So I really appreciate that thought.
Yeah, I love it, because as you may or may not have heard, I'm a big dreamer, right? I love rose-colored glasses, but sometimes that's not reality for a lot of people. But you're telling us that we have to change, for those of us who we have to change our mindset, because it's okay to dream big, and you have people behind you, beside you, that will help you to reach those goals. So what you're telling the ladies here today, guys, let's just dream. And we can work with Miss Rosetta to try to make those dreams a reality.
But can I say this, if I may? Let me say one thing. The reason that I want you to have a dream is because if you never have it, you'll never go after it. And
Mhm.
so everybody, like, I love what you said, everybody's dream is different. And that's good because we're not all the same. Some people want to travel around the world. They do not want a home. They don't want any of that. They want whatever your dream is, but you must say it because
Mhm.
can I ask, who do you believe the most? Let me ask you ladies that question. Who do you believe the most?
We listen to ourselves the most. We're our own worst critics. So we listen to
Mhm.
ourselves the most.
The person you believe the most is yourself because that's who, absolutely. But if you never say it and your ear never hears it, your mind will never believe it and it can never get under that word. And so you have to say what the dream is. And I'm not saying that it cannot happen, but we'll move towards it. But I'm trying to say you must speak the dream. You must have the courage to speak the dream. Because if you don't have the courage to speak it, and why this is so important is because we have been, a lot of us, so beat down and so disappointed and had so many disappointments that we don't even want to say it out loud. We're afraid to say it. So I need you to say it so your ears can hear it, your mind can believe it, and we move from there.
Right. So everybody should take a moment, just a second. We can't hear you, of course, but say your dream out loud. Right? Just take 1 second and say your dream out loud. Did you guys do it?
Yes.
Okay. I did it. And I have one more thing to ask. What about for those of us who are not risk takers, who are afraid of taking risks and are fearful because of either, past mishaps or just life in general? They just want to be safe. What do you have to say to those people?
Then you keep your safe place, but then you move incrementally for people who are adverse to risk. Because there's people that just, I'm not doing it. This has worked for me for 20 years. I save 5% a year. I do, and just the incremental, and you're safe there because your mental health allows you to sleep at night. I know what I have. I know what I'm going to look like. I know what I'm going to retire. That, yes. But for people who even do that, then I say, do something, leave what you have there. My company, my firm does not ask you to change a thing. I think you heard me say that. We do not ask you to go into what you've already saved, what you've already put down and change it. We do not ask you, but we do ask you to take 1 or 2% of the new thing. Take 1% of what your new funding will be. Leave the old one there. There's a scripture in the Bible, if I may, and it says you will have the former and the latter. So leave the former. We're not going to touch it. It's still going to work for you. But there's a new thing, right? And I want you to off of the, and we're not even going to take 1 or 2% of that a year, and watch it work. Watch it work. Watch us take your 1 or 2%, and if you manage it properly, it will beat the 98% you left over there comfortably.
Ooh.
I love that.
Yes.
And, because I generally am a risk averse person. I think I took when I had my 401k through my corporation, because they were doing matching and things. That was the only time I did like a moderate to moderately high risk. And you're right, the yields were there. They came through. They invested in some really great mutual funds and things like that. But on my own, I probably wouldn't have done that.
Right.
Just because I was nervous. But I appreciate that you're willing to meet people where they are in their investment journey and say, okay, we're going to take this small pot over here, and I'm going to show you how that's going to grow so much that you're going to be willing to put in a little bit more. And then we're encouraged to do a little bit more at a time. Because that can be more palatable for some of us, whereas others is like, I'm just jumping in, close first.
Right. But that's great because it now means that they're in a place of trust. We spoke about trust a lot, right? This past week. And for you to be able to offer that to them, it just means that they can trust you. And, money's life really for some, right?
Exactly.
And if I may, I have people, because of what we do, throw them, take my whole, and we refuse. Take my whole, can you manage? Can you just take it? And we refuse. I refuse to leave you worse than I found you. I will never, ever do it. People have asked us to, I'm like, you've left it there for 20 years. Let's leave it there. Let's then start something new. That's safe. We will never, ever do it. Now, there are a lot of people who will, we won't. So
Nice. I want to bring Savannah's on because she's been waiting.
Oh, great.
Savannah's one of our Elite Circle members. So we're going to bring Savannah to the stage
Perfect.
now, guys, because she's been patient with us, right? So give us a second. Okay, Rosetta?
okay.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Savannah, I'm going to jump.
All right. Hey, Savannah, good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Great, glad to have you here. So I did want to share one statement that was posted in the comments, and then Savannah, of course, feel free to jump in and chime in with your thoughts and insights. They're always invaluable. Valerie said, "My reality, I am too old to not know more about my money." That was a powerful statement.
Very much so.
We as we've talked about throughout the week, and Michelle pointed out yesterday and saying we should be having conversations with our money, it gets to a point that it's not so much that we should know better, but it gets to the point that there are things that we just need to know, and we need to know what our money is doing, where it is going, and how it is working for us. And so that's one of the things that you encouraged, especially through investment. So I appreciate that.
Can I just say to that, please, I just believe that your time and your season hookup, please don't beat yourself up over where you're not. Just let's start now.
Yes.
Let's start now.
Yes.
The good news is you're still alive. You can start now. So that's the good news. Yes.
I
Good.
love that.
All right, Savannah, you're there, Savannah?
Yes, I had to get my water. But it's clearly I needed this conversation because money and we tangle a lot. But what I appreciate about this is, well, first of all, I am not starting, but I'm getting more comfortable with I guess knowing that what's meant for me is meant for me, and there are just certain things that I am not able to force.
Mm.
And by that I mean you can't expect to get the income when you haven't built the infrastructure first.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by infrastructure is infrastructure that works the best for you, not for what a coach says or a speaker says, but one that works for you. Because if you set up an infrastructure that is successful at the beginning, but you cannot maintain it for whatever reason, that's almost worse because you have the high of a success that deep inside you cannot sustain.
Mm-hmm.
So I think now is and knowing what your actual resources are and not spending the resources you plan to have is also a lesson.
Projected resources.
we
Yeah.
should learn. I didn't have that lesson when I was starting out, but hopefully, the women on the call understand it's okay that you don't have certain resources. It doesn't mean that you're undersourced. It just means you're going to have to find unique ways to get the type of sourcing you need.
Exactly. And that just means too, that it's just going to take some time to, like you said, to talk about getting that infrastructure in place. So that's a really good time to get to know your money, get to know where everything is, and then you can figure out where you can start. And I really appreciated that too about what Miss Rosetta was saying as far as the infrastructure, because we don't think of our money as foundational for us.
Mm.
It's such a currency that is in the sense of it's movement all the time. It's in, it's out, it's in, it's out. That we don't think of it as the foundation for things to come. Foundation as, we can build on top of that. And so I appreciate that thought that you shared again of Once you know your money status, and start where you are and start building from there.
If I
And
may,
you can have your dreams.
yes, if I may, I first of all, Savannah, thank you for speaking. I love what you said. It may not, I don't want to overstate where I am. I don't want to start something and then have it crumble, because it's worse than if I'd never even started it. I get that, but I do want you to see what's there. And as I said, don't beat yourself up. Start small. Let's do small for a year. Let's do small increments. Let's just see if I can incrementally, save this amount a month. I don't care if it's $25 or $50. Let's see if I can do that for 6 months, and then let me up it to $100. Let me just see. Let's see if I have to move it back down to 75. Let's just see. And then with what I've saved in a year, let me then talk to someone like me who will tell you where to sit it. And within months, that is quadrupled. And so then you do it again. You don't start with what you have. Go back to the $50 for 60 months or $75 and do it again, because then your money works for you. And I don't want to, I love that you're not setting yourself up for failure, but there's a way to set yourself up for success. And if I could ever be of any assistance to help you do that, then I will. We're very good at that. Just a little bit. But again, it takes you saying what's there and dealing with the reality of that. And yeah,
It was also meaning not just personal, but also how you bring in that revenue stream as well.
yes.
And I was thinking more of it from the entrepreneurial perspective of infrastructure and foundation, but those two things are not disconnected. So you're right. The personal finance and the professional finance, quote unquote, they are tied. And I am definitely doing that right now. I'm saving $25.
That's where you have to start. That's where you have to
That's
start.
where I have to start. Yep.
As an entrepreneur, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. As an entrepreneur, as I said, I think big. We went from 0 to $1 million in 1 year. We thought that out. But when I put together the foundation, I said, I'm not putting together a foundation for 2 people. I'm putting together a foundation. So if 100 people came, then it would grow into that. So the foundation was set. No one could ask me for a piece of paper, a piece of business, a license or anything. We had all that. We set the foundation up right. So when you set that up right, there's nothing anyone can do, but it become a great movement and a great blessing.
That's what we've been speaking about a lot, with the House of Loren,
Yeah,
the foundation, and that applies through all avenues now, because now we're using foundation not just on identity, but now we're using foundation for your finances, right? Which is going to drive everything else in life currently, until we get to a system where money's not a thing.
Exactly. And Victoria brought out a really good point. Small steps it's still progress.
Absolutely.
And so if we forget that babies don't often at a certain age, certain number of months, just jump up and start walking. Some do. Some are able to get up and go. Others have to sit there on their knees, and their knees and their hands, and they kind of rock back and forth. Others will start crawling right away before they start grabbing onto things to pull themselves up. And then they pull themselves up, and then they start taking their first couple of steps. Before they're able to take those first couple of steps, fall on that little pamper butt, which is always so cute. And like Savannah says, the booty shuffle, doing all of that exactly before they actually get to the point where they can stand up and walk. And so that's the same for us. I don't care where we are in our entrepreneurial journey. And I know we can apply what Ms. Rosetta is saying, not only to our personal lives, but to our professional lives as well as entrepreneurs. The point is, wherever we are, go ahead and start. Whether that is crawling on your knees, doing the booty shuffle, getting up and holding on to things, or actually taking off and walking and flying. That's great. Wherever you are, it's okay to start where we are. She will meet you where you are and give you the guidance and tools you need. With that said, take a look in the chat, because her contact information is in the chat provided for us. Simple Trader Pro. So she's on LinkedIn. You have simpletraderpro.com. Email is support@simpletraderpro.com. She's on Instagram, FB, X, and TikTok. So wherever you are, so is she.
Basically, we have no excuse not to contact you.
Amen.
Rosetta.
There you go.
No excuse.
Amen.
Right?
Just like it takes a village to help that child get up and learn how to walk and,
Yeah.
to raise them, it's the same thing when it comes to our finances. So we've had a lot of great resources out throughout the week. And now you have one that's telling you, not only will I take you from where you are to where your dreams are, I'm going to help you lay out the blueprint so you can successfully get there.
And guess what she's also telling you? She has 1,000 slots. How many do you have left? She wants you to be a number in her 1,000 to
Well,
1
I
million.
think that we're going to get, because this is a great year in terms of oil and gas, just so you know. In terms of minerals, we're killing it this year. So we're at 40. I think we're going to get to the 60 this year. So we've got 900. I'm going to say 900. The 40 are verified. And so
ladies
we've got
want to
somewhere to go.
congratulations on that.
Yeah.
So listen, we have room for 900 more, and
Yeah.
if you want to be there,
Yeah.
right? Good.
Yeah.
That
And
was-
we have several thousand that are already registered for this, and we'll be even more will register to watch it on the replay.
Demands, right?
So we're going to help Miss Rosetta reach her goal,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to help us to reach our goals. So
Ooh.
everybody's dreams are going to come true. Okay.
Yes.
How about that?
Community.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Miss Rosetta, for being here. Thank you for providing your insights and your wisdom. Yeah, just get into the chat, get her information, contact her, follow her, and listen to those gems and those nuggets. Even if you're not ready to work with her yet, take those gems and those nuggets, because those are still steps
Mm-hmm.
that will start getting you to where you want to be, and she will then pick you up and get you to the rest when you're ready.
Oh yeah, that sounds great.
All right.
That sounds
All
great.
right.
So much. Have a good rest of the day, Miss Rosetta. Thank you
Bye.
for being here.
Good.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, great.
Bye.
So Savannah, bye. Savannah, I know you have been waiting to join us. We just want to find out if there are any topics that you would like to cover with us while we are here waiting for our next speaker.
How are you feeling?
How you feeling?
How are you feeling?
Oh my goodness. How are you feeling? Listen, Savannah, I'm feeling really good. We were talking about the word, right? The word that we're feeling right now. We didn't get to ask you your word. How are you feeling?
If I'm honest, exhausted, but that's just how my body is right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of my body, I feel, I mean, not outside, but if I overlay the physical part, I feel willing.
Oh,
I like that word.
what are we willing to do? That's what I want to know.
So when I'm not coaching, I'm editing, and when I'm not editing, I'm working a traditional job. And when I'm not working a traditional job, I'm writing. And the writing has been the most difficult of all of those things.
Mhm.
But I'm trying to get back into that rhythm
Mhm.
and and rely on what I used to rely on, which is sitting with the story and getting the feedback and feeling what is right and what isn't. Because it's easy to bring the market in as you're writing, but that was never how I used to write. And when I tried to do that, my writing was not where I wanted it to be. So what I think what I said the other day was that you're the expert in your own experience. I'm trying to get back into that space.
Nice. That's nice.
Love that.
We love that.
Loved it. But I loved how you said willing. Yeah. I'm going to meditate on that a little bit more, because I think that is really, really powerful. And I'm glad that you were able to listen and participate so that you feel that energy and you're like, yes, I've got all these things going on, but this is where I can still continue to contribute and the things that I can still continue to do. So our members are slowly speaking in one by one. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so now, ladies out there, we have our full.
That shocked me.
Oh, Natalia is so hot that she's been getting shocked everywhere
She's
she
sizzling
goes.
on the
She's like,
microphone.
Nathan, did you hear what I said?
She's electric.
Right?
You're friction. You're so hot.
No, we have our entire elite circle here now. Can we just have a round of applause for that? Because this is your entire elite circle panelists and team. Michelle, Dr. Cheryl, Maria, myself, Natalia, and Miss Savannah. The entire A team.
Engineer, another round of applause.
Yes, can we get the round of applause, engineer? He's like, let me push that button.
Oh, he's looking for it now.
Did you hear me yesterday?
Yes. I'm gonna have to get the flower banging one at some point. We'll make sure they're plastic with no thorns. So that's wonderful, and it has truly been. I can speak for myself anyway. A privilege to be here with all of you ladies as we've gone throughout this week.
Facts.
Yes.
Facts.
And
we got to know personalities, right?
Yes.
What
Yes.
was the most surprising thing everybody learned?
Oh.
Be honest.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that question about?
I'm surprised that Michelle's not paying attention right now.
I'm sorry, my bad. My bad, everybody.
Yes,
my bad.
because she's always made the most surprising thing we might have learned about another member of the team.
Oh, okay.
We'll have to think about that one. It's a lot.
That's a good question.
Okay, well, I'll
Yeah,
pick
move.
it
Yeah,
off.
move. Yeah.
Okay.
As I asked the question. I mean, we've all spoken and connected. Remember, we had our weekly meetings leading up to here. I think was it a Thursday?
Yes.
Mine was 3 p.m. UK time. And we're all on different time zones, everyone. So some of our meetings, like doing the podcast with all of you was just a nightmare because you're on Pacific, you're on Central, and you
I'm on
two are
Eastern.
Eastern. Yeah, so we're all on different time zones. So actually meeting up sometimes could be a bit of a stretch and finding the time that everybody could agree with. But when I walked into the studio, everybody pretty much looked like how they did on camera. If I was to be honest with you. And to a point, that kind of took me aback because I was hoping that I was going to look better in person. So I was thinking, well, if you guys all look the same on video, I was like, oh, no.
Oh my gosh.
that must mean so do I. But I think my biggest surprise was definitely Dr. Cheryl. For real, like you've just got a presence.
Wait, let me give Dr. Cheryl.
Me and Michelle
Take
even
your
talking
flowers.
about it.
Yeah.
You can say 4 words and they're so
Right.
powerful.
She said, "Open your mouth." Done. And I was like,
That's 3 words. Right.
Yes.
But yeah, it's been even yesterday once we had the networking, I feel like it's not just an elite circle, it's not just a panelist. Like I generally feel like this is a sisterhood, and I generally feel like I've got friends.
Oh yeah.
I generally feel like I've got friends that's got each other's backs, and we've got a level of respect that is so big
Yes.
that
Yes.
it just feels like I feel like we could even argue and then like be hugging like an hour later.
Kingsley agrees.
yes. It wasn't an argument. It was a discussion.
I think that's it, and I think I shouldn't use that word. That one thing I would say, no, but you're right. I think when you've got 4 Black women who as accomplished as we are, outsiders would look in, or the men would be looking and be like, "Oh no,"
Yeah.
and we'd be like, "No, we're just
Because
talking."
I was Kingsley, like,
and we were like, "But no, we're just talking."
yeah. I was like, no, we're not upset with each other. I'm trying to understand her. She's trying to understand me. She just said, open your mouth. And I'm like, okay, well, what you mean by that? Dr. Cheryl, I need some more understanding. What more do you need to understand? Use your voice. 3 words. Open your mouth. Use your voice.
To be honest, I really hope that King has that because he does have it on video. And if you're okay with it and you're okay with it, it needs to be out there so we can show what communication
The full
is
version.
all about.
But you know,
It's like girls' trip though. I feel like we're like girls' trip. That's
Who
the only
is
one-
who?
I can't remember the names.
I don't know the names either.
oh,
There's Queen Latifah, there's Jada.
Some extra people.
Yeah.
Oh, there's only four of
Only
them.
4.
But that's okay.
I'm
We make
gone.
it better.
I'm kicked out.
The more, the better.
And also another surprise to me is actually Savannah. Savannah, your sense of humor. I actually think you could do comedy.
Yes.
You've got like it's a dry sense of humor, but it's hilarious. There's times where it's like, is she joking? Is she not? And you don't mince your words either. But I absolutely love it. I think you could find a new profession in comedy. I think you know.
Well, the funny thing is, in college, we had a quote board. Freshman year, we had a quote wall, and I was the only one on the wall. Well, no, first I had the most quotes, and second, I was the only one who had them while sober. So there you go.
Oh, wow.
They never heard them. Wouldn't touch you with the 10-foot pole. I'm like, how do you not know that? How? But, you know.
Just learn something new about you as well.
Exactly. Exactly. So with that being said, we talked about communication. Are we ready for our next guest?
Not yet.
Oh, no.
Not yet. We're coming. We're coming. We promise. But I think this would be an appropriate time to give you guys another gift.
Oh my gosh.
Right?
We're being
Since
lavish.
we're all together. And Savannah, you're going to be getting a package in the mail, so don't worry, okay? Because we have
Ooh,
things for you.
goodies in the mail.
All right, Savannah.
Oh,
Yes.
yay,
yes.
it's my bills. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm just going to hand a gift. And you sure can. You can get that gift.
Ooh, it's in a nice
You can get
bag.
that gift.
I think you've got to start getting gifts for yourself.
Oh, you
as
want
well.
her to get this one? Well, you said you can get that gift.
No,
and then
I
I'm
didn't.
like, oh.
So you can open your gift. So
Ooh, I got my own key.
Yes. they all, you guys are officially House of Loren residents.
Yes.
And not just House of Loren residents. You guys helped build this house. So you guys are all, we'll welcome you into the Legacy Hall. We are
Yes.
inviting you into the Legacy Hall.
You don't have to ring the doorbell no more.
You don't just bust in that door.
I'm happy my application got passed.
Right? Sitting in that picnic stage was a little nerve-wracking. Waiting the panel interviews and the oh, this would be great
Yes.
if this was a pen. Oh, I need to make that.
You
pen.
actually can.
Yes, I was going to.
You
Happy
can.
birthday to
You can
me.
use it as a necklace, a pin, a belt, whatever you want
Yeah,
to
of
do.
course.
But it's just a small symbol, ladies, of how much effect you've had on me. And
Yeah.
I'm sure how much effect that you'll have on the community, because I just being in your presence, each of you have your own personality, your own expertise that you bring to the table. But you asked what surprised me is that literally we do not know each other, but we know each other.
Yeah.
It's the strangest.
That's a brilliant.
I don't
way
know
of
how
saying it.
else to describe it. I don't know how else to describe it. And when I've always told Natalia this, I've spoken to you guys, this community is not about, even though it is about money, because we all have to make money, right? It's not about money. This community is about helping to build each other up so we can all make money. Is that a good way to say it?
Yes.
So whatever you have to do, please understand that it's bigger than any one of us individually.
Yes.
And we can't build alone. We cannot build alone. So please, 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 whatever Dr. Cheryl tells Natalia to tell you to do, do it. Please do it. But guys, I'm so happy to have you in the home that you helped build.
Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
We're
it.
glad
Thank
to have the
Yes,
privilege.
I'm so happy. Yeah.
I'm glad to have a room. I got to share it, but I'm glad. I'm just kidding.
My mum will be saying, "Can I have my keys back now?"
I don't plan on kicking anybody out the
No.
house.
Thank you.
But this is official. We have made it to the Big Sister house.
Oh,
None of us were evicted. No, that is absolutely. But the one thing that I will say, there was nothing that surprised me about any of you. Honestly, nothing that surprised me about any of you. Okay, I am just really, really happy that we all came together. And part of that was because we did communicate. We communicated every week. We listened to each other. We communicated in our WhatsApp chats. And then even when we got here, we continued the communication. We understood the pressure that Natalia and Maria were under in trying to get certain things done. So all of us picked up and did our parts in our roles, but that was because we kept communicating with each other and we respected each other enough to do that. And that's why I'm excited to have our next guest come up to the stage, because we have Miss Toni Blackman coming, and she is one of our ambassadors. And she is going to be talking on the topic Be in Flow, Communication, Creativity, and Confidence through the cipher.
And
What in the nation of hip hop? I'm ready. Bring it on.
Whoa.
Using the syntax as trance up in your wig cap. Lyric syntax tight like weave stack. Silky black over milky tracks and Malak verses leaving dudes dispersing, nervous, saying they'll be back. Never to see that. I breed seeds who rap. Indeed, want to compete, then Godspeed, and that's facts.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Well, freestyling is it's an intuitive process. It is improvisational rhymes. It's when a lyricist actually creates his poem right there on the spot. The lyricist has to have a vocabulary and have some sort of content and know his instrument. And that's the voice and the words and the art of performing the actual rhyme.
No battling in this cipher. We are not anti-battle, all right? We use this cipher as a place where you prepare for battle. Think of this as a training ground, as a place where you battle yourself, where you try to do something tighter than you've ever done before, where you try to consistently get open each time you come up, all right? Where you try to come up with new ideas and new lines, where you let the spirit flow through you.
We live in a very competitive society. So it's no coincidence that within hip hop, one of the most popular traditions is the idea of the battle, the rap battle. I'm gonna beat you, right? Which is okay for competition, but within the context of the cipher, it's really important that you come to this space for growth and development. And it's very difficult to master yourself if you're focusing on mastering someone else. I am a hip hop lyrical ambassador, coming at ya. We're bringing rhymes. It's about that time. What, y'all ready, cipher? Yeah! I remember the first time I was inspired to rhyme. It was 8th grade, standing on a bench, rapping into a hairbrush, surrounded by my friends. I passed the mic, the hairbrush, back to Felicia, and couldn't nobody tell us nothing. Rhyming, especially freestyling and ciphers around my peers, that was a space where I could be my truest self. And that was where I felt the most free. But it wasn't until I became the first official hip-hop ambassador, introducing people around the world to the art of hip-hop and ciphers and sharing my story, that I realized that my journey with the cipher had begun much earlier.
I said, when the storm is raging. Oh, yeah. Yes, Lord. Sometimes in life,
it was at St. Mark Baptist Church in Pittsburgh, California,
and sometimes
in
you gotta weather these storms.
Church before church, a collective meditation disguised as Baptist hymns, where people could bare their souls, face their weekly struggles, and let go of whatever was on their back. There was no pressure to perform. It was not a show. There was just pure expression.
And Lord, we want you to stand by us. Oh, yeah.
I was just 6 or 7, sitting on those wooden pews, surrounded by the sweet smell of Avon perfume worn by church mothers. The call and response, the collective witnessing, the sacred space of surrender.
Stand by me, Lord. Amen. Amen.
I've come to learn that the idea of the cipher or the circle has long been part of the fabric of our traditions and our nature. See, the circle is everything and nothing. It's zero and infinity all at once. It's 360 degrees of completion. It's a continuum where energy and information flow freely. Its sacred geometry speaks directly to our DNA, opening pathways to our souls.
You're rapping, you're doing a poem, but you're not having a cipher. All right? So if you don't feel it here, it's not a cipher.
Cuatro elementos es el ciclo. Cuando veo aquí me sale, yo la clavo aunque me suelten instrumentales. Llego en serio, este sí que es un gran porque pegando con los instrumentos pan doctor.
Listen, I never been one to let a good beat go to waste. I'ma spit a couple words and I'ma spit them in your face. When I get down, you know I don't play around. You know where I'm from, throw up your hands to move it down. I don't play no games when I rap.
Leading ciphers around the world, the dots began to connect. And the dots affirmed to me, for women in particular, the cipher is more than a form of expression. It's a place of embodied transformation. This is why I tell my story and want to tell the stories of other women MCs too.
That I'm committed to the sacredness of the cipher because I understand how powerful and healing it can be.
Know with my mouth that there'll never be doubt. Purpose, this is how I walk all the time in my life. Like, and I'm moving to stay fly. Knowing how I do, man, this is how I feel in my mind. Said this is how I rhyme. Gotta remove all the fear from the mind. So I keep walking steady, talking in the face of the fear. You ain't ready, No doubt, no fear. Finally, I see all the pieces are here.
Through this work, I've had the privilege to bear witness to broken hearts becoming brave and courageous, making their most profound choice to get open, to bare their souls, and to heal. This is where love becomes language, where silence finds voice, and we transform ourselves and the circle itself.
Stop it! Stop it!
With a period of X. Bloody Mary, cause she can't receive the higher the heat, sunny the closer the thought. And no, we don't speak your language. Sing it with the angel. Cherubim to the men, we moving chains here. Open up your mind to a woman, not a female. True to my kind, I tell you bluntly that I be real.
This talking when talking in community, just unity, UNITY, yes. Where we ride with my sisters all the time. Said, you talking about shows and I got multiple moves. I be like, who were you? You think that you could check me, boo? Like, I may not be a housewife, but I got the plurality. Just multiple conscience, multiple minds, thinking free. When you look at me, you see myself.
The cipher is the closest thing to a hip-hop prayer. When kindred spirits gather energy electric and pure, we transform music into medicine and wounded spirits soar. We go beyond just rapping. It is beyond sharing poetry. We are actually sharing our hearts. In these moments, our basic needs are met. That's what the cipher offers us. The basic needs to be loved, to be appreciated, to be acknowledged. In this circle of truth and sound, we take off our mask as vulnerability resounds beyond performance, beyond rhyme. We are weaving connections, transcending space and
Where does she
time.
belong? A woman's place. Some of them have it wrong. A woman's place. Tell me, where should she be? A woman's place. I say a woman deserves to be free. A woman's place. A woman's place when it comes to hip hop. A woman's place. A woman's power you cannot stop. A woman's place. Like the circle, feminine energy. A woman's place. A woman's place is to be an MC. A woman's place. A woman spits and she spits fire. A woman's place. Ha ha. Her lyrics will take you higher. A woman's place. Ha ha. A woman burning the fire into the night. A woman will start you, make you want to fight. A woman's place. Ha ha. I said the cipher is a home, a woman's place.
This is the power of the cipher. This is a woman's place.
A woman's place, bring the hallelujahs. A woman's place, feeling the spirit coming on. A woman's place, talking about my women, we so strong. A woman's place, oh, a woman's place, oh, a woman's place, oh, a woman's place, oh. A woman's place.
I am
a woman's place.
an invisible woman. Not because people refuse to see me, they know I am here. But it's as if my womanness detracts from my existence, my presence too often mistaken for absence. I am an invisible woman. Whose words don't flow fast enough, whose beats just aren't fat enough, whose contribution goes unseen. They know I am here because I was there. See, I rocked the mic as he did. I spit rhymes as he did. I bore hip hop as we did. See, we nurtured it. I am an invisible woman. I am an invisible woman. Now I may not be seen, but I'll be damned if I won't be heard. Yeah, because we know a woman's place. And now you know a woman's place. It's in this space right here, where we move without doubt and without fear. We want you to always be clear. A woman's place. And where there is woman, God is always there. A woman's place. A woman's place.
A woman's place. Yeah. A woman's place. A woman's place. Big it up. A woman's place. Sis is a whole vibe. Yes, I am sis. Ain't no need to complicate it, is what it is. When I think of all the things that I do, and I think of how I move, I know a woman's place is here in what I do. Yes, when I place, think about the time that I've been. A woman's place. Think about the history I'm in. A woman's place. Think about the futures I'll live. A woman's place. You can stop me living, I'll live. A woman's place. I'ma keep on going, no stop. A woman's place. I'ma keep on rocking, no stop. A woman's place. Keep on getting, keep on getting. A woman's place. Keep on getting it, getting it, getting it.
A woman's place is take the woman out of the drama. A woman's place is stop blaming things on your mama. A woman's place is to find your own and true guidance. A woman's place, if you can do it like I did. A woman's place is to seek the truth and real knowledge. A woman's place, stop making solace out of being comfortable with nothing at all. A woman's place wants you to really get it all, receive and to give back. A woman's is to give you things that you lack, is to go ahead and nurture the seed. Is never ever unlike men. Greed is to share amongst our own and community. Do what you do, cause I'ma do me. A woman's place is to
Woman's place.
Girl, singing right along with you. That was wonderful.
Place.
Yeah.
Sean, you gotta do that.
I'm still stunned. I'm just sitting here stunned. Welcome to the stage, Tony Blackman. Take it away.
Oh, hang on, Tony. We're gonna get your sound. The sound's not connecting right now. Engineer, is it our end or? Okay, your microphone, Tony, is it? Okay, I've got the engineer. It's not.
Is she connected to her microphone?
Right, Tony, are you connected to your microphone? So on the bottom of your screen, you're going to see the mic sign. There's a little if you click on your mic sign, I just want to make sure you're connected to your mic.
Test.
At the moment, we can't.
Oh, there we go. You can hear.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Test one.
Yeah,
we got
you're
you.
a bit dialecty, but you're back. Okay, you've gone again.
Yeah, go again.
We lost her.
Still gone.
Oh,
Yep, you're coming back. Yep. Nope, still can't hear you. Sorry, my darling. But the thing is, there's times where you start to come back in again, then you go.
It says everyone can see and hear me, but I cannot hear you. I left and I came back.
Right, that you came in, you're back.
I'd like to try this again.
Okay, we're still.
I think she's saying that she can't hear us.
Can you hear us okay? Charles, can you just
think
put in the
they're
chat?
They're re-adding her to the stage. Look up there because this is a delay.
Oh,
Can we just put in the chat as she can hear us?
I am on Safari.
Yeah, Tony, we can hear you coming in and out.
You're coming in and out.
Yeah.
So at the moment you're quiet and then you do something.
She said, I am on Safari and should be on Chrome.
Okay, do you want to go back out and then come back on Chrome? Are you able to do that? Yes, the stream doesn't like Safari. You read that?
For other people. Oh, she doesn't say anything else. Just, oh, I'm on Safari. It should be on Chrome. That's it.
Okay. What are you able to swap over to Chrome, Tony? Just pop it in the chat for us. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere because we want to hear from you. Don't go nowhere. If you go somewhere, you best come back.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to type this on. I don't know if she's
gonna try to come back in.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Perfect.
Well, that song was just amazing.
Yeah.
Songs were just amazing.
That was everything.
What is a woman's place while we're here?
Ooh.
Everywhere.
That's what she said in so many words. Yeah, you're right. She said that.
Everywhere that's not causing her harm. Let me be more specific.
I think for me as well, I think the hip hop is a beautiful way of expression.
Yes.
And without not wanting to offend anyone, it often does not come across like that. The industry has also been built for men. It's been built by conglomerates to influence our culture. So quite often I find that hip hop isn't used in the way that it should be used. And for me, watching Tony on that video, she brought hip hop back to a place of, thank you, Shai. She brought hip hop back to a place of poetry, expression, strength, and showed that women are at the forefront of that movement. And that's really what hip hop was about. Hip hop was about being able to express yourself.
She's back.
Okay, can you hear us now, Tony?
Yes. Can you?
Yay!
A woman's place.
Oh, a woman's place.
That is nice.
Okay, I just need those bars dropped on Spotify, Apple, iTunes, everywhere, so I can have that and listen to it in the morning along with Diva by Beyonce and get myself hyped and ready to go. Because sis,
Yes.
Told you you're gonna like it.
wait, so through your whole video, through your whole intro video, Natalia's just looking at me like the annoying little sister she is. And she's like, I told you you're gonna like it. I told you you're gonna like it. I told you you're gonna like it. I do, because I love hip hop.
Do I hear rap battling going on right now?
Right.
No. No.
Did you not hear Shy spit some balls yesterday?
I did not spit bars yesterday. I read a poem. I didn't put it to music, so it wasn't spoken word, and it wasn't spitting bars, and it wasn't cipher. Man.
But Tony, take it away. We can't wait to hear from you here.
Wait, let me get my pen and paper ready. Hold on.
I got mine too.
Well, what's amazing is that A Woman's Place was, all of those rhymes were freestyle, and it came through the process that I facilitate when we get into the circle within the cipher. 2 of those women, three of those women I have vibed with before over the years, and then one I had not. And I remember telling the director and the producer, I said, no, as long as we can establish a vibe, we can get open. And then we there, no rehearsal, hadn't seen each other in a year. But as soon as we connected energetically and were in flow with our authentic voices, we were off to the races. For at least a good 35, 40 minutes, they had to stop us. No plan, no script, just flow. And this is why I want you to know it's really, really important to be in flow, right? It's like if you want to keep it all going and energy flowing, you must remember and know worry does not make us strong. It just brings the negative on. It becomes like a prayer of all that we fear. Intentions unclear, you be losing your hair, losing your sleep when your thoughts compete with your dream. When they're filled with worry, we lose patience when we're in a hurry, thinking ourselves into anxiety. Some will think you are crazy because you choose not to worry. Please let them be. Set yourself free. Manage your own energy emotionally. Faith without work just is dead, 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 dead. But there is no faith when you live in your head. So why worry? See, why worry if you are in control of a thing? Why worry if you don't have control of a thing? Why worry? There's no need to worry. Worry is like preying on your fears. So what we do is we surrender, we let go, and we do what? Flow. This is why it's so important to be in flow, right? So before the titles, before the business, before your entrepreneurial journey, before the pressure, before the presentations that we're all making this week in the top 100 most powerful Black women summit, before the performance, y'all, there's you. There's the you who has a heart that beats. There's the you that has an inner knowing, a voice that does not ask for permission. That you exists within inside of you. But somewhere along the way, we were taught to wait. We were taught to tighten up. We were taught to seek perfection. We were taught to prove, to show and prove, as if our existence was not enough evidence. And today, I want to invite you to call it back. I want you to call your power back. I want you to remember who you are so you can believe just enough in yourself and what you have to say to be in flow. So, at first, before we honor the room, I want to acknowledge that right now, I'm feeling very strange because of my teeth grinding and the tooth situation happened. I feel like I have a disability because my voice, my mouth is how I make my way through life. It's how I pay for college. It's how I make a living. And things are awkward in here. So I'm going to do my best to stay present with you all. I know you would not have known unless I told you, but my brain is distracted and I am a woman of truth and authenticity, being genuine and sincere. And I'm a little bothered and distracted. But okay, so let's honor the room. Let's honor the room. I do have some slides that in the hemming and hawing that I let's see the slides on my computer, which are open. I'm going to get back to the slides in a minute because those slides are open in Safari and not in Chrome, and I need to open them in my Google Chrome. So I'm just going to talk to you for a minute while I do that. And I want to talk to you about the women who we need to honor. The women like the leaders, the builders, the visionaries, the folks who came before us, the Harriet Tubmans of the world, right? The Winnie Mandelas, the Wangari Maathai, the Madam C.J. Walker, for the business women in the room. Like, I know a lot of us know who these women are and how powerful they are. We are gathered here during Women's History Month, crystal clear about the why, the what, and together here, it's the who. The who. Who are you? Who are we? What are we doing here? So it's an honor to be here in this space, in this place with all of you as I navigate the forces in this room, y'all. I'm going to tell you right now that my presentation is coming up in just a minute here. I spent time with these slides, so I'm going to pull them up for you. And when I think about, let me tell you, when I think about the Top 100 Summit, the most powerful Black women, for some reason, I think about Woman King. Y'all know that movie, The Woman King? I think about the Woman King. I think about the Agoji. I think about how these women cultivated energy. They cultivated community. They got together to fight and to learn and to become the best of who they are. We are. And I know this is a lot. I know I'm not going to be able to have access to my slides. Okay. Of who we are. So I want to pause for just a moment, if you will let me, because I wanted to be able to walk you through some of the visuals. And I'm regrouping in my head to say, I got to flow. And I guess this is the test for me, is being able to be in flow, right? And I didn't always understand flow. I thought that confidence meant being louder. I thought that confidence meant being perfect. I thought it meant being faster. I thought it meant being sharper. I thought that's what confidence meant. And then over the years, through the cipher and the work that I've done, I realized that confidence was all about being able to accept who and what you are and where you are in your journey. It's about being able to master your mistakes, to make your mistakes your material. And this is what I often taught in the cipher when I'm dealing with creatives, when I'm dealing with the artists that I work with and I coach, professionals, business leaders, is that flow is actually even more important than confidence, because confidence can be at varying levels. If you trust yourself and you trust your voice and you trust divine order to guide you to get to where you need to go, no one needs to know if your confidence is at a 7 today instead of at a 10. Okay? No one would even know. But if you're in flow, it brings about such an ease. So let me tell you, I paid my way through college with competitive speaking. I went as a walk-on in undergrad at Howard, and I ended up becoming one of the scholarship competitors on the speech team. So I asked the coach, what do I need to do to get a scholarship? And the coach said to me, you need to practice, you need to show up, you need to be able to win in competition. She listed all these things I needed to be able to do. And before you knew it, there I was, tuition completely paid and a whole weight off my back without student loans, because of my ability to flow, to adapt, to adjust. And I want to be able to help people in my life. I have my slides here. I don't know how, if someone can help me make them present. It says slide 2. There we go. So this is the visual for when I think about the top 100 most powerful Black women community. I think of Woman King. These are the Agoji. And today, who I see us as women training. We are in training to build wealth, to build community, to build a global diasporic network, to be able to unleash our brilliance, not only for ourselves and our immediate families, but for our community and for the women coming after us. Harriet had to believe, and she had to be in flow. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had to be in flow. And like I said, what I thought were flaws were actually a part of my flow, and which brings me to this cipher. So here's the truth. Even when I performed on stages globally, I still was figuring myself out. And later in life, I realized that my brain works differently. It's like in my adulthood, ADHD pulled up in the car beside me and was like, yo, what's good, Tony? I see you and your neurospicy self. And suddenly, as I started to discover these things, I learned a lot about myself. I learned a lot about how my mind works. I learned a lot about my creativity and my sensitivities. And with that opening, I started to understand why I might land this confusing for others. I'm a social person who also gets social anxiety. I am an introvert who loves being on a stage. Y'all see, I can't even sit still right now. Like, I need to be standing up. And so I'm trying to channel all this energy. But I learned self-acceptance is not an act of softness. Self-acceptance is strategy. It's strategic. Why is it strategic? Because when we are fighting ourselves, when we have not fully accepted where we are in our journey, it disrupts our flow. Keyword again, flow. It disrupts our flow, right? But when we fully accept ourselves, we can relax. The voice can relax. The mind can relax. The body can relax. All right. And so the cipher is what got me to this point. So I started the cipher just to become a better rapper. That's all I wanted, to freestyle. And the cipher represents 360 degrees, completion of thought, giving, exchanging information, energy, and ideas. The cipher is just the circle. People have been ciphering in circles for centuries, drumming in circles, praying in circles, eating in circles, and dancing in circles. And there are 3 key qualities about the cipher we have to keep in mind. You got to have a circle or some semblance of a circle. It might be a semicircle. One must be authentic. You must be your authentic self. There can be no fronting. And you got to be willing to flow. Now, being willing to flow means being willing to fail, willing to make mistakes, willing to stumble, and willing to do this in front of other people. That's where the muscle building comes in. You get tougher, your skin gets thicker, and your life gets richer because you're able to deliver. Oh, I can't stop the flow today, y'all. But you learn to express without thinking, trusting that your thoughts are enough. So there's a phrase in hip hop that we use a lot amongst MCs,
and rap lyricist. And it's called Getting Open. Those of you who are of a certain age and a hip hop head might remember that Black Moon song. You know what got you open, right? Getting open. You got to set your intention. You got to talk to yourself. Someone this week talked about the importance of talking to yourself, and I was over here behind my computer saying, "Amen, Alhamdulillah, yes, that's true." You must be present, focusing on your present moment, and to see yourself showing up as your best. Visualization is just important as self-talk, and being able to let go, as you just witnessed me let go in the process of things messing up. Nothing has gone as planned. Nothing this morning. So I had to get out of my own way. I had to give myself permission to make mistakes in front of 1,000 people. I had to stay in the now, present right now, so that I could get back on track to find my slides, to download them while I was talking to you and open them up for my computer hard drive. So remind yourself, it's okay. It's okay to pause. It's okay to run out of things to say. And the most important thing for you to do, other than set your intention, is to enjoy the journey, is to have fun, so that you can get open when you speak. All right. So I initially, when I joined that's a challenge, I guess. Shout out to Natalia. When I joined, I was focusing a lot on nervous system regulation, because that's where I'm at with my own personal journey. And at a certain point, I got tired of performing strength. How many of y'all out there? I'm tired of being the strong one. I'm just tired of being strong. I'm tired of putting on the mask of looking powerful, when really inside, I just want peace. I just want to feel peace. I'm going to cry like Oprah used to do on her show every day, without shame, unapologetically. And that's when my work shifted. It shifted into mindfulness, into meditation, into nervous system regulation. I started plugging wellness into everything that I do, right? My grandma would have said, baby, calm down now. Take a breath, take a breath. When really she was saying, you need to learn how to manage your energy, right? Because here's the truth. When your system is overloaded, your brilliance cannot shine and come through. If I had allowed my system to be overloaded, when the sound wouldn't work, when the slides wouldn't work, I would not be in flow right now. So I see a lot of powerful women who say, I know I am powerful, but sometimes I get stuck expressing my power. And those women have to learn that flow, being able to be in flow, bridges the gap, right? I had a myriad of thoughts going through my mind just now, but I had to let those thoughts go, because I had to stay present for the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. I love that name. It's so long and rich and thick. I'm going to say it over and over. But everything I teach comes back to one thing, the cipher. Right? I gave you the definition already, right? I showed you my book cover, Wisdom of the Cipher. I forgot to mention that was my book. But the cipher is the circle where everyone has a voice. Where you step in is where you step in. Whatever level of speaking you're at, it doesn't matter, because we're in the circle together. We catch one another. In my signature cipher workshop, I facilitate and guide the energy, so we understand that in the cipher, you are never alone. And when you are programmed and conditioned to understand and know that, you can go on stage by yourself and have 1,000,000 women beside you and behind you. And that makes all the difference. You master the art of expressing on the spot. Call it impromptu speaking, call it freestyle speaking, call it improvisation. You master this without overthinking. No script, no perfection, just presence. Flow. Flow. And here's the thing. Flow is not about being perfect. It's about being present enough to honor what's coming through and trusting it, right?
I had an interactive experience here, but I'm going to keep flowing for the sake of time because we lost a little bit. But I want you to energetically think about ways you could practice your flow. So before I go into the three shifts to be in flow, here's an exercise. When you get in the shower, before you go wash dishes, and don't worry, this is an open source exercise I've been doing for 32 years, facilitating. Teachers, educators, group leaders use this all over the world. It's simple. You take a letter of the alphabet and you say as many words that start with that letter as you possibly can. So if I were to take the letter A, I'd say anticipate, apple, activate, angst, awesome, anxious, able, right? And you would just flow and you would choose a few letters. Each day you might choose a different letter. In your passing or on your commute, you might study a letter in the dictionary. Yes, embrace your inner word nerd, study another letter. Because what happens is when we're on the spot, it is not a normal situation for most of us. We usually have preparation time, but you can train yourself to be able to flow with greater ease by doing exercise like this. And if the listing of words is too easy, you level it up. You create a poem off the top of the dome, shot off the top. So you might say the letter A, I automatically become activated and feel awesome after eating an apple. My anxiety, whatever. But you say as many words that start with that letter A, and you go through the alphabet and you do that. That's one way for you to do it. Another way for you to build your skills is when you're invited to speak. Try a simple framework like argument, evidence, conclusion, right? Argument, evidence, conclusion. Any topic anyone gives you, argument, make a stance and state it clearly. Evidence, give an example or evidence that supports your stance. Conclusion, reiterate your main point. AEC. That's a framework I teach in my workshops. We do this all the time. I even do it on the live sometimes to get people to come up to do it in the moment so they can acknowledge just how simple it is and it can be. Now, 3 shifts to be in flow, right? 1, regulate before you communicate. Your body speaks before your mouth does. So, before you get up to speak, sometimes what we do is we go rehearse and rehearse and rehearse and rehearse and rehearse. When we need to regulate. That means taking a breath, doing some breath work. It might mean stepping outside the room you're speaking in and walking the hallways. It might mean going outside to catch a breeze, to catch some sun. Whatever it is you need to do to regulate, do it. Some people, because the digestive system is the second brain in the body, some people have to release, if you know what I mean, because they're activated. But do what you gotta do, right? Do what you gotta do. So the second shift, manage energy, not just time. You see this woman carrying this clock? We don't need more hours, we need more alignment. And I know in a group like this, a group of successful women, sometimes those calendars can be so full, back to back to back to back meetings. Sometimes we won't give ourselves permission to have lunch because lunch was scheduled for 11 and I'm supposed to be working on a proposal at 12. And we won't take 5 to 10 minutes to be present to our food to eat. This not only impacts our productivity, it impacts our digestive system and our peace of mind and our energy. Manage your energy, not just time. Folks this week have talked about schedules and planning and delegation and communication. Who was the sister that was talking about the communication the other day? I can't remember who it was. Was it Savannah? It was so good.
I was so good. I was mad I was on the train and I couldn't screenshot everything and take notes. We must be aligned. The third shift, self-acceptance unlocks your flow. So that brings us back to self-acceptance unlocks our flow. So I want us to right now, wherever you are, to wrap your arms around yourself. Wrap your arms around yourself. Wrap your arms around yourself and say, I accept myself. I love and approve of myself. I love myself. I believe in myself. I trust myself. And then exhale. When we stop editing ourselves, we start expressing ourselves. We learn to express ourselves. Stop the editing, y'all. Allow yourself to make mistakes. Allow yourself to be imperfect. Allow yourself to stumble and get so comfortable with yourself, so accepting of yourself that you can lose sound. You won't be able to find your slides, that you might spill water on your blouse and you are still what? In flow. I hope y'all said it with me that time. In flow, right? So one of the ways that I regulate myself is with music. Music. So much so that I, as a music artist, made music for my self-regulation. That's how I started to lean into hip-hop meditation and house music meditation and Afro beats meditation. I have this music. It's all about inspiration. You can find on Spotify, iTunes, or YouTube. I love and approve of myself. I actually have a music video for this one. I love and approve of myself. And I rap the first verse, and then I just repeat the affirmations after. I remember when I first did the song, and this was some heavy self-acceptance needed. I sent it to my mom and my aunties. And they were silent. I was like, uh-oh, they didn't like it at all. And then one of my aunties, the one who just says it like it is, she's like, why are you repeating yourself over and over again? Where's the second verse? She didn't understand that those were affirmations and the intention was repetition, because it's through repetition that we elevate, that we alter our attitude, which then leads to the alteration of our attitude, that we're able to shift our energy through repetition. And sometimes repetition is needed because we've been programmed. We've been programmed. And some of it is self-programming because of trauma or disappointing experiences. We breathe, we listen and feel, we vibe, meaning we tune in. And once we're able to breathe and feel, we catch a vibe, and then we're able to spit. Now, I know that some of the women in the studio were spitting bars this past week. I want to go back in this space. There's something I wanted to share with you all, and it is, I'm going to go back to the first page. Nope. It is an event, which I'm not going to be able to pull up now, unless I download that too. I'm going to see if that's downloaded too. Which I am looking at. I have an event. It's called Speakspirational, right? Speakspirational is about the speech you deserve, right? And I'm excited about this because the trainings in this summit, the pre-summit trainings and the learning that took place during the trainings helped me to have a breakthrough. Now, me being at a rock bottom in life also helped. Me having a crisis with family and my mom helped. Me losing a dear friend who died suddenly helped me humble myself to life and to be willing to be in flow. And I actually created a freebie for you all, right? It's on my stand store. I actually started a stand store. And I actually have an offering that is fun, that is going to light me up just a bit, and that I am really, really excited about. And I am going to do my best to I'm going to bring that one up too. And I'm going to bring that one up here just so I can close properly. And I can close properly with what it is I wanted to share with you all. And it's Speakspirational. So I've been thinking about something. I've been thinking about the way that Black women have been taught to wait to be recognized, the way that we wait for permission, the way that we wait until we have it together. There's a reason that Black women, women of African descent, are the most educated community on the planet. There is a reason we are the most educated, because we're all about bettering ourselves and improving ourselves, and we forget sometimes that we are already enough, right? And Speakspirational was inspired by Viola Davis's NAACP acceptance speech. I'm going to put the landing page on my LinkedIn, Tony Blackman, and it'll also be on my Stan store, which is stan.store/Tony Blackman. And I want you all to check it out, because my question is, what if we already won? What if we chose ourselves instead of waiting to do our acceptance speech when some outside entity acknowledges? So that's why I'm hosting Speakspirational, where we create our own acceptance speeches, not from ego, but from truth, honoring the life that we have already lived, because you don't have to wait for ceremony to recognize yourself. And I need for the Black women who are paying attention to hear me. Black women do not need to wait to be chosen. We practice choosing ourselves. So I want to host a creative, affirming speaking experience where we write and we deliver the acceptance speeches that we no longer have to wait for. And this grew out of my participation with Women in Digital Business, the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. And I am excited that through guided prompts and visualization and live speaking exercises, baby, you're going to claim your wins. You're going to practice being seen and heard, and you're going to get comfortable with it. You're going to tap into your creativity and your emotional truth, and you're going to willingly receive applause from your sisters. This is not about performance. This is affirmation. This is embodiment of who we are. Okay. All right. So I want you to look around. I want you to look in the mirror. I want you to take a moment. The power is undeniable. Y'all, there was 100 women on this screen this week. Do you understand how profound of an action that is? 100 women from throughout the diaspora. We don't have to carry our power through tension. We no longer have to perform strength. There is another way. There's a way for our voices to come from our breath, not from pressure, where our presence lands without force, and where we trust ourselves in real time. Do you hear me? Trust ourselves in real time. This is the world that I want to experience, and I want my sisters to experience this as well. So breathe in ease. Release the fight. You don't have to prove your light. What's for you cannot pass you by when you honor the light that is inside. All right. So thank you all for going on this journey with me, this bumpy road and all, for your patience, for your listening, for your heart opening. I can feel it. And I want to thank and shout out Natalia Nicholson, Women in Digital Business, the entire team, all of the women in the studio, and all of the women in the group chat. Y'all missed the group chat. What? The group chat is where it's at, with the top 100. And thank you all for listening. My name is Tony Blackman. You can find me, because I can't show you the slide. You can find me hello@tonyblackman.com or tonyblackmanbooking@gmail.com. I'm also on Instagram. You can just shoot me a DM. You can check my LinkedIn. And I prepared all my stuff for today. I was so excited and proud of myself about having my freebie and my offer that I forgot to prepare the links to share. I have them on my computer, but I'm proud of myself nonetheless. Why? Because I am in flow. Thank you. Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Thank you. So beautiful. Some of the comments coming in. First of all, when we were having the technical issues, it was, "We are with you, sis. We will be present with you." And these ladies were present, engaged. They said, "You make it seem so easy."
Yes.
It can be easy
Flow.
for us when we
Yes.
practice. When we practice,
Okay, fine.
let it flow.
Let it
flow. Let it flow. Let it flow.
flow.
Everything's gonna work all right, you know. I can
Hey.
sing like Maria.
Oh, come on.
I felt that vibe. Everyone says they absolutely love you. We will get her all of her links and information.
Tony,
But-
now, while you're here, sorry, you know me, the marketeer, just drop the links in right now. There we go. I think one just went up. I'm not sure which link that someone did. They just.
Oh, that's different. That's different. Is that
That's different.
hers? Is that yours,
Engineer,
Tony?
what link just went up?
I don't.
What QR code?
Sorry.
What QR code? There's a QR code on Tony's screen. Oh, you take that. Yeah, if it's not hers, let's remove that.
Yeah.
But Tony, if you could just drop your links in the chat right now. There's no time like the present.
Yes. And ladies, you're making all these beautiful comments. We would love for you to go into our community in the House of Loren, and you can go and put those comments there. You can either put your name or not put your name, but put those comments there. What inspired you particularly about this? I loved, and I agree with you, Kelly, Speakspiration. Speakspiration. Yes. All here for it. And appreciated you shouting out those of us that were talking about communication this week. I personally appreciate that very much. That was just wonderful. But everybody was saying you did a beautiful job. They really loved your voice. They appreciated how you likened us to the Warrior King. I think I got that name right. I always mess that name up, but I've seen the movie a few times. Viola was powerful in that. And I think she's a powerful woman anyway. She's
I
like
agree.
you. She's insecure in who she is. And let me tell you, as a fellow neurospicy, I appreciate you being upfront and honest about where you are in your headspace. This is what we were talking about being authentic, right? Is making sure that, like Natalia said the other day, my mind is here, my mind is there. But and then she had one of those moments when Michelle was talking. She's like, wait a minute. This is what I just realized about this. This is it. And then she got hot and we had to calm her down. But that's a whole other story. It was legit. Don't get me wrong. But it's okay to acknowledge where we are.
Yes.
And then, like you said, if we're in flow, you keep moving. So what do you recommend the ladies do over the weekend or starting next week after they've had this whole full meal of a summit, this banquet? What do you recommend they do to stay in flow?
To stay in flow, what I would recommend. So there are a lot of people in the community, people watching, who are leveling up their communication in a variety of ways. So let's say you're leveling up in your content online. I would say that you generate a video, right? You can put a voiceover if you want to be on camera. Talk about what you learned from listening to the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. What did you learn? What did you gain? What was the most precious gem or jewel that you got out of this week? It could be a session. It could be from a keynote speaker. It can be from one of the shorter sessions, speakers. What was something that was like an aha moment for you? Was there a breakthrough that you had? Is there a major shift that you had from the 5 days of programming with 100 powerful Black women? I know
had at least 1 to 10. I had about 20, 35, but I know I can be extra. But I had a lot of them when my brain.
Yes, right.
We like extraness around here, Tony.
So this weekend, while it's still fresh, I would ask you, just as a way to support the efforts and the sacrifice that the planners and the team have done, and as a way to push yourself in growth, is to share.
Yeah.
Share.
And
if
Tony,
you're comfortable going live, go live.
yeah.
And if you can really tag some of the women who went live, DM us and say, hey, go live with me.
Right.
Our production guy has been constantly saying, and actually I haven't had the opportunity to be on the stage and say it. Please, ladies, go on to the Women in Digital Base Instagram page. There's a lot of great content that we've been filming behind the scenes that are there. Please go and follow and comment on that content. On YouTube, all the previous days are there. So we are coming at you with a whole on-demand channel where we're going to be editing, we're going to be polishing, we're going to be making sure all the links are there, the contact information. So all the nuggets that you receive, anything that you miss will be on one platform. But in the meantime, please go onto YouTube because you can actually view the 5 days as a whole. And we're about to chop it all up. But again, please make sure you comment. Tony, you're right. With engagement and with commenting on these channels is what's going to bring about visibility and make us bigger. So Princess, if you're there, please drop the IG and the YouTube channel into the chat. That one visibility on this one table and summit, it filters through to all of us.
Yep. And reshare, repost. So if you comment, like, I always say like, love. We don't like likes, we like loves. Love, comment, reshare, or repost. And that helps the organic reach as well and gets it out there.
Yeah, it's like someone earlier this week said this is like it feels like a movement, right?
It is.
Yeah.
You know, I like the idea of movements, and some people don't because it feels like there's an ending. But the ending could just be the transition to the next level.
That's exactly right. You're moving from one
Yes.
space or place to the next.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you something. It's a great word. About what I was going to ask you about, Tony. Oh, for those of us who are not sure of their own voice, right? Who are shy, we'll say the word shy. Shy. Shy is not shy. But what do you have to tell those who really are unsure, uncertain of their own voice, even though they have much to say?
Yeah, I think the first thing, and I have this in a longer talk when I'm focused. Quiet people can be dope too. Right? It's not about volume. It's not even about intensity. It's about authenticity.
Right.
And be as authentic as you can with your vibration. So let's say like there were a couple of women. I think this is woman Tina. There was a woman here. She was so soft spoken. But she had me the whole time.
Nice. Nice.
She had me the whole time. And I was looking for her video to show to a client of mine to like, see this, this is what you can do, right? But she had me the whole time because her heart was fully present and engaged. She meant what she said what she meant, and she wanted to make an impact on whoever was listening. And she did. And so it's just remembering that you don't have to become something that you are not to be impactful. Be yourself, be your best self. And remember this is the hard one for high achieving women. Your best self might not be your best. Be your best self that you are today. What's your best for today?
Say it one more time, please.
What is your best for today? That's the goal. And you've got to get at peace with that. That's why I'm an advocate of improvisation and advocate of freestyling. One of the things that I used to work with the artists, the MCs, was being able to be okay. To be okay that today the crowd didn't roar, but your peers clapped for you, man.
Yes.
You got open to an extent, not to the level where everybody was standing up. You get spoiled sometimes, but it's okay. And there is nothing wrong. Be your best self for whatever your best is today. And if you master the art of being in flow, you will never, ever be whack.
Now, Jennifer,
it's not possible to be whack. You might feel it inside, But externally, when you watch the tape and you roll back the recording, you'll realize, oh, well, now I see why people were clapping. Hey, yeah, I could have did better. But stand in that and approve of yourself and accept yourself for whatever is present today.
I want to point out something that Jennifer said, because you said quiet people can be dope too. Jennifer says, yes, I am a quiet person. That is dope. It took me a while to figure that out, but now I know it.
Yes.
So you go on, Jennifer.
Yes, Jennifer. Yes. Yes. So that's the most important thing. So did y'all need to spit some bars before I go?
Shy's ready. Go ahead.
Style.
I don't have anything in front of me.
Oh no, here we go. Okay, let's do this real quick.
Let's do it together then. Come on. Yes, lead us.
Okay, good. Okay, so the top 100 most powerful Black women. So we're going to talk about women in power. That's the theme. Women in power, right? So you're each going to add a word, a phrase, or a line, or a couple of lines, each of you, right? And if you get stuck, you just say powerful women. Okay, so if you get stuck, no excuses, no giggling, just powerful women.
Wait, how Michelle get out of this?
Okay. All right.
So who would like to go first?
Natalia, of course.
Oh gosh, the least musical person in the room.
Savannah said,
Powerful woman.
Savannah said, turn the volume down on what I want to say.
Oh, Savannah's going to join us. Savannah is on stage or no?
Let's bring Savannah on stage, please, engineer.
Yeah.
Savannah, they're calling you.
She's like, no.
Hi.
Hi, Savannah.
I had just written a story in the chat.
It says, when I was in college, another first year story, I was in an a cappella group. I was having a session with our group leader and it wasn't going all that well. At some point, she stopped, set a beat, and then said, when you sing, you don't open your mouth. Gotta open your mouth to vocalize. Of course, I'm in confusion when she said this, but she showed me what I was doing, and I was opening my mouth just wide enough to let sound out. I was silencing myself and didn't even realize it. I think about that moment whenever I start to turn the volume down on what I want to say.
Wow, Savannah.
That's powerful, Savannah.
Wow. That's good.
Powerful.
Nice.
I'm adding that to my list of things to remember.
Okay, so
I'm starting
here with Tony. Prep me for this.
Okay, so I'll start, and then Natalia will pick up. You can say a word, a phrase, or a line, or 2 or 3 lines, whatever flows for you. So you're going to listen to what the person said before you, and we'll close it with Savannah, our fellow creative. So she'll say the last one. So we'll just do this quickly for the sake of time. So the themes are women in power, right? And if you get stuck, you just say powerful women. Okay.
At the end of it, we're saying powerful women of end of each.
No, if you get stuck.
Oh, right. Okay. Got it, Tony.
So here we go. Savannah, you're on deck to close, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. This week, I built a new home with 100 powerful women, and the foundation is...
The foundation is so big that I can't see the top of the peak. And when we all rise, we're going to peak, and we're going to peak in a way where the power cannot shut us down.
We will not shut our mouths. We will continue to rise because the power was given to us in our thighs.
Oh, in our thighs, in our eyes, we will continue to rise. Don't be quiet. Say it, speak it. Just open your mouth.
And be present in the moment.
Right now. Is it my turn?
It's
Yep.
your
Okay.
turn.
Oh, okay. And be present in the moment always, because the moment belongs to you, no matter how long or short it is.
Ooh, nice.
Got a cipher, y'all.
I love poetry cipher. Thank you all for the rhythm and poetry cipher. If anyone wants to host one virtually, I do them for birthday parties as well. Reach out to me, and it's good for team building too.
I'm gonna hit you up.
Did your links go out in the chat, Tony? Did the links,
Yes,
Tony,
we put
chat?
our links
Okay,
out.
brilliant. And did our links go out, Princess? Really important that you guys engage with us, by the way. So we can find us on Instagram at Women in Digital Business, because Kingsley's done some great content, ladies.
Yeah.
So please do check it out. So it's at Women in Digital Business, and the YouTube channel is
Natalia Nicholson.
Natalia Nicholson Official. Need to change that name.
Natalia
Right, Tony, this has been fantastic.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna put rapping on. Well, not what am I saying? Rapping. I'm gonna put lyricist in my to-do list, as well as contacting 100 top powerful
You're
Black
already a
women.
lyricist because you write poetry, baby.
That's true. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure, Tony.
And I will be in
I'm
touch.
honored to share space with you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And your movie was great. Your documentary. Oh my
That was
goodness.
amazing.
Oh,
Yes.
Tony, that's another thing as well. I've got to reach out. We've got to have a meeting with myself and Dr. Cheryl about the whole Africa and what you're doing out there.
The
and how we
whole
can
of
still-
Africa, not because that's what you said.
Oh no,
you said we got to talk about the Africa, so she meant the whole of Africa.
Think big. You heard what you guys were told.
You know
Dream
me,
big.
Oh, and thank you all. That was the first time I've shown it publicly. That's a rough draft.
See, guys,
Yeah.
look, privilege. We
It's
are
not
honored.
even final yet. So
That's
Yes.
nice. Thank you. Well, thank you for
Beautiful.
sharing it.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
Beautiful.
all right.
All right,
Bye-bye.
thank you for being here, and I look forward to being in touch. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
So next up to our stage, we've been talking about communication. We've been talking about wealth building. We have been talking about using our voices. Open your mouth. We have been, I'm telling you, that is living rent-free in my head. We have talked about so many things, but one of the things that we have yet to fully talk about, Natalia built this table and allowed us to bring our chairs. So she built it big enough that no matter what kind of chair we wanted, we were able to bring it. And our next guest is going to talk about further. Let's bring to the stage Molly Crease, who will talk about a seat at the table.
Oh, okay, we ready, Molly.
Ooh, look at your fabulous girl. How you doing today?
Hi, how is everyone doing?
Hey, Molly.
Wonderful.
Doing well.
I'm ready to get flowing.
All right, we'll go on the flow, sis. The stage is yours.
Oh my gosh, let me make sure my screen is my slides. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm so excited to be here as a keynote speaker at the top 100 most powerful Black women. Thank you, Natalia, for creating such a space. It's been an awesome 5 days, and I can't believe that this is day 5 already. The time just flew by, us having fun, and it's amazing. But today, my name is Molly Crease. As you know, I'm a leadership strategist and CEO of We Network Services. And you'll hear a little story in my presentation of how We Network Services came about. But I want to talk to us today about a seat at the table. And not just a seat at the table, but I have a seat at the table ? Because during this presentation, you might be asking yourself some questions today. So let's get into it. We talk a lot about getting a seat at the table, the boardroom table, the executive table, the decision-making table. But let me say something that might challenge you. Access without alignment is a distraction. And some of you have been chasing tables that were never designed for you to thrive. And I want you to think about that for a second. Access without alignment is a distraction. And some of you have been chasing those tables that were never designed for you in the first place. You were never meant to be there, but you chased it because maybe that's what you were told. Maybe that's what you think you needed to strive for, but you were never meant to be at that table. So let's get into it. I remember sitting in college. You see a young Molly there, picture in my dorm room. I remember being in college and sharing a dream out loud. Sometimes we talk too much, right? Sharing a dream out loud. To build something of my own. To lead, to create, to take up space. And someone I trusted, someone I thought was a friend, looked at me and said, "You can't build your own table." Not in so many words, but essentially that's what it was, right? That friend said to me, "What are you talking about? You can't do this. You can't do that business. It's not going to work." She laughed. She told me I would fail. And in that moment, I didn't just hear her voice. I started questioning mine. Because it's not strangers who plant the deepest doubt. It's the ones closest to you. And those words, they followed me into rooms, into opportunities, into silence, until one day I found myself in the valley, in the sunken place. And the only one thing I had left was something I hadn't even tapped into yet. And that was my resilience. If you look at the slide here, I have a picture of anyone who's watched that movie, Get Out, the Get Out movie, the picture of the actor Daniel Kaluuya. I hope I'm pronouncing his last name correctly. And if you watch that movie, in that movie, he found himself in the sunken place, literally. And he found himself there because of someone who he trusted. And it was not just anyone. It was someone that was closest to him, his girlfriend. And so many times when we are looking at tables or looking to, Shirley Chisholm said, if they don't give you a seat, carry a folding chair. There are those people that are going to say to you, where you going with that folding chair? Right? Ain't nobody want you around this table with that folding chair. Or nobody's going to listen to what you have to say. Right? Those people, even in your own family, your family members, those people are going to say to you, no, you can't. No, you cannot. This is not a good idea. Don't do that. Don't do this. And in turn, it causes you to limit yourself and to lose your voice. And even in that dorm room, while I was sharing my experience, what I wanted to do with my friend, who I thought was really going to champion me and going to celebrate me and say, yes, I would help you. I want to help you. That was not the case. And so I started questioning my voice and I didn't do it. I forgot about it. I forgot about the dream. And so I found myself in this sunken place. So I came here today to wake you up, because the truth is, you don't need another seat. You need a decision. The table is only as powerful as the person sitting in it. Then we come to the lie that we all hear so often, right? For years, I believed if I worked hard enough, if I achieve enough, if I collect enough credentials, and they say the predominantly Black women are the most educated, the most everything, because that is what we've been taught. We've been taught to go for it, get it. So we go to school, we get the undergraduate degrees. I finished mine in 2 years because I didn't want to do no summer school. I didn't want to pay extra. I was like, I'm going to finish this. And I did it in 2 years instead of 4. I went and got my master's and did that in a year. And went and did certifications, and you're doing leadership programs and all these things. And then you're thinking about PhDs. Some of us have already gone and done the PhDs, and we keep upskilling because that is what we were told to do. If I work hard enough, achieve enough, collect enough credentials, I will finally arrive. And from growing up in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and from migrating to the USA to earning my MBA, I thought the goal was simple: get the seat. Because from a Caribbean background, in a Caribbean upbringing, you're taught that this is the table you need to sit at. Many of you, if you're from the Caribbean, you know this, or even other heritages might have this as well. But your parents tell you, the neighborhood tell you, you got to study, grow up to become a doctor, a lawyer, or these were the top choices. These were the seat that were the top choices that a lot of us strive to reach and wanted to be at. And so I thought the goal was simple: get the seat. Because once you get the seat, you've made it. A seat does not equal significance. Because I got the seat and I started shrinking. I started shrinking. I started softening my voice, editing my thoughts, over preparing, burnout, stress. I became palatable instead of powerful. And this is what happens. You don't need permission in rooms you were invited into. Let me tell you about one of my stories at the table. I remember sitting in a meeting, presenting ideas I had, spent nights thinking through strategy, vision, direction, all of that. And I remember the nods, the agreement, the energy in the room shifting. And then weeks later, I sat in another meeting and listened. As my manager presented my ideas, as if they were theirs. And I remember sitting there thinking, do I say something? Or do I stay quiet? And I chose silence, not because I didn't know, but because I didn't feel positioned to challenge it. And when the project succeeded, they took all the credit, no acknowledgement, no mention. And the part that stayed with me the most was this. Here's the kicker. I trained that person. I trained my own manager. The role opened up. I was ready because I prepared. I over prepared. I did all the studies, did all the upskilling, had the experience, was putting out the work. So I was prepared. I was ready. I had already been doing the work. And they hired someone else, less experienced, less qualified. And in that moment, I realized something. Some tables will use your voice, but never value it. If your voice is only useful, but never valued, you're at the wrong table. Can I say that again? Let me say that again. If your voice is only useful, but not valued, you're definitely at the wrong table. And you're at that table wasting your talents, wasting your moments, wasting your ideas. And what happens while you're at that table? You become frustrated. You start overworking to prove a point, and that stresses you out. That's where we have health problems at work. I swear to you, I was at a job and I didn't start getting headaches and pain in the back and all of these stuff until I was on that job because I stayed there for too long. And so a lot of things can happen when you're at the wrong table. So you have to recognize that and know that if you're not valued, you're at the wrong table and you need to get up. Let's get some participation in here. Raise your hand if you've ever been overlooked. Your idea is taken. I know there must be so many stories. You can pick them out in the chat. I imagine the chat is going bananas right now. Your idea is taken or pushed to the back burner. I'm going to give you a second to flood the chat because I know there's a lot of experiences. I know a lot of you have a lot of things to say concerning that because it is something that is often too common, right? We have people that take our ideas and push us to the back burner and take it as our own. Now I want you to keep that feeling for a moment. Because here's the real question. Did you rise or did you adjust? Think about that for a moment. Did you rise or did you adjust? Because those are not the same thing. They're two different things. It's either you rise or you adjust. And sometimes you adjust against your values, against what you're looking to do. And when you twist yourself in knots to adjust, I'm telling you, that's where the health issues comes in. Because you start stressing, your hair starts falling out. All of these things start happening. So ask yourself that question. Did you rise or did you adjust? Before you sit at any table, I want you to think about this. I want you to ask yourself these questions. Why this table? Is it purpose or validation? Because sometimes it's the latter, right? You want to be seen, you compare yourself to others, and so you've worked hard, you feel like you should be recognized, and so you want that validation. And when it becomes the latter, that's when you find yourself at the wrong table. That's when you find yourself doing things that might not be in connection with your values. That's when you find yourself out of alignment. That's when you find yourself among the wrong people. When you choose validation over purpose. So I want you to really think about that. And use this as an exercise right now. Write it down. Why this table? What's the purpose for me being at this table? Why 100 Topmost Women Summit? Why? What's my purpose here? That's a real question that you should consider before you sit, before you pull up that folding chair at any table that you're thinking about sitting at. Number 2, who is at the table? This is a very important question. You're not going to go and sit at a table blindly. You need to do your research. You need to know who's at the table. Because who's at the table can facilitate your growth. Who's at the table can champion you. Who's at the table can sponsor you. Who's at the table can mentor you. Who's at the table can coach you. Who's at the table can take you to that next level. So it's important that you ask that question, who is at the table? And when you think about who is at the table, is it for growth or is it limitation? Because I kid you not, there are people at the table that would limit your growth. There are people at the table that would see your potential even before you see your potential and make it their business and make it their mission to undermine every decision, every move, every shift that you will make. So it's important that you ask yourself this question: who is at the table and can they facilitate my growth, or will they stifle that growth? And then the next question I want you to ask yourself is, what impact will I make? Is it going to be just presence? I'm just there at the table to be at the table. I'm just there at the table to brag about it, to say I am the only and solely Black woman in this law firm or at this table in this company, and I'm at the board table and I'm the only Black woman. Yeah, woo, woo. Or are you there for transformation? Are you there for real change? Are you there to be a change agent? Even if you might be the only Black woman at the table, are you there back to purpose? Back to your purpose. Is your purpose that you would bring other Black women into the fold? Transformation. Are you going to create an impact? Are you going to build legacy by you being there? So what impact will I make? That's a question you must consider. That's a question you must ask yourself. Thinking about it? 3 powerful questions. Because sitting is passive. If I'm just sitting, what am I doing? Right? I'm taking up space. I'm taking up room. But if I sit, and I sit with a purpose, I sit knowing who is at the table. So there's growth. There's growth trajectory. There's a growth strategy. If I sit and I know I want transformation, I know I want change, therefore, I'm going to put in the work. I'm going to put out the ideas. I'm going to make the shift so that there is great impact that will lead up to a legacy. Then I'm no longer just sitting. I'm impacting. Because impact is intentional. When I was in grad school, even before grad school, undergrad, I went to Monroe University here in the USA, in New Rochelle as undergrad. That's where I did my undergraduate and got my bachelor's degree in business administration, and then I did my MBA at LIU, Long Island University, and I used to attend a lot of conferences. Right? There would be student conferences. I was part of NABO, which is an accounting association, and they would have these student conferences all over the place. I would go to these student conferences. We had a chapter, student chapter on campus, and we would do all these conferences. Same thing. I joined the National Black MBA New York chapter when I was in grad school. And we'll have all these conferences in various states of the USA, Maryland and Atlanta, Washington, Philadelphia. There's one coming up this year that's going to be in LA. And so there's all these conferences that you get to go to. And so I attended some of these conferences. And as an introvert, because I'm really introverted, you wouldn't see it now, but I'm a pretty shy person. And so I would say nothing. Not because I didn't have something to say, but because I didn't believe it mattered. No one at that time had taught me about the importance of networking, the importance of connecting, the importance of your voice, the importance of speaking up. And so when you don't have the knowledge, you're not able to do certain things. And one day, I looked around the room and I saw a lot of people who looked like me. Brilliant, talented, capable. I'm gonna say that again because what I'm coming to it's going to blow your mind. So I looked around the room, a lot of people like me in these rooms at these conferences. Brilliant people, talented, very capable, but silent. And I realized something that changed everything. We weren't lacking ability. We were lacking ownership. And in that moment, I made a decision. In that moment, I made a decision. I will never sit in a room again and question my value. And if the table doesn't create space, I will build one. And so that's when the realization hit. Because I looked at people who looked like me that did not know their own brilliance. that did not know their own strength. So they could not articulate it. They could not share their value. I look at people like myself at the time, students, leaders, in lines, just handing their resumes to recruiters and did not know what to say about themselves. They did not know how to articulate that value. And so they waited for someone else to tell them how valuable they were. They waited for someone else to tell them what table they should go to. They waited for someone else to tell them, this is the table that you need to be at. Never mind, it might not be the right table. But because you don't know your own value and you haven't come into that self-awareness and you haven't sat with yourself, you haven't done that personal SWOT analysis, you don't know what your values are, you don't know what you're about, you don't know what you should be doing. And so you allow someone else to tell you your value. You allow someone else to tell you your message. You allow someone else to tell you what you're worth. And so you find yourself in a pickle. Because later down the road, you're going to realize that I worth a lot more than this. Why was I doing this to myself? It's because you allowed other people to value you instead of you valuing yourself first. And so I decided I will never sit in a room again and question my value. And I realized if the table doesn't create space, that I will not just bring a folding chair, that I was going to build my own table. And that is how We Network Services was realized. This is my first ever logo created myself for We Network Services. We've since upgraded, but I wanted you to know that because so many times we stifle ourselves and limit ourselves because we didn't know. And we allow others to decide for us. Some tables don't need your presence. They need your absence. Can I say that again? I don't think some of you heard that in the back. Some tables don't need your presence. They need your absence. So I want you to think about it right now. Which table are you at that you should get up immediately from? You should run, like my grandmother would say, run with breakneck speed from that table. Think about it. If you've been pondering for a while and thinking about how unhappy you are in what you're doing and what's your purpose and why you're at that table, there's probably been a little voice in your head saying, you need to get up, but you haven't been listening. Think about that. And I would say run, get up right away, because you need to be absent from that table. Four signs you've outgrown your table. I'm going to help you a little bit here, because some of you might not know when you've outgrown it. So I'm going to tell you. So if you recognize one of these, like we say in church, ouch, say amen. And don't be embarrassed. It's just giving you confirmation that you need to get up. So 4 signs you've outgrown your table. Number 1, you're no longer excited. And a lot of us are at tables that we're not excited about. We're there out of obligation. Maybe a friend dragged us into it. Maybe we're there just because it looks good on our resume or on our LinkedIn profiles, and we get recognition for the table. So we were like, we're going to endure whatever. Never mind that I'm not happy about it. Never mind that I'm not happy where the organization is going or where the process is going. I'm just going to sit at the table because it's making me look good. It looks good for me. You're no longer excited. Number 2, you've outgrown the space. I'm going to tell you something. As I've gone through my career and have stepped into different spaces and have gotten to know different people, I've realized that some things come into your life for a season. And you have to recognize when that season is over. And you have to have that discernment to know when you've outgrown something. And so that's why number 2 is so important. You've outgrown the space. Number 3, you're no longer aligned. Oh my God, alignment. Alignment is so important. If you're out of alignment, accidents happen. Things happen. Think about someone running track. You watch those Olympics and you watch those people in sports. If I'm running a relay and I'm not in alignment with the second base or with the third base, and the first base has to pass the baton to me, and I'm out of alignment, that's going to cause the team to lose the race because I'm not in alignment. And so alignment is very important. Number 4, you're the smartest in the room. President Obama said this one time when he was talking about table. I remember him mentioning at one point being the smartest one in the room. If you're the smartest one in the room or the smartest one at the table, it means you're not growing. Because the level is here and it goes no higher because you're the smartest one. When you're looking for elevation, you're looking for growth beyond measure. Put yourself, all the best billionaires and millionaires, they will tell you, they put themselves around the people that were above them, that were higher than them, that knew more than them. Because you want to elevate higher, you want to grow higher. And so when you reach to that point, the table no longer serves you. And so these are the 4 signs you need to look for to make that decision and to know if you've outgrown the table. Because if you're always the smartest one in the room, you're not in a room, you're in a ceiling. Because you're stuck here. Think about that for a second. And so sometimes you have to make decisions that you might not want to make. Sometimes you've outgrown the table, and sometimes you need to shift to make the table work. So I almost walked away from a table. I gave 5 years of service, commitment, contribution, and still overlooked. Twice. A lot of us can say that has happened. And I remember sitting with myself thinking, maybe this isn't for me anymore. I need to quit. I need to get up. I need to walk away from this table. And maybe you've had that moment too, where walking away felt easier than staying unseen. Because usually at times walking away is the easiest thing, right? You don't have to think about it anymore. You don't have to bother with it anymore. You just walk away and let it be someone else's problem. But I realized something. Not every delay is a denial. Sometimes we want things too quickly. And we have to have that balance. We have to know, we have to have that discernment. And so this is very important. Not every delay is denial. Some tables are bigger than your ego. Watch it now. Yeah, I just said that. Some tables are bigger than your ego. And when you stop performing for people, God will position you in a way that people can't ignore. Can I say that again? Some tables are bigger than your ego. And when you stop performing for people, God will position you in a way that people can't ignore. Because sometimes the elevation does not rely on a man, it relies on God. And when you put your trust in him, some people on here might not be Christians, but when you put your trust in not just God, but in yourself, in your abilities, in who you are, and sometimes what happens is that we don't stand in that confidence. We don't stand in that executive presence. We don't embody our whole selves and our home power. There's a song that says, I did not even know my own strength. Sometimes we don't know our own strength. And it causes us to make decisions that we should not make, and it causes us to stay in our ego. But when you let go of that ego, you position. Position comes clear into clear view. So God will position you in a way that people can't ignore. The table decision. Every table requires a decision. And it's up to you what decision you make. And you can't make this decision lightly, but you will have to make a decision at some point. And so, first decision you might decide to do is you might decide to sit. If it aligns, own your space fully. If the table aligns, when you sit down, own that space fully. Because like I said earlier, sometimes we don't own the space and we shrink our voice. And that causes us not to, we sit at the table, but we're quiet, we're passive. Then you might need to make a decision to shift. Right? If it has potential, you can shift and you can change the room. You can make some real changes. And then you might decide that you don't want to sit, you don't want to shift, but you want to build. And when you decide to build, it means that the table doesn't align anymore. And at that point, you're making that decision to create your own table. And how do you build? Let's talk about building. Building is not a moment. It's a decision followed by discipline. It's clear understanding. You don't make this decision on a whim. Because I'm going to tell you, building is not easy. It's a decision followed by discipline. There are 3 ways to build. You build with vision. Before anything exists externally, it must be clear internally. If you can't see it clearly, you won't sustain it consistently. That's very important. Number 2, you build with intention. Not everything deserves your energy. Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Some of us don't know how to say no. We are some yes men. Yes, yes, yes. And our head is going like a bobblehead. Yes, 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 yes. Aren't you tired of saying yes? Not every opportunity deserves your yes. Be more intentional. Busy is not the same as building. A lot of times we're busy doing all these things, running all over the place, right? It's not the same as building. You can get lost in that busy and find yourself back in the sunken place. Find yourself back in the valley. Stop being busy and start building. And number 3, you build with resilience, because building will test you. Oh my God, if it will test you down to the 9. Building will test you. It will test your patience, your confidence, your belief. And if you quit every time it gets hard, you're not building, you're experimenting. Vision starts it, right? That's the beginning. Vision starts it. Intention sustains it. And resilience finishes it. I didn't want to tell you how to build without getting into the building season, because it's so important. We're going to go through so many seasons when we're thinking about table, sitting, shifting, building. It's seasonal change, just like the weather changes. And so there's a building season. Let me prepare you for something no one talks about, right? They tell you, take that seat at the table, build your own table. And we talk about it so cavalier, like it's so easy, right? But no one tells you about the building season. Because we celebrate outcomes, but we don't talk about the process. There's a process. Those diamond rings that you put on your finger before they come so sparkly and shiny, there's a process. There's a process that is ugly. It's not cute during the process. And so there's a building process. There's a pruning that happens. There's a changed mindset that has to occur. There's changed behavior. There's different things you have to do. Natalia has been talking a lot about funnel and marketing. And some of us, if we want to get there, we got to change our behavior and tap into the marketing and the funnel. A lot of us don't want to do it. Me included. But I need to hire someone to do it. If I need to hire someone to do it, they need to get it done. So I'll hire someone because I need to get it done. I need to adapt a changed behavior. And then some of us need to change the company. You need to exit your network that you're in. The tribe that you find yourself in is the wrong one. You might need to exit. Change company. That comes with the building season. Number one, you will feel alone sometimes because you're going through a process. You're going through a change, and not everyone is going to understand that process. Not everyone is going to understand that change. And you will feel alone even when people support you. Number two, you will question yourself. Is this working? Am I ready? Did I make the right decision? Don't be afraid. These are common questions. You're in the building season. This definitely has to happen. Number three, you will not see immediate results. And you have to be comfortable with this. Don't go back into the sunken place. This part of the process is important. This is where most people quit because they mistake silence for failure. Number four, you will outgrow people. Not because you think you're better, but because you're becoming different. Michelle Obama wrote that book, Becoming, right? You're becoming. You're coming into that full self, right? When the cocoon opens, there's a vision that is realized. You're becoming. And so people are not going to understand that. When that butterfly comes out and it shines, it's because of that process that it went through. So you're becoming different. And so you will outgrow people. Some people would be your closest friends. You'll outgrow them. I'm just telling you that right now. So be comfortable with it. Prepare your mind for it. Just because it's quiet doesn't mean it's not working. The season, that's where I was when I almost walked away. You have a slide, Natalia? No.
Hi.
Sorry, hey Molly, I'm so sorry. We didn't realize we was on volume, but we've got the next speaker who is just in.
I'm
giving us
closing
some
up.
wonderful content.
2 minutes.
No problem, my lovely. No problem.
Your alignment period. This is where everything begins to make sense. Alignment looks like this. Your decisions match your values. You stop saying yes to things that drain you. Your environment reflects your growth. You're no longer forcing yourself to fit. Your voice becomes clear. You're not second guessing every word. Your presence becomes powerful. You walk into rooms differently, not louder, but clearer. Alignment is when you stop forcing and start flowing. When you reach alignment, you don't chase tables anymore. You choose them. And so there's an identity shift. Sunken place, no more. The valley, no longer your path. Self-doubt disrupted. You are not waiting, you are choosing. You are not shrinking, you are becoming. Unmovable, unstoppable, unapologetic. So after today, don't get to say you're waiting for a seat. You don't get to say you're unsure. You have a decision to make. If the table aligns, sit. If it needs change, shift. If it doesn't serve you, build and watch who gathers. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Again, my name is Molly Crease. Thank you so much for this opportunity. If you want free consultation, the barcode is there. Please scan the barcode or connect with me on LinkedIn and message me at mollykrease@wenetworkservices.com. And I want to thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Yay,
All right, thank you. Ladies, what do we think about building our own tables?
we want them. I need a marble table, Molly. You remember Natalia said she's building a grand marble table?
We have a black one.
Oh
Like
yeah,
ebony with the little
with the gold. No, with the gold inlays, right? The Kansuki.
Yeah, and your glasses are fabulous, love. I just
thank you so much.
But thank you so much, because you really helped us to appreciate what it takes to build for ourselves and to build stable tables for ourselves. Much, much appreciated. And thank you for being here. We will make sure that links to her socials and everything else will be provided to everybody, especially on the replay, if you weren't able to get the QR code, so that you can get in touch with Molly and continue to learn about how you can build your own tables. So thank you very much, Molly, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you.
Bye, Molly.
Bye-bye. So, family, we are at a painful part of the day today, which is why I have liquor in my hands.
Michelle, can you not scoot into one of the?
I guess
you're so small.
Oh, I'm so small. Okay.
The itty bitties.
Yeah.
And it's
can we bring
Savannah? Is Savannah?
Can we bring Savannah up
to the
on
stage?
the screen? Yes. So Savannah, I hope you have a glass of water.
I do.
Good. We've been getting your share in over here.
I appreciate you.
I'm gonna have water.
Oh, sorry.
So,
what did she say?
She has her water, her liver.
Oh,
so she has water.
Oh, okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the next couple of minutes. We have one more speaker for you today, but we wanted to bring our fearless leader to the stage so that she can say a couple of words in closing before we get to. We're going to be here after the next speaker, but she and some other of the elite circle have to leave for an event, so we want to make sure they can say something to you. Natalia.
It's so funny. When you said fearless leader, I thought you was introducing the next speaker. I didn't realize you was talking about me.
Take
I know one of the things that I have to learn this week is so funny. The content video guy, Kingsley, said to me, what's your title? What's your title? And I was like, Natalia, Miss. And then he's like, no. What's your title? And I'm looking confused. He's like, CEO. And I thought, oh, yeah, I guess I'm a founder. I think I just probably see me as me, and I don't really see titles, but we've expressed it throughout the week, so I don't know how to say it to really get across. It just feels really bittersweet today, if you want me to be honest with you. It's like it's been a really, really long week. We've kept the energy going. We've had to pivot. It's been such a huge learning curve. And in terms of what we're building here and what we're going on to do next is great. So in one sense, it's sad that it's over. But actually, we're back in October, and in between that, you're going to be seeing a lot more of us. What we started here doesn't stop. So there's this feeling of excitement to sadness to, when I was saying to Michelle when we was in the boardroom, I just want to lock myself in a dark room with my laptop, and you can just put food under the door, just so I can start building and getting to where we need to be. But I can't stress it enough. None of this wasn't actually possible without all of you as speakers. And I actually just want to pay a great amount of respect. And I really want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. We all do. The love that you've shown us for showing up, believing in this summit and being on the mission. You are just as much a part of this as, the 5 of us in this room. Okay, Savannah, online, a part of the elite circle. It's not just me. It's not just the elite circle. You've got Irie Jam Radio. Big up to Irie Jam Radio.
Big up.
For Irie Jam Radio, there would be no studio where we're here. Everybody in their family has embraced us like we are family. And I now feel like I'm part of this family. So the engineer down to content, Kingsley, Q, the other engineers guys here, the can't remember his name, Zamari, Sin, Bobby, everybody's just made us feel so welcome.
Jafar, Steve,
Jafar running across the stage, by the way. But yeah, it just wouldn't have been possible. And the speakers, you guys, it has not just been us on this stage. Holding us down and holding us up on the virtual stage are the 100 speakers that make this show. Without them, there is no top 100 most powerful Black women. So anybody that you would have heard, those who were attending, that have offered you something to elevate yourself and rise yourself up, anybody that you felt touched a chord or helped you or gave a nugget, share them. Okay, share them with other people that might need them. It's not just about those that are here. I really, 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 I'm going to keep saying it, just want to pay respect and love to every single speaker. The show did not end when we came off this stage. Every single day you had 20 masterclasses. That's 20 hours of content, including us. And we haven't paid enough respect to those that came afterwards. Every evening from 7 p.m. all the way through to the early hours of the morning, you had speakers and content. So for those of you that are plugged in and you might think this is great, it was even bigger than what you were seeing through your screen. Yeah, the replay is going to be hitting. This whole summit is going to be on demand, where we now go away and we got to work around the clock to build out a platform and make sure that no one can't come and burn our table down. We're going to make sure our table is fireproof. What happened in Black Wall Street is not going to happen here. We're in the virtual world. Okay, so it's really, really, really important that you just understand the magnitude of what went on here. It's not just what was in the studio. I can't stress that enough. In the meantime, while we're building out and strengthening this table, and we're coming back with a launch on April the 13th of the on-demand of this summit, you can go over to YouTube if you missed anything. Please make sure that you go onto our social channels. The amplification of being able to go onto Women in Digital Business Instagram and liking and commenting and sharing. You are not just rising Women in Digital Business up. You rise every person on this stage up. You rise Irie Jam Radio up. You rise up every single speaker, whether they were live here as a keynote or they went to the early hours of the morning. Please make sure that you like, you share, and you comment. Please go onto our Women in Digital Business Instagram and go on to Natalia Nicholson Official on YouTube. Okay, the links are in the chat. Just remember, you've been given some great offers by all of us here. And just to wrap up, and I want to pass it on to you guys, you're going to see coming from us a community that you can come and engage. That community is powered by the House of Lorraine, where you can really learn about how to become more visible with your brand. From there, you're also going to learn about how to deal with your money and your wealth from Michelle. Okay, you're going to learn how to communicate and message it. We spoke a lot about, you know, what's going on in the Women in Digital Business community powered by the House of Lorraine, and we talked about branding. What we haven't covered enough, Shy, actually, is communication. If the messaging ain't right, the funnel don't work. Point blank, period. And I hope everybody saw that from my demonstration. Okay, if the brand ain't right, the funnel don't work. The table don't work. As much as I might have brought this table to light, it doesn't work with all of us. You're going to be getting a taste of Cheryl. Cheryl, for me, is like the head of our board member. She's the head of the mafia. Okay? She's the...
Yes.
she's
the board.
Take your flowers.
Chairperson of the board, yes.
So when Cheryl drops in that community, you better all pay attention and turn up, show up, and make sure that you listen, because she's only going to say it once, and whatever she gives you is going to be life changing.
Open your mouth. That Lauren Hill says, she says one time, not two times, one time
only.
And she gonna live rent free in your head. Trust. She is.
And one time only. And I think, you know, lastly, even, you know what, as well, I have to say as well, the last, like, my family is actually my village. You know, big up to Nathan, love Nathan to the max. Couldn't ask for a better husband. Could not ask for a better husband. Okay, gives me my place and my time to shine, and it's always there to have my back. My mum, even though she's probably not listening, my mum is like my right arm. Mum, without you, the kids, always. I tell you what, my mum has always believed in me. Always, through bankruptcy, through the most darkest times. My mum has always believed in me. Never faltered, not even once. So I have to give a lot of love out to my family as well, because it just wouldn't have been possible. And Savannah, you're just incredible.
She is.
You are an incredible human being. And I don't think you realize how incredible you are. Just the way that you tackle life. You're a hero in your own story. You really are. The humor that you give, the laughter that you can give, the love that you can give when you've had a lot taken away from you, you still show up, and you will certainly get your blessings for that. Yes. I've got no doubt. We've all got your back. We all love you. And whether you're here in the studio with us, whether you're virtually, you've got your camera on. Enough love and respect to Savannah. Yes. Savannah, thank you for everything that you have done and also contributed. And I did. I think I went yesterday. Obviously, we had the networking, so this is kind of like our closeout. And Kia, I won't take any much more of your time up, I promise. And yesterday we had the networking. Obviously, that was gated.
That was wonderful.
But a lot of the people here were surprised that who you see on this stage, we've never met. We met through a Google Meet and Zoom calls, and this is how you see us come together. And for the last year and a half, I've been saying constantly to Nathan, I'm in the wrong rooms. I shouldn't be the smartest person in the room. If you are the smartest person in your room, there's something wrong. There's something wrong because you are not going to learn. And one of the best
Well,
things-
I'm the smartest person in my room because I'm the only one in my room. So
That's a good one.
There's the humor.
That is so Savannah.
I gotta taste of that one.
And that's what I'm talking about. But I now feel like I'm in the room where I'm not the smartest person. Okay. I just feel like all of you ladies are, wherever I fall, you make up, and it just means as a whole, it just makes us a really strong, powerful force. I feel like we are superheroes. Maybe we can have that
right.
too.
I know somebody that can try it.
yeah. You just lift me up. You make me feel like the best version of myself. And I hope I make you feel like that back in return as well.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go on because let's face it, we all know I can talk for England. I'm British. So I just want to give everybody their time really quickly. Kia, I know you're coming onto the stage.
Kia, we'll give you some extra time. This is important.
Okay, hey, I can see Kia's hands going.
She's like, go for it.
Maria.
Me? Oh my god.
We're going to go around that way.
This way.
Yes.
I am not first, but I guess I am first. Guys, I've spoken a lot this week, but my one takeaway from this week is that you are only as strong as the people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Put yourself in rooms where people support you.
Yes.
And if they don't support you in those rooms, get yourself into the rooms that you need to be in. We are coming, I think I said this earlier, we're coming to you with heart.
Mm.
Everything is heart. It's just all heart. And I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure I can speak on behalf of everybody here.
Oh, yeah.
And if you are here, you are meant to be here. Please, please, please do not take this for granted. Please take action and take one step that will move you forward in your own goals. And that's all I have to say. And I love you very much.
Amen.
And make sure you join the community. Women Digital Business, House of Loren.
I'll start by saying I love each and every one of you, as well as the ladies that are out there. And as it has always been stated, none of us are more powerful than all of us together collectively. And we are a powerful force to be reckoned with. And so I'm just looking forward to what is to come. What is already written to come is going to be great. And thank you for the opportunity.
All right. Is this mic on?
I don't think so.
Oh, it's on. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I believe you can see me. Oh, hey, ladies, I just wanted to say it was been a pleasure for this whole week. You just don't know, like I said to the rest of the ladies, and for those who are on the video for the past few times that I was here, I've taken so many notes. And I really do need to look through those notes in addition to listen to all the podcasts, because it just made me full to the point that I really have to go in there and sift to see what nuggets are going to be. And I'm sure all the nuggets are good, but I know there's going to be a really good gems and nuggets that I really, really want to get into and learn from. So again, it's just been overwhelming for me as a person just to learn from all of these ladies. And of course, in this group here, love you all. Like I said, I had came in with open arms for my situation that I will never talk about again. But you guys just, open your arms and just said, thank you, Michelle, for coming. And I was like, I will never, ever miss this group. And to the men in the back, thank you very much for helping us out. And those ladies, appreciate you all. And again, just like Natalia and Maria said, we're going to see you all hopefully in the next few months. So thank you.
There's no hope.
We will see you in the next
That's
few
right.
months. So thank you.
So I feel humbled and privileged to be in this room. Sorry, about to knock your drink over. But to be in this room with all these fabulous and great women I got to spend time personally with these women, and especially with two of them because we were sharing a house together. And that was wonderful. We got to laugh and talk and have conversations, and they got to meet my friends and that thing, and so forth. Again, if it wasn't for Natalia and especially her team, I think we need to give a shout out to our family in Nigeria, not just our team, our family.
Thank you. Yes.
And the reason for that is because they were the ones that first reached out to me. If they had not reached out to me and reached out to me in a very personal way,
the Gen team,
I would not have contacted Natalia. We get all kinds of messages in our LinkedIn's that we ignore. So we don't read DMs like all the, no, for real. I don't read the DMs all the time in my LinkedIn. But something told me to read this one, especially because she had an African name like my government name. And I said, let me take a look here. And it was so personal and so warm. And it was so genuine. I was like, yeah, I clicked the link. I don't never click links on posts that I don't know about. And I clicked the link. I met Natalia.
We tracked you.
You did. You did. And so much so that y'all was still tracking me coming back. Hey, are you going to be? Yes, I'm going to be there. But so much so that within 5 minutes of our, like, hey, how you doing? This is not, our vibe was so strong. We literally were planning a retreat. And so that's going to come to fruition. We'll show you how later on once it's all worked out. And then I got introduced to all these other fabulous women. Maria lifts up our brand. She lifts up. She's so light. She paints pictures.
Yes.
She brings the beauty to the rest of the team.
Like a chief at the Care Bears.
She is. But seriously, it's some people bring color in life. You bring the color.
Yeah.
Oh wow. You do.
You bring the color.
You a Care Bear.
Dr. Cheryl brought the wisdom of our ancestors coming all the way through. And Michelle brought in the analytics that we needed, how to think differently about some of everything because of her perspective. It's precision, it's sharp, it's clear, and she's honest, and she's from Vallejo. So
that's right.
So everybody brought something. The gentleman that worked with us, I can't give you enough props. I want to sing Angie Stone's Black Brother to y'all.
Yes.
Because seriously,
That's right.
we couldn't have done any of this without you guys. Really. We had a good time this week. You guys were so respectful of us as women.
Yes.
And supportive of us.
You should have saw them. They was running.
They
Running
were.
the room, getting stuff
They
in
were
the
protecting us
house.
and guiding us every
was
step of the
nice.
way. And when we have that connection with the men in our community, we all rise up.
Did anybody film the madness on Monday, Kingsley? When we
Oh, he didn't. Oh, I wish I was.
No, Kingsley had his own camera. Like, okay, let me get this picture. He was like, let me get this craziness. But the last thing that I would say, Molly says she don't click links either, but it was very much aligned. The last thing, I guess I should give a prop out to Jafar. Hi, Jafar.
Oh my
It's all right. We love
She
you,
doesn't
Jafar.
mean that.
No,
She doesn't mean it.
He's a sweetheart. No, he's been here running too, and he's waiting for us to finish up some. The last thing that I would say is that, we talked about lifting each other up, and that is very real. Please go out there and support. You've got over 100 women that came to you that you can support.
Yes. Yep.
Our network becomes your network. You don't know who in your network is going to help you achieve your goals and achieve your dreams. Michelle made a dream of mine come true that I didn't even know I had by introducing me to somebody that I used to listen to and admire on the radio. And I got to be there on his radio show. And I was like, oh my God. And I might have to. We just never know how the people that we've met in this room, you had Daphne Jones in here, Dr. Sarant. I can't wait to go re-listen to all of their,
just Sarah.
And just Sarah, everybody. So please go out and support them and let them allow them to support you.
Yeah. And on that note as well, I did, not that I forgot, there's just so much that went into this, sponsors as well. So
Yes, all the
thank
sponsors.
you to Jasera, you were absolutely amazing. Thank you, Daphne. And Daphne, you gave us so much more than we could ever contend with.
Yeah.
Stephanie White, you are just such a beautiful soul. And remember what I said, people, events are one way to amplify.
Yes.
Events are really, really, really powerful way to get people together. Okay. Who else did I?
Our brand ambassadors.
Yes.
So if there's somebody that should have been in this room that wasn't, invite them next time. If there's somebody that has a voice and needs a platform and space held for them, let them know. We're always looking for keynote speakers, and we're always looking for brand ambassadors as well.
You know, Princess is hugging you right now. So Princess, you can drop the link into the chat about becoming the speaker. And it was Dr. Laura. We mentioned her, but Dr. Laura was the full sponsor.
Yes.
As well as Women in Digital.
So yes.
Natalia and Nate.
So, and last but not least, I want to thank everybody's now adoptive mama, Mama Pat.
That's right.
Who, when I tell you every day she have positive words for every one of us.
I don't have it on me.
Oh,
I don't.
she sent one last positive message to all of us. She's extremely proud of each and every one of you, and especially of you and what you accomplished. So you got a mother on the other side of the pond.
Yes.
Yeah. So with that
see
being
me.
said, and of course we have to thank all of our significant others, our partners,
I do have to
our
say that
friends.
it's important
Yes.
because we tend to forget that when we're busy building things, we have a whole life behind us.
Yes.
Our families that we are trying not to neglect. So for the support that they've lent us, our husbands, our partners, our children, thank you.
Very much
thank
so.
you. Thank you.
So Natalia's glass is empty again.
Oh dear. I'm gonna have to fill it up.
That means we've been talking too much. Natalia doesn't have any patience for this.
No, she doesn't. So
well, not only that as well. We got
I'm
Kia
going
waiting.
to, I'm going to ask Miss Cheryl, Dr. Cheryl Pruitt, would you say one closing word that we can
And
take?
Savannah.
And Savannah. Oh, I'm sorry, Savannah. Girl, I'm sorry. Savannah, say your word. Say, she did write some stuff in the chat, but say more than thank you very much. Say something, Savannah.
Thank you very, very much. No, but for real, thank you for joining us, and thank yourselves for joining, because I know that for some of you, it could have been a hard choice to invest in yourself or to do the safe thing. But I think as you continue on this journey, you're going to realize that investing in yourself is the safest thing you could do.
That's right.
Even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. But also what the other ladies have said, please do reach out to people. Sorry.
Don't apologize. Take your time.
I'm okay, Mia. And because everybody is now a warm contact. And as someone who has Clifton Strengths and Woo is at the bottom of her list, that is so relieving. I don't have to worry about cold contacts anymore.
Yeah,
that's true. Please, very much so. Like they said, please take advantage of the opportunity, and do understand that yes, you have 3 months of watching the replays, but that's not the time limit on reaching out to people at all. So if you're not ready for whatever reason, that's fine. But I hope you have a list of people that you do want to get in touch with. You don't have to write it down, just it could be in your head. But when you're ready, please do reach out. I am one of those warm people, so feel free.
Yes. And make sure you reach out. Sorry, Charles.
I was just going to say, remember we talked about sponsors? We have been each other's sponsors. We have opened doors to each other and spoken each other's names in rooms where we were not originally. You're now connected to some of the most amazing and powerful women you may ever be connected to. Reach out and maintain those relationships. That's all I have to say about that.
And just to close off, and Kia, you're going to come on stage. Speaking of sponsors, our biggest sponsor is actually our media partner, and that's RE Jam Radio. And yes, I've referenced them a lot. You've probably even seen them on all of our footage going out, but I just want you to explain the multitude. Without RE Jam Radio, this energy, that the container that they've built for us, we just simply wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to project the energy that we're projecting through a laptop, through a phone, through a tablet.
Right.
Okay, without them, we wouldn't have come together across oceans. Okay, we've come from cities and come together and actually made this real. And I think one of the biggest things that Ari's even given us is by going out in front of their family, just seeing the faces of all you guys, the other end of the screen, it lets us know that what we're doing is something bigger than what we are, and it's powerful. Yeah. So, you know, sincerely, Sin, Bobby, Sin Clark. Sin is one of the biggest reasons, even though this is RE Jam Radio, she is a beacon of empowerment. She is a beacon of bringing women together. Even now, we're about to go off to her event, Power Talks. And you're going to be seeing, Purpose Talks. Sorry, the word power is just all over in my head. Purpose Talks. And that's what we're going to support. So I just want to say thank you for welcoming us into your family. Thank you for us giving us the container that allowed us to be able to amplify our power and all the speakers' power. So RE Jam Radio, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Dr. Cheryl?
I don't have anything left to say. I think it's all been
I think we've
said.
gone way over. And Kia,
Yes.
we are sorry. We're going to bring it over to you. We ran a little bit behind today. Now, I kind of want to do the introduction on this one, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So I met Kia. Kia, you can tell your own story, not meaning to take anything away, but Kia actually lives in the UK, so we still got to do our boozy lunch and meet up. But this lady is very intentional. She's just full of grace. We've had a couple of people that could hypnotize you with their voice. You're about to hear another one, so you better hold on tight to your seat.
Lord.
Okay, but it's just the wisdom and the intent. And you know, when someone just pours out love, and whoever she works with, it's her intent to rise them up and make sure they're the best version of themselves. Kia, I'm really looking forward to be able to be working with you more and connecting with you more. You've got a beautiful soul, a beautiful spirit. We are matching. Yes, we always seem to match, girl. Like, what is that? And as soon as spring hits, my birthday in April, the clocks go forward. We're going out, girl. Yeah, defo. Cheers. Right back at you. So I really would like to introduce to the stage Kia. Please show her love. She's got things in store for you as well. So please make sure you connect with her, hook her up, and you are going to be coming back afterwards with the wonderful, the delightful, the delicious shine. And but take it away, Kia, and ladies, we better go and get ready.
Yes. Until next time.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Kia.
Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. That feels like the most wonderful introduction. I feel so full after listening to all of the distinguished ladies talk about this incredible summit. So before I begin, I really hope that all of you have enjoyed this week and all of the hard work that's gone into it. I want to thank Natalia and her team and all of the other speakers that have been present and been sharing with all of us this week. And I want to thank you for being here as well. So we begin. She looked into the mirror, and what she saw took her breath away. The chocolate skin, the almond-shaped eyes, the smile she greeted them with every day. What she came to know, she had to share with everyone, one and all, was that they have always been wrong about her. She was never, ever small. Good evening, everyone. It's an immense pleasure being here with you today, tonight, whenever you might be watching this. And so I wanted to start this evening with something you may feel that's true for you as it was true for me. At some point in our lives, many of us in this room, this virtual room, received a message. And it didn't always come just with words. Sometimes it was a look, a silence, or you could just feel it in the room. Maybe you felt ignored. The message was, get quieter, take up less space, be grateful for what you have, and don't be too much. And I want to say the cruelest part, it arrived just as we were becoming the most interesting version of ourselves. So if you carry away nothing else from my talk today, I want you to know this one thing. We were never small. We were just in rooms that couldn't hold how big and how vast we actually are. You see, what I know after more than a decade of working with women, sitting with their stories, their silences, and their turning points is this. Every woman in this room already is and has everything she needs within her. She has wisdom. The hard-earned kind, the kind that doesn't come from a piece of paper or a certification or a course. It comes from surviving something, from raising something, from building, maybe losing, and then building again. Maybe you know what I mean. Wisdom is not something you acquire with age or at a certain age. It's something you finally stop apologizing for. You see, I'd like to share with you how I came into my voice, because believe me, it didn't start with confidence, and it certainly didn't start with a stage like this. If you ask my mother, she will tell you embarrassing stories about how quiet I was. My first school play, I was a sunflower, and I mean a very shy, silent sunflower. I was a late talker, believe it or not. I was pretty quiet until I was almost 3 years old. But in that time, I was always watching, absorbing, learning to read what was being said, as well as what was not being said. Because I discovered early on, and I mean very early, that people rarely say what they truly mean. They mask. They hide in plain sight. They keep their real feelings, their real thoughts, and their real power carefully protected just below the surface. And later on, I understood where that came from. Our ancestors learned to survive by reading runes, by knowing what a look meant when no words were spoken, by being hypervigilant and understanding the difference between what was being asked and what was being demanded. They masked because to reveal themselves could fully cost them everything. They hid in plain sight because visibility was sometimes dangerous. And that survival wisdom was not lost. It was passed down to our great-grandmothers, to our grandmothers, to our mothers, to us. We carry it in our bodies, in our reflexes, in our bones, and in our cells, in the way we automatically scan a room before we open our mouths. And then on top of that inheritance, we received another layer of instruction. Growing up, many of us have heard the words, and I know I did, speak when you're spoken to, The adults are talking now, and children are seen and not heard. Now, in my case, my mother and her father, my grandfather, they were the orators in the family. They had the voice, the presence, and they could command a room. My mother still does. I watched them and I thought, well, they're the speakers. I'm never going to be as good as that. But with time and stillness and listening to my own voice, I discovered it and the way that it wanted to communicate through me. My voice became mine. I spent the better part of my life discovering that my voice was different, and that different didn't mean less. Some of us are still finding it, maybe even tonight. And I'm here to tell you that's not a loss, that is your gift emerging, I promise you. Now, I believe that the world has tried to take 6 things from us to silence that gift. Number 1, we were taught that powerful women, like you, make people uncomfortable. That to hold a room means to dominate it. We were told that we were too much. We learned to shrink what we said, hold back our conclusions, and qualify our certainty until the person that arrived in the room was a mere shadow of the truth that left the house that day. Number 2, we were taught to manage the room's comfort before we spoke our own truth, to edit ourselves in real time, to take the temperature of other people's reactions and adjust accordingly, like a chameleon. Never to disturb or unsettle, and to always be palatable. And for us, maybe palatable meant less, smaller, and safer. More of what they expected and less of what we actually knew. Number 3, we were told that our expertise was maybe too much or too niche, too personal, too soft. The things we knew most deeply about survival, integration, reinvention, and wisdom were not considered important enough to put on a stage. Not serious enough, not universal enough. I mean, come on. Our stories are the most universal stories out there. Number 4, confidence in a Black woman of a certain age was called arrogance. Does that sound familiar to you? Certainty was called aggression, not assertion. We became the angry Black woman. And I know in my own experience, asking someone to do their job was called aggressive. We learned to perform uncertainty because we felt that performance would make us safer. We shouldn't know too much, to preface everything with, this might be wrong, but, or I could be mistaken, until that became a habit. Until we couldn't tell the difference between genuine humility and our conditioned self-erasure. And number 5, at some point, many of us stopped speaking in rooms, not because we didn't have anything to say, but because we had learned over decades and across generations that saying something costs. And sometimes that cost is high. So we went quiet. And the world called it grace. And they called it elegant. They called it knowing your place. And honestly, we were probably so tired we just let him. And number 6, maybe the hardest of all. We were handed so many roles: daughter, sister, mother, partner, professional, community leader, the strong one, the capable one, the one who holds it all together. That the woman underneath those roles became a stranger to us. The erasure of identity is the deepest wound, and it's the one that costs the most. So I want to ask, has any of that landed with you? Does any of that resonate? Maybe it was one of the 6. Maybe it was all 6. I want to tell you, I feel you. I see you, because that was me. And I also want to say that feeling that and understanding that, that's the beginning of the work. Now, in the same bloodline, in that same inheritance carried by our great-grandmothers, our grandmothers, and our mothers who masked to survive, was also something extraordinary: wisdom. There was pattern recognition, sharpened by watching everything. There was emotional intelligence, forged in the fire of having to read every single room she went into. And there was resilience. There was grace under pressure. There was the ability to hold complexity, to carry paradox, and to know more than you were ever allowed to say. If the trauma gets passed down, so does this to us. And it's been sitting in our bodies waiting, not to be discovered, but to be reclaimed. My great-grandmother is Frances. My grandmother is Althea. And my mother is Karen. And my voice is their living legacy. The silence was the wound. The wisdom underneath the silence, that was always the gift. So I want to ask you a question. When did you last feel like the most powerful version of yourself in a room? Maybe you need some time to think about that. When did you last make yourself smaller to fit into one? Well, that space in between, that is your point of discovery. That is the point where you get to ask, where am I shrinking and silencing myself? And where is there an opportunity for me to step more fully into my truth? And where can I stop performing? You see, there was the moment I stopped performing, when I decided to stop performing. I had built a career in law and then in corporate senior leadership. And by every external measure, I was thriving. I was succeeding. I was competent. I was dependable. I showed up. I delivered. I over-delivered. I over-delivered some more. And by all appearances, everything was great. And if you asked me, I would have said, I'm fine. But inside, I wasn't fine. The cost was building. Stress became so normal, it was like my best friend. And I just stopped noticing it. Anxiety had become the water I swam in, and living on adrenaline was like ambition. I wore it like my cape. I made it. I was being the good girl. I was doing what everyone wanted. I was winning and drowning at the same time. And then in my 40s, my body said, time out. No, thank you. And I started having severe panic attacks. And if I had been actually paying attention, if I had been actually listening to my body, it wouldn't have come as a surprise to me. It had been building for a while, and then bang, it completely stopped me in my tracks. My body was saying in the clearest language possible, I can't keep doing this. And honestly, what a gift. I remember in those moments sitting with what had happened and thinking, beneath all the noise, I am surviving a life that I have actually built, but I'm not actually in it. I'm not living it. What is this? The outside didn't look like survival. The outside looked like a woman who was doing well to everyone but me. Inside was a different story. The body always knows. So I said something simple to myself, and it didn't need polishing and it didn't need editing. I just felt into it and I said it. I want to live my life in my truth. I don't want to perform anymore. I don't want to just manage. I don't want to just get by. I really want to live. And that decision, that one honest sentence, those moments where I spent with myself eventually led me to leave my director role and embark on a journey of complete reinvention into the work that I do now. And maybe 15 years later or 12 years later, my parents still think I'm a little bit mad. But I knew that I had gone through an awakening and I could never go back. So using integrative psychotherapy, somatic psychotherapy, embodiment coaching, and spirituality, I help women find their way back to themselves, to their truth, and ultimately to their voice. Whether it's on a stage, in a boardroom, or in the home, the voice is the key. And once you know that, honestly, you can't unknow it and you can't unhear it. Finding your voice is amazing, but finding your voice in midlife, ladies, it's sacred. What becomes available specifically in your later years, after decades of survival, after everything you may have built, lost, and rebuilt again, after the roles and the reinventions and the second guessing, is something that ripens and deepens. The clarity that only comes from having been through something, having integrated it, made meaning from it, and let it change you inside to the core. It's the powerful intersection of voice plus age, presence plus lived experience. The older the tree, the deeper the roots. A woman who has lived 5 or 6 decades, who has raised something, who has lost something, rebuilt something, let go of something she once thought defined her, that woman speaks with authority, real authority, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself. Every room that she walks into knows without her saying a word. So if you are a woman in midlife, your age is not the obstacle to your voice. It's the source and the seat of your power. The two together, the depth of what you know and the threshold you are standing at right now, that is a combination that only exists once. And it's available to you now. And I'm telling you, the world is noticing. Women over 50 are now the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs in the UK, accounting for 1 in 4 female business owners. In the US, Black women-owned businesses grew by 13% in a single year. And there are many reasons for that. We won't talk about that today, but 13%. while the rest of the market grew at 4. She is not waiting to be invited. She is building the table herself. And if you heard Molly speak before me, she was speaking to this. The question is no longer whether she has the power. The question is whether she has activated her voice. Now, this is not just about mindset or self-belief. It's about the system and how we together are here to create the shift. You see, in the US, the wage gap for Black women does not close with age. It actually widens. By her mid-50s, she is earning 56 cents on the dollar. And at the exact moment when her wisdom peaks, the system assigns her its lowest value. That's not a confidence problem. That is a system that has been working very effectively to keep her quiet. Which is why what I'm about to say is not optional. Ladies, it's urgent. There are 3 reasons why activating your voice in midlife is not a nice to have. It is a sacred responsibility. It's a sacred responsibility. Number 1, to honor the ancestors who could not speak. The women who came before us did not have the stages that we have, like the stages here tonight, virtual or real. They did not have microphones, the rooms, the permission, or the safety to say what they knew. Many of them have extraordinary wisdom, and they held it in extraordinary silence because the world gave them no other choice. When you speak, when you walk onto a stage and open your mouth and tell your truth, you are not just speaking for yourself. You are completing something they began. You are saying the things they carried but could not say. That is no small thing. It is our reason to not claim our seat at the table, but create the table for ourselves. Number 2, because speaking is the one thing they cannot permanently take from us. Throughout history, they have tried to take everything from us: land, labor, names, children, our bodies, our choices, and our freedom. And yet still, in the hush of the kitchen, in the churches, in the songs that we sing, in the dances that we dance, and in the stories that we pass down at night, the voice survived. You cannot permanently silence a woman who knows her truth. You can delay her. You might even discourage her. And when that voice is finally given full permission, when it is rooted in truth, in experience, in the full authority of a life fully lived, it becomes something that cannot be undone. That is your voice, and no one gets to take it from you. And number 3, because the world needs only what you can say right now. We're living through a time of extraordinary noise and very little wisdom. There are more platforms than ever, more voices than ever, more content than ever at breakneck speed. And very little of it is rooted in the kind of truth that only comes from having lived something, survived something, understood something at depth, and then embodied it. Black women own 2.4 million businesses in the US, the highest of any minority group. I need to say that again. The highest of any minority group. They are the fastest growing entrepreneurs in both the US and the UK. They are leading, building, creating, reinventing industries, and yet remain almost invisible on the stages where the world decides whose ideas are worth spreading. The gap between her actual power and her visible voice is not an accident. It is a pattern, and it's a pattern my work exists to break. So you are not late. You are, in fact, as Ashanti sings, always on time. The world needs what only you can say, and it needs you to say it now. Now, I've spoken a little bit about midlife, but what I want to actually do is to share what actually happens when a woman turns 50. Because ladies, the world has been feeding us a lie. The world calls it decline, invisibility, the beginning of the end. And I call it the gateway. In many West African and diasporic traditions that live in our bloodlines, whether we consciously carry them or not, the elder woman is the most prominent and powerful figure in the community. She is the keeper, the authority, the one who knows. 50 is not when you step back. It's when you finally step forward and plant your feet with purpose. What we call the change, menopause, is not the body failing. It's the body pivoting, redirecting energy that was once devoted to reproduction, turning it inward toward intuition, discernment, and deep self-knowledge. We need to acknowledge that. Many traditions understood this as a woman entering her full spiritual power. We have been taught to grieve something that we really should be celebrating. And I know I do. Intellectually, research now shows that cognitive judgment, emotional regulation, and pattern recognition peak in our 50s and early 60s. That's not about speed. This is about wisdom, the ability to hold complexity and to see what others miss, to make decisions that age well. Emotionally, many women in midlife describe a profound dropping of the mask. The need for external approval diminishes. The hunger for your own truth intensifies. You stop asking, what do they think? And you start asking, what do I know? Spiritually, something loosens, and the roles that you've held begin to feel like a costume that you no longer want to wear. And underneath them, the woman who was always there, waiting patiently, she's still present, and she's ready right now. Physically, the body pivots. Energy redirects toward intuition, discernment, and deep self-knowledge. This is not a decline, it's an activation. Midlife done consciously is not a decline. It is the end of performance and the beginning of truth. It's the moment when the woman you have been performing finally steps aside and the woman you actually are walks into the room. Everything I've been describing tonight, the silence we were taught, the mask we inherited, the body that woke us up, the threshold we are standing at now, it all has a shape. And I want to give it a name. I call it wisdom. Not because I've invented it, but because it's what I've witnessed in every woman who has done this work, including me. It was always there. We just needed to see it more clearly. Wisdom is both a map and a journey. It begins deep inside with who you actually are beneath all the roles and conditioning. And it moves outward through your voice, through your body, through your message, through your offering, until what you know, who you are, and how you speak become the same thing, until there's no gap between the woman and her words. This is the framework that I work through with every client who comes to me ready to step into her voice, into her power, into her truth. And what I've found every single time is that the voice doesn't need to be built. It just needs to be unlocked, activated from somewhere deep within. And then the woman doesn't just speak her truth, she becomes it. And it's like a woman that I worked with. She was in her early 50s, a medical professional who had spent decades building her expertise. She knew her field deeply, and she was highly, highly respected. She believed in what she was doing, and she wanted to do more for herself and for her colleagues and for her patients. She had come to a point in her life where she wanted to pivot and to build a path to wellness that was spiritually grounded, yet scientifically backed, and also entirely her own. But when she came to me, there was this fear at the center of it all that she wasn't sure the world was ready for her message. She thought she was going to be judged or ridiculed. And she didn't know how it's going to be received. And that uncertainty was quietly keeping her from stepping forward. So we worked together for about 6 months through this framework where we stripped everything back, everything that she had been using to survive. And she rediscovered her power and that woman underneath. She discovered her truth and she became the embodiment of it. Today, she is running a thriving wellness business. She works with medical professionals and corporate clients. She hosts her own workshops and events, and she speaks on stages. And the message that she was most fearful of sharing is the message that is changing lives. She is not exceptional. She is what happens when a woman in midlife is finally given the chance to become what she always was. This is the work. And it begins here. And so I'd like to share a little bit of it with you. So, W, who you are. This is the foundation. Nothing else works without this. Because you can speak powerfully. In order to do that, you have to know who is speaking. And I want to use a specific word here, and a few of the speakers throughout the week have also used this word. Identity. Not just your job role, not your role in someone else's story, not the version of yourself you have built to survive a particular season. Your identity is the one that exists before the performance begins, before everyone else has their say and their input, before the decades of conditioning layered over the woman underneath. That is where the work begins, not with your message, not with your stage presence, not with your identity. Because when you know who is speaking, really know in your body, not just in your head, everything else follows. The voice ignites because it finally knows whose voice it is. Ignite your voice. It didn't disappear. It's just been waiting. Your voice didn't go anywhere. It just went quiet because it felt it wasn't safe to speak. Because you were taught from childhood that speaking costs something. But the age you have now, this voice, with everything that you have survived and lived through and let go of, is the most powerful version of your voice that has ever existed right now. Think about a time you said something true and everything around you shifted. Maybe it was in a meeting, in your family, or maybe it's something you said to yourself alone at 2 o'clock in the morning. That's normally when I get it. The question is, are you willing to do that on a greater scale? Maybe on a stage or in a room. And for women like you who need exactly what you know. And S, stand in it. Finding your voice is one thing. Inhabiting it is another. Standing in your voice means staying in the room when it gets uncomfortable, not waffling or qualifying, not scanning the room or the audience for permission to keep going. We were taught to make ourselves small before anyone else could do it for us. And I'm here to say that standing in it means you notice the impulse, not to start saying, I might not be an expert. You probably already know this. Maybe I'm wrong. It means you notice when that happens and you choose differently. You walk to the front, you breathe, and then you begin. D, define your message. Not everything you know, but the one thing only you can say. Most women with a lifetime of experience like you have 100 things to say. I know I certainly do. My husband will say that. The work is finding the one idea that organizes everything else. The central message that could only come from this woman with this history in this voice. You. Your message is not your biography. It's not your credentials. It's the one true thing your life has been trying to say. The sentence that lives under all the other sentences. And if you had to distill everything you have lived, survived, built, and understood in a single sentence, it's the thing the world needs to hear now. So I want you to ask yourself, what would it be? Not what sounds good or impressive, but the thing you would say without thinking. It would just come out naturally. And if someone who you loved and loves you asked you, hey, what have you learned? What do you know? That sentence, that is your message. And offer your truth. Clarity is one of the most generous, loving things you can give to yourself and others. This is where we move from self to service. When you have done the work to come into full awareness, when you know who you are, your voice is alive and you're standing firmly in it, and your message is clear. The next step is offering it cleanly, not managing it, not softening it for easier consumption, making it palatable, not translating it into what we think other people want to hear. Your truth, without apology, is the most generous thing that you can do for yourself and for others. When you speak from your deepest knowing, that place that doesn't perform and doesn't qualify, something happens. People stop nodding politely and playing with their phones because they start listening. They can feel the difference between someone who's just performing and someone who's telling the truth. You are the holder of that truth, and it's time to share it. And M, move with presence. Become the message, embody it fully, and deliver it as yourself. Now it's time to speak with the full confidence of everything you have earned, everything you've survived, everything that you now know. But here's what I want you to understand about moving with presence. It's not about performance or just charisma or perfect sentences. What actually moves people is embodiment. It's a woman who has not just found her message, but who has become it, who doesn't stand apart from her truth. She delivers it. She's fully inside it, and there's no gap between who she is and what she says. You can't fake it or take a shortcut. Once you have found it, once the woman, the words, and the truth are one thing, it cannot be taken from you. So who you are, ignite your voice, stand in it, define your message, offer your truth, and move with presence. This is a map back to what you already have, what was always yours, what your grandmothers carried in their bones and could not say out loud, but passed it to you anyway. It's the polarity of the wound and the gift. Both of them are yours to be integrated. Both of them are waiting for you. So now we become to one of my favorite things, embodiment. Because this is the key. This is where most speaker development stops short. And this is the piece that makes the difference between a woman who has found her voice and a woman who has become it. Because you can know wisdom intellectually, but in order to walk on stage, you have to feel it. You have to become it. Embodiment is something different. It's spiritual and it's somatic. It's what you know that's moved from your head into your body. When the truth you are speaking is not something you're delivering, it's something you are being. The room can feel the difference every single time. I know this from my own journey over the decades. I know it from sitting with hundreds of women going through their own transformation. Once the performance falls away, what's left is entirely real. And so I want to do something with you if you are willing before we close. And only if you're willing, you can participate. But I'd like to introduce you to a very brief practice today. So just for a moment, I want you to place your feet flat on the ground and feel the ground beneath you, and maybe wiggle your toes so that you can feel the ground. Maybe move your feet so that you notice the ground beneath you, the actual ground. Breathe and let your shoulders drop, and maybe unclench your jaw if you've been holding it. Really feel how it feels to relax in your body. And take one slow, deep breath in and let it out. Another breath into your heart and out. Another breath into your belly and out. And now keep breathing in your natural rhythm while you quietly ask yourself, what do I truly know? And allow that to sit with you, not something that you've learned in a book or a training. Something you know from having lived it, from having been through it, from having understood it. You've earned it. Maybe it's something about wisdom or resilience or love or patience, or about what actually matters in life. Maybe about what it means to start again. So breathe. What do I actually know? And let that surface without judgment. Don't decide whether or not it's good enough to share. Just allow it to surface. What do I actually know? And as you breathe, notice where you feel that knowing in your body. Maybe it's in your heart. Maybe it's in your solar plexus. Maybe it's in your belly. Where is that knowing? When you find it, that place is the place of your authority. That's where your voice comes from when it's real, when it's true. Now, as you breathe into that truth in your body, I want you to invite it to get bigger. Let it expand. Let it fill a bit more of your chest, your heart, your belly. And breathe into it, your truth. Make it bigger and brighter. Let yourself feel what it would be like to carry that big truth with you into every room without performing. To say it out loud, clearly, without apology, maybe for the first time. Breathing, because I know what it is you're feeling right now. And I want to tell you that that big feeling was never, ever small. You were never small. Your knowing was never small. The knowing was always big. You were always big. We were just taught to hold it in and to be smaller. So if you're willing, again, and if you feel ready, I want to invite you to do something that's maybe a little bit audacious. Take that knowing, that big knowing that you just discovered, and I want you to either say it quietly or speak it out loud, like you're talking to me on the screen. That one sentence, that one knowing. Even if you feel like, hey, there's nobody else around, I promise you the vibration of your intention communicates to everyone in this community, in this virtual room. Everyone can feel your vibration. And that right there, that was never small. So we have performed long enough. We've performed so long that some of us started to believe it. We inherited the instruction to be quiet. We inherited the survival of those who had to mask. We were handed a story about midlife that was a lie. But remember, we've also inherited that wisdom. The wisdom of every woman who watched everything because speaking was dangerous. The pattern recognition of every grandmother who read a room so her family could survive. The emotional intelligence of every woman who held her community together in silence and in strength. That is your gift. And now it's ours to use. The voice was always there. The wisdom was always there in your grandmother's ring, in your mother's headscarf, in the recipe written out in a handwriting that you will never forget. In those 2:00 in the morning sentences that you tell yourself, in the knowing you may have just spoken out loud for the first time. The power, the real, hard-earned, ancestrally held, body-rooted, midlife-activated power of a woman who has been through some stuff and come out the other side with her eyes open. It was always there. It's not new, and it can never be taken. What I'm inviting you to consider tonight is what would change in your life, in your community, in your family, in the rooms that you walk into if you stopped managing your smallness and started walking in your own vastness, your enormity, your magnificence, because you are. So before I close, I want to offer two things, two doors. Both of them are open to you. So the first one is the Voice Activation Challenge. So if anything that you felt tonight tells you that you're ready to go deeper, I've created something especially for you. So it's a challenge over 5 days with one element of the wisdom framework each day delivered to your inbox with an invitation to finish off in a free masterclass at the end. This isn't a taster, this is real work because I want you to experience what it feels like when your voice starts to move again. So if you feel something shift tonight, even a flicker, then come and find out what that voice becomes. Door number 2, an exciting project called Wisdom Speaks. I am building a voice and wisdom archive. 50 women over 50, 50 extraordinary stories, a film, a portrait exhibition, and a book. A permanent record of the voices the world almost missed. And I'm not talking about celebrities or influencers. I'm talking about our mothers, our grandmothers, and our aunties, and maybe you. So if you know a woman whose wisdom needs to be honored, nominate her or nominate yourself, because your story belongs in this too. The nominations will be opening soon, so please scan the QR code for both things. Both doors lead to the same place. A world where the voices of Black women in midlife are heard, documented, and honored. Where our stories are not footnotes, where our wisdom is not optional, where our power is recognized and it is immense, because this is who we are. Don't let this evening or this summit just go to waste. Take these valuable steps, whether offered by me or any of the other speakers. Take the next step. Whichever door feels right for you, step through it. Because I want you to remember always, we were never small. Scan the QR code to stay in contact with me. It will take you to my LinkedIn page, and I look forward to speaking with you very, very soon. Take care.
I have been sitting here listening to you in awe. I'm shy, by the way.
Hi, Shy.
Hello, love. Just, there's the fact that you geared this towards those of us that are 50 plus, and considered middle age, and recognizing that we still have a voice, we still have power, we still have something to share. And then building a space where we can even invite older ones to come in that have that level of wisdom and maturity that
Yes.
we are still striving to attain to, because I feel like we're all continuing to strive and attain to something higher. Absolutely
Yes.
beautiful. There were a couple of things. I've got notes everywhere, so let me get I love how you said, what have I learned? What do I know?
That's right.
So if someone, I'd love to ask you this, if someone has learned a great deal in life, maybe because there's so much they've been through in life, and it doesn't always have to be negative, right?
Yeah.
It could be
Yeah.
any number of things. And maybe they do have a lot of knowledge about various things, whether you want to call it, life knowledge, academic knowledge, whatever the case may be. How, and you may go through this in your program, and that's fine, but how does one begin to really narrow it down to one sentence? Because for me, I was like, well, I know this, and I know like what I would really want to talk about. And even
Yeah.
going through exercise with my gut, I still came up with 2 things. So
Yeah.
how do we narrow it down?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Sometimes it depends on the audience.
Yes.
Sometimes it depends on the audience. But what I like to do is I like to keep stripping. I like to keep stripping and away, right? Because sometimes your gut can give you 2 things. And I like to sort of sometimes say, well, what's the yes and what's the no? What's the yes in your body? What's the no in your body? And sometimes the gut gives you 2 things that might, and one thing might belong a little bit to conditioning, and one thing might belong a little bit to your truth. So first of all, the exercise is really digging down deep to find the source of your truth, and then beginning to ask that question.
Okay.
I love that you went straight to the gut, because the gut is a great barometer of the truth. So what were the 2 truths that your gut gave you?
I know about choking on grief and overcoming that. And I know about abuse and overcoming that.
Okay.
Working through those
Okay.
trauma.
So there will be a central point that covers, sort of transverses both of those understandings. that is beneath that. And it may point to something about your resilience. It may point to something about your knowing. It may point to something about who you truly are underneath the grief and the knowing and the abuse. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
So I would keep digging and asking you, and what else?
Okay.
And what else do you know? And what else do you know? And what else do you know? Until you get to that one thing.
You know, it's so interesting because when I was doing therapy, my therapist would always, like, I would say things like, you know, I should be doing this or I need to be doing that, which can be shame words if not used properly, right? And she would go, "Why?" And I'm like, "What do you mean why?" And she goes, "Why do you need to be doing this?" And I'm like, and then I would give an answer and she goes, "Okay, why?" And so we, you know, it's so what you're doing is helping us to continue, like you said, to peel back the layers, but to keep, it's like taking that like a microscope and really continuing to
Really
hone in. So I thank you for that. That was some really good advice, and I'm sure others needed to hear that. Lots of beautiful comments are coming into the chat.
Amazing. I can't see the chat, so that's awesome.
Okay. Candace says, "Wow, wisdom has definitely been spoken tonight." Kia.
Oh, thank you, Candace.
Savannah, can we bring Savannah to the stage too, please?
Yes,
So
indeed.
Savannah said, "This sounds particularly resonant for those who follow human design and have a solar plexus authority." Would you like to elaborate on that a little bit, Savannah?
That is hilarious, Savannah, because that is my human design center of authority.
Wow.
Mine too.
Are you a Manny Jenny?
Yes, I am. Profile 1-4.
I'm a Manny Jenny as well.
Investigator opportunist.
You have.
Do I listen to my authority? No.
And that's why we need mirrors. We need soul mirrors. We need people like this in this community, you know, the coaches, the experts, to sometimes hold that mirror up to ourselves, because we know these things, right? We know these things, but we don't listen sometimes, right? And we need somebody to ask you, like Shy, like your therapist said, but why? But why?
Yes.
That question of like, and tell me more, and what else? And what else? So yeah, definitely solar plexus. I operate from that space, and my work is from that space. Yeah.
Wonderful. And just a couple other things before we get ready to close. I really appreciated when you said to ask ourselves two important questions. And ladies, I think we should ask ourselves this question and really reflect on it, even journal about it if we have to, or talk about it with our girlfriends. The questions were, when did I last feel like my most powerful self in the room?
Yes.
And when did I last shrink myself in the room?
Yes.
And I think, and even if we were to say, okay, list the last 5 times for each of those, we're probably going to have more times in a lot of cases where we shrank ourselves than when we walked in and we felt the most powerful. That was an impactful statement to me, to say that's something to reflect on. I would like to think that, not like to think, let me change my words. I'm working on that too. I did feel my most powerful during the summit. And part of that was because I was in community with other women who lifted me up and helped me to feel full in my power. And hopefully we did the same for all the women out there too, like you did tonight, and talking about, you know, that we do have still much knowledge, much power in our words, our presence, and everything. Midlife does not mean the end of life.
We're just beginning. We're just beginning. We're just beginning. And I love that you've reflected that, Shy, because you know, being in this summit, for many of us who have participated, because we've been in community, which is something that we sometimes don't get. Now, when you start to list these things, these powerful moments, you can find threads of where you can go to top up your power, to seek your power, so that when you go in other settings, you're not depleted. And then you start to notice a pattern of when you felt most disempowered and small, and say, well, What can I do to challenge myself to show up more fully in these spaces? What do I know? What do I need to know to feel safe? And then you can step back into your knowing. And once we get to that truth of your knowing, you take that into those spaces where you feel smaller and you don't feel small anymore.
Exactly. Exactly. We are no longer playing small.
We were never small.
Never.
They've just been tricking us.
And for those that are already big, you're going to be even bigger. That part, clock it. Savannah, did you have anything else you would like to share before we close out?
No, other than again, this kind of feeds back into one of my themes of you are the expert of your lived experience, and to trust your expertise.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And this is one way to do it. Some of you might not have the solar plexus authority, but that's okay. The point is doing a check-in with yourself, however that looks, is something you should do, especially if the logic doesn't make sense, but there's something in you. Please don't ignore that. That was one of the knowings I was talking about.
Yeah.
In terms of translation gap work.
Oh, thank you. And the thing is, like, even if people aren't resonant with solar plexus, the work that I do, and I think the work that a lot of us will do, is finding where the seat of your knowledge sits. It might not be in your belly, it might be somewhere else, but we can find where that knowledge sits and use that to help you to anchor whenever you need to make a decision. Whenever something feels a little bit off, you can go back to that spot and go, yeah, that's a no, or that's a yes. So yeah, it sits.
Or not a right now.
Or not
yes,
right
but not right now is also valid and a thing.
Absolutely, 1000%. And I love this space of being in the 50s. It's my most powerful decade so far, and I'm just getting started. So,
I agree.
it's a really important message for, women, because everything that we're taught is like, you're over, you're past it, it's time to become invisible. And I want to say that this is when we need to become the most visible, because we need us and the world needs us.
Amen. And we're the generation that bridges generations. We've just been doing it in the background silently.
That's right. And now it's time to start using our voice and not be silent anymore.
Amen.
Amen.
Well, Kia,
Amen.
thank you so much for being here. It was really a pleasure. I can't wait to watch this back where I can really sit down and take some good notes and pay further attention. And one last thing, Regina says, I'd agree that being in the summit has been a room where I have felt my most powerful. I came in feeling smaller and in awe, and then I grew in power as the week has gone on. I walked in on Monday and I'm flying out on Friday. That's
yes.
Yes.
Yes. I love that. I love that.
Then our goal has.
Can I just say before we close, I just really want to thank all of you amazing hosts who have been holding the room, creating this incredible container for us speakers, the people who've been watching the summit, the viewers, the people who are going to come afterwards. This has been just a masterclass in summits. And I've run my own summits before. I know they are challenging. I know they are hard. And you ladies have done it with grace. So I know Natalia and her team have gone to the other event, but I want to thank Natalia for being a visionary, for her team for actioning it. I can't remember who said it earlier that they answered a message on LinkedIn when they normally didn't. That was you. I never click on things on LinkedIn, and I clicked on this message. I was like, there's something about this. I need to. So I just feel like it was blessed, it was destined, and I'm in the company of greatness, and I just want to say thank you to you.
No, thank you. Thank you for being in this community, and we look forward to learning more from you in the future.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care.
And you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're going to close out the summit now for live anyway. We still have plenty coming on after this, so please continue to stay tuned. Starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, we will have additional speakers. So you're not done yet with the summit. We're done live. And I just wanted to say that on behalf of the entire team, we had part of our team is moving on to an event that's being sponsored by our hosts here, Radio IRE FM. Radio. I did not say that right. IRE Jam Radio. My bad. IRE FM Yeah, okay. Irie Jam Radio. I'm going to get it right because I've been jamming and I've been Irene and everything else all week, and I've had a couple of glasses of Prosecco at this point. So, we're gonna get it right. But I just wanted to say that our goal this week in providing you 100 women, giving you he's handing me a little handout here. See? I'm going to show that to you. Irie Jam Radio. We are so proud to be here and thank you so much for everything. They are the ultimate Caribbean radio station. Our goal in providing you with the women this week who all gave of their time and their services to you for free with no charge to you is to make sure that you go from being inspired to implementation. Go from aspiration to achievement and activation. There's no point in coming and sitting through all of this beautiful content now and in the months to come, and then you don't do anything with it. Reach out to us, connect with us, set up meetings with us. Even if you just want to talk to get to know us better, don't pluck anybody's brains for free, but be willing to communicate and build a relationship and continue to build the relationships. It's only 100 of us right now. Next time, it could be thousands. We know there will be thousands watching, but I'm saying literally thousands in the room. So until we meet again in October, on behalf of the entire Women in Digital Business, on behalf of everyone here at the Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit, all of our teams, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again soon in October. Bye-bye.